I almost, once again, almost hit stop streaming. Heck yeah. Yeah, we stopped the stream. I don't want to do this. Frick this. Last time on freaking Ace Attorney Duel of Destinies, got the defendant not guilty, but freaking Athena's fingerprints were on the motherfreaking lighter. For God's sake, I can't. And we're doing episode 5. Maybe we'll understand what the frick's going on. And maybe what happened 7 years ago. Who knows? Also, who in the God's name is the Phantom? Why do I see a black Cyclock? Wait, no. Why is there a black Cyclock right there, bro? What the actual frick? Hold on. Bruh. Okay. Okay. Well, let's get just straight to this. What is it? The Turnabout for tomorrow. Well, it's now tomorrow. So let's freaking do this. Episode 5, Turnabout for tomorrow. No one can escape their past. The sins we've committed and the sadness we've caused. No matter how far we run, our past remains, as ever-present as the moon in the sky. It looms in wait for the day when we are forced to face it. But only in doing so can we truly make peace and move on and hope towards tomorrow. Ah, frick, it's December. They took Athena from the courtroom straight to the station. She's probably being questioned at this very moment. After this past year, I took it for granted that those two would always be here. But now Apollo has gone off on his own to seek his own truth. And my pursuit of the truth only ended up with Athena becoming the new suspect. Some boss I turned out to be. It's even quieter in here than usual. Yeah, it seems so empty too. I just don't get it, Dad. All of your reasonings during the trial seemed perfectly solid. Yeah, and I still believe that it was, at least based on what we know. But now, Athena's the one who's being accused. During the trial for the bombing and murder that occurred at the Cosmos Space Center, the lighter used by the real culprit was found. This lighter proved the defendant, Solomon Starbuck, innocent. But Athena's prints were found on it instead. And she was subsequently arrested for the murder. But Athena couldn't have done it. It just doesn't make any sense. No, none of it does. I've been racking my brain, but I just can't figure it out. Where's the flaw in my reasoning? What have I got wrong in this case? You know, Dad, if Athena was here, she wouldn't just be sitting around thinking. She'd be out there doing something. You are going to defend Athena, right? Right, Dad? Of course I will. And thanks, Trucy. I needed that push. Trucy's right. The trial is tomorrow. There's no time to waste. If I'm going to prove Athena's innocent, I'd better get out of here and find some evidence. Off we go then! We're on a hunt for evidence that'll prove Athena's innocence! Great, but before we go, I'd better tidy up the evidence I have on hand. Unnecessary evidence left at the office. Athena's probably still in the middle of being questioned. So Trucy's right. The thing to start with is talking to people at the Space Center. Holy, okay. I still can't believe Apollo really left us. It was so sudden. Maybe he got tired of being my assistant for my magic tricks. I don't think it's your fault, Trucy. But I made him clean the toilet a lot. And I made him go bring in the newspaper. It was my fault. I just know it. Oh, Apollo. I really don't think it was your fault, Trucy. But I didn't realize Apollo was wearing so many hats around here either. Wait, what? Huh? How can I suspect Athena? It's just ridiculous. It must be some kind of conspiracy. A conspiracy, huh? Well, it certainly is some kind of mistake, that's for sure. First of all, we have to bust Athena out of the detention center. Then we have to chase down the people who framed her. We'll sneak around the world from Kiev to Carolina with the fuzz on our trails. Isn't that exactly the same as the plot of the movie you watched the other day? Heh. If I see Yuri Cosmos, I swear to God, we'll probably have to talk to him. Yep. God dang it. Director Cosmos, do you have a minute? Galactic Scooter! Full speed ahead! Frick you! What the frick? Director! He scooted away. His expression changed the instant he saw you, Dad. Yeah, probably doesn't like us too much. Yeah, well, I dragged his name through the mud pretty good at the trial earlier today. Alright then. Frick you, I'm going to the boarding lounge. We were here only yesterday. Oh, hey. Mr. Starbuck, you've been released, huh? Yep, and I came straight here. This is all thanks to you and your team, Mr. Wright. You've given me a second chance to find the space again. I can't thank you enough. Except... Oh, there he goes with the sigh. What's wrong? I thought he'd be happy to be acquitted. As I was coming out of the detention center, I saw Miss Sykes. He saw Athena. I was at a loss for words. I didn't know what to say to the poor girl. And then, you know what? She flashed a peace sign at me. Congratulations on your acquittal, she said. And how you can go back into space someday. Yeah, that sounds like Athena. I can just picture it. But I saw her eyes. They were red and swollen from crying. She's gotta be suffering. She must be so worried. And yet she went out of her way to be nice and give me that big smile. No, Athena! Oh my god, bro. She held back her own tears so she could give someone else a smile. That's so Athena. There's no question about it. That girl is innocent. Please, Mr. Wright, you have to make sure she goes free. And then they can put me in prison instead. I don't mind. We can't have that either, Mr. Starbuck. Don't worry, Mr. Starbuck. I'm going to give her the very best defense I can. I promise to get her acquitted, just like it did for you. I know she'll be all right with you in her corner. I know you'll never give up on her. Apollo has a fine boss to look up to. I still can't believe Launchpad 1 was switched with the Space Museum. What could have made Director Cosmos do such a thing? I haven't the foggiest idea. So there never was going to be a launch that day. Not from the very beginning. I wonder if Clay knew. I imagine he must have. Surely he would have noticed when he went to board the rocket. It's pathetic to think I was the only one who got taken in. But I guess that's about how it goes. When you're worth less than space debris. Oh my god. Is he going to be alright, Dad? His expression looks as dark as a black hole. Well, that's just how he is. Mr. Starbuck, do you remember anything about the murderer? Not really. I only saw a shadowy figure in the dark after all. Yeah, I guess that was a little too much to hope for. Hey, I heard something from the police, though. They said that they never did find a .10 caliber gun down at that trash chute. Just as I thought, the culprit must have carried it away with them when they escaped. So was the person you saw holding a gun, Mr. Starbuck? I couldn't really tell. But it wasn't Athena, right? Could you tell if the person was male or female, tall or short? I can't even tell you that much. Man, I'm useless. When the culprit opened the door and some light came in, I should have been able to see. The door? Ah, yes. As I recall, they opened the door here as they made their escape. The door to Launchpad 1, right? Yeah, except right now. The door leads to the Space Museum. Oh wait, you mean the Launchpad and the Space Museum were switched right now? Yeah, they're trying to investigate the theory you came up with in court. So they're recreating the conditions, huh? I'd like to see what's beyond that door now. Mr. Starbuck, could you open this door for us? Sure, just let me have my print scanned here. Do launchpads get switched back and forth a lot? Well, back when the Space Museum was Launchpad 2, they used to switch the pads around at times. These days, Launchpad 2 is only used as a tourist attraction, right? Right. Because quite frankly, the Space Center needs the money. I hear you. Times sure are tough. Dad, let's go check out what's beyond that door. Sure, let's go. Hey, why don't I come along? I can show you around. Oh, there's leaves. Huh? I wonder what these dead leaves are doing here. Maybe they're stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. There are a lot of trees around the Space Center. She's right. It's a modern state-of-the-art building, but surrounded by trees. But I don't know if they were stuck to the bottom of somebody's shoes. Wouldn't they look more crushed up? These don't look like they've been stepped on. Maybe there's some kind of secret hatch in the corridor, and they came in that way. Not everything is set up like a magician stage, you know. So this is another one of those devices for opening the door, huh? Yep, but this one doesn't require fingerprint verification. You just hit the button and open sesame. So when you and Clay went through here, you didn't need to show your prints either. That's right, Trucy. Just like how the culprit didn't need to scan their prints when they escaped back out of the Space Museum corridor into the boarding lounge too. I don't see anything else that jumps out at me, and I imagine this corridor is built exactly like the Launchpad 1 corridor. Anything else? Nope. Okay. Oh, can I look around the room? I want to look. Back at the entry. Ah, who's here? Curse the wretched who sullied my good name! Reverse course at full speed away! Director Cosmos, wait! Bruh. Aha, this dad! Take that! The mobility system has been compromised! Trucy's knife throw has a direct hit on was a direct hit on one of his tires. And the streak continues. What the frick? I'm scared now. I'm scared. I'm scared of Trucy now. Maybe I should have kept a closer watch on what tricks she's been practicing. I no freaking kidding, man. My dear old battleship, we fought many skirmishes together. It has been an honor. Dad, he's going to blow that thing up. Nah, I bet all that bum will do is make it go haywire again. Very well, I surrender. As a prisoner of war, I expect to be treated honorably. Director Cosmos, when you were talking to Corey about switching the launch pads, you used your right to remain silent about the reason as to why. I'd like Director Cosmos to tell us why he switched the two launch pads to begin with. Please, I can't. I exercise my right to remain silent. But I will say, my hands were tied. I was only doing what I could to keep my men from getting caught in that blast. The center of the cosmos is shrouded in mystery, but I don't have any secrets left. Now that my battleship has been destroyed and I've been taken prisoner. Wait, wasn't there someone with Cyclops? Oh wait, no, that was freaking, that was Fulbright, never mind. Frick me. Alright, freaking heck, dude. No secrets left, huh? I beg to differ. Looks like I'll have to undo his Cyclops if I want to get to the bottom of this. Do I even have anything to help me out with this?
Take that!
Oh, let's just see. I didn't even check my evidence. Behind the switching of the launch pads. I want you to tell me everything you're hiding about the switching of the two launch pads. I refuse, you can't make me. I can hold out longer than anyone. I hope I never get like this when I'm old. Now let's see, where to start. This is how you explain your motive for switching the launch pads. You did it. To fool the bomber, to prevent the bombing, to save the astronauts. You said like to save the astronauts. Thanks to your switching the launch pads, the astronauts escaped injury from the blast. Instead, they safely boarded the museum's rocket far away from the actual explosion. My astronauts were raring to go out on an authentic adventure in space. Had you proposed I had them board a fake rocket without them noticing? I agree you couldn't have done it without help. For one, they would have figured it out the instant they stepped into the Space Museum. You figured you could fool Mr. Starbuck once he's been drugged with his medication, but without the help of this person, it would have been impossible to pull your plan off. Who? Are you talking about Aura? Oh wait, no, it has been Clay, because like he had to have known about it.
Take that!
You must have gotten Mr. Tran to help you. He stole the tranquilizers from his mentor's locker and slipped them to him. And then when Mr. Starbuck is in daze, they boarded the replica rocket in the museum. Someone please help this poor prisoner of war! How's he able to spin around like that? Look at him go! If you really wanted to save the astronauts' lives, shouldn't you have just called off the launch? If I could have done that, do you think I would have gone to all that trouble? I guess he must have had a compelling reason as to why he couldn't call it off. But how did you know to switch the pads in advance of the bombing incident? Well, that's because I was warned in advance. Once I received that warning, it was my duty to ensure my astronauts' safety. But it was just a warning. It could have been a prank. Why did you believe in believe in it so completely? Because I went to one of those mediums that everyone's talking about these days. Mediums? Oh, I didn't realize channeling was back in vogue. Besides, I thought it was yourself that got the warning via telephone. Yes, that's right. The bomber contacted me personally. My battleship is equipped with a special advanced communication system, you see. AKA a regular old telephone. It's been a while planning another launch. I see you haven't learned. I'll never forget that terror I felt when I received that call. The bomber said it's been a while. And that was enough to make you take the threat seriously. Perhaps Dr. Cosmos took the threat so seriously because the Space Center had been involved in a bombing once before. Maybe. The culprit in this current case is the same person who was involved in the incident. Ah, the Hat One Miracle! The Hat One Miracle, that epic story of survival. People across the nation know it now as the heroic tale of bravery, but in truth, it was an act of sabotage perpetrated by our current killer, wasn't it? Very few people knew about the previous plots, so when the caller said it's been a while, you knew beyond a shadow of a doubt that the danger was real, and it wasn't a prank. Didn't anyone ever tell you to go easy on an ex-serviceman? Yes, that Hat One Miracle is really a desperate battle against an act of sabotage. I even lost the life of one of my staff members in the fight. Sabotage? Murder? So this is the ugly truth behind the Hat One Miracle. I let my guard down. I thought the saboteur had been caught, and that the case was closed. Huh? Wait a minute. The murderer at the Space Center 7 years ago. This must be the person Director Cosmos thought was the culprit. Oh my... Are you talking about Simon?
Take that!
Simon Blackwell, the murder suspect in a case that happened here 7 years ago. The place and time of the two incidents, the murder and the sabotage, were the same. So you thought that he committed both crimes. But while Prosecutor Blackwell was behind bars, you got another threatening call. And the culprit this time is the same as 7 years ago, then it isn't Simon Blackwell. Realizing that, you were shaken. It meant the true culprit had been running free all this time. How do you keep seeing straight through me? Holy freaking heck. The reason why Dr. Cosmos won't talk about why he switched the launch pads is connected to the truth behind the Hat One Miracle, the sabotage and murder that happened at the Space Center 7 years ago. Director Cosmos, tell us what you're hiding. If you really want to understand the reason I decided to switch the launch pads, we have to start with the story of that horrible nightmare from 7 years ago. 7 years ago? You mean the so-called Hat 1 miracle? The launch went smoothly, but once the ship entered our space, then the troubles began. It was all the handiwork of a certain person and their evil scheme. So Mr. Starbuck's traumatic experience wasn't accidental. Not only that, but before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. That wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered! Wow, I had no idea such awful events were behind that exciting story of space heroism. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. You couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. What a coincidence! I found a withered old leaf. So, do you have any clue who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. A spy? You mean somebody who infiltrates a foreign country? Carries out dangerous missions? And always gets the girl? Someone's watching way too many late-night movies. Well, I guess if we're talking about blowing up the rocket and stealing research material, it's not all that surprising that a spy could be behind it all. Make no mistake, there's cutthroat rivalry between nations in the space and RD space race. Some try to outdo others by many means possible, even deliberate obstruction. 7 years ago, we got a call before the launch warning us of a sabotage. The same MO as this time. Yes, and there I thought the perpetrator had been caught, but it looks like I was wrong. Prosecutor Blackwell seems more like a ninja than a spy, don't you think? Aren't ninjas and spies basically the same thing? But there's a good reason we failed to find the real spy. A massive cover-up by the government. Government officials were too embarrassed to admit that they had allowed such a thing to happen at the hands of a spy. Don't tell me they made the police rush the investigation. They did indeed. And then to cover up the sabotage, they cleaned up the story. And that was the Hat 1 miracle, wasn't it? Even 7 years later, the same MO, advance warning of sabotage. That must have been the director's reason for switching the launch pads. 7 years ago, the spy gave you advance warning of their plans, just like this time. That was what made you decide to switch the launch pads, wasn't it? That's right. The caller knew the facts of the case 7 years ago, despite the cover-up. They knew about the sabotage, the moon rock, the murder, and they said, "You don't want things to go like they did 7 years ago, do you?" I immediately thought of calling off the launch, but the government wouldn't let me. We don't give in to the likes of terrorists. We must proceed for our country's honor. It was quite a moving speech, actually. Moving? Really? Maybe if you're easily inspired by political talking points. I knew the truth. We had been warned, which meant that the danger was very real. I knew there was no way to stop the spy. No matter what I did, they would find a way. That's why I switched the launch pads and staged the moving rescue scene. First, I snuck into the center that night before and switched the launch pads. That way the astronauts could go from boarding lounge 1 to the Space Museum. And I put a closed for repair sign at the door of launch pad 1 and boarding lounge 2. You did that so normal visitors won't enter, right? What else did you do? I enlisted the help of several staff members, including Turan. You didn't let Mr. Starbuck in on it. He'd already been through enough, and he's no good at lying to keep a secret. I'm afraid I had no choice but to have him drugged. My plan went well until... Place murder, huh? After the culprit made their escape, I switched the launch pads back. I did it in such a way that no one would find out. But after all that effort... Trend is dead and the Hat 2 is destroyed. And the Hope capsule, which has returned to us only recently, was also lost in that blast. My home, the center of the cosmos. My beautiful Cosmos Space Center is done for! Wait, what do you mean by the Hope capsule was lost in that blast? I thought we retrieved that. I thought that the Hope capsule was found at the crime scene with Mr. Turan. It had just been brought back by the Hope space probe with asteroid samples inside. So what kind of samples are they? What's in them? The samples are scheduled for analysis in the near future. We haven't had time since they just came back the day before Turan's murder. The capsule is being held in a safe in Launchpad 1. I gave it to Turan before the incident so it wouldn't be destroyed in the explosion. The idea was that, with it safely in Turan's possession, he could make it look like he rescued it during the staged miraculous escape. Our precious research materials ended up lost to that explosion anyway. But I thought Clay was supposed to keep it safe. You misunderstand. The Launchpad explosion was the one the capsule lost to. It was lost after the police confiscated it as evidence. It was the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. Ah! Frick! Where was it? What? Yet another casualty of that blast. Ultimately, I think the culprit may have known about the switching of the launch pads. And also, whoever the heck the murderer is also has that freaking switch or whatever. They still have that, by the way. What? How? The police found a wiretapping device during their investigation today. A bug aboard my battleship, a tap on my advanced communication system. A wire on that phone? Yes, a wire on this very phone. I used this phone to give instructions to my staff about the launchpad switch. Just to the few selected members who knew about the plan. Just before the incident, staff members were coming in and out of Launchpad 1. The culprit probably slipped in with them amid the confusion. And planted the bomb then. Yes, if they were tapping your phone, they definitely could pull something like that off. So you really think the same spy is behind this incident in the one 7 years ago? Yes, I'm sure of it. Then this spy must be the phantom Prosecutor Blackwell has been chasing. But Prosecutor Blackwell told me once. The hunt I've been on for the phantom of 7 years past continues even still. For starters, that case happened right here at this very space center too. So if we can find this phantom, that's right, we can clear Athena's name. And then there's the matter of Prosecutor Blackwell too. What about him? Well, if the culprit of 7 years ago is the same person as in the current incident, it would mean Prosecutor Blackwell is innocent. That's still an if though. I wonder how dangerous that guy would be in the court without handcuffs. But if we're going on a ghost hunt, count me in. Oh, it's all over for me. Spin, 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 whirl, whirl, I'm done for. The center of the cosmos is doomed. Do you think he's going to be alright, Dad? Well, at least he'll be in a good company. There must be planets out there he can spin with. Which reminds me, I'd like to delve a little deeper into the Hat 1 mission too. If you want to learn more, start with the Space Museum. There's a Hat 1 exhibit there. Oh, don't mind me, I'll just keep spinning here and see how the cosmos unfolds. It's like he achieved spiritual enlightenment or something. I'm sure he'll stop when he gets dizzy. Let's go to the Space Museum. Look at this man go! Spin! Are we gonna see Ponko, please? I want to see Ponko. Let's see. Where's the exhibit on the launch 7 years ago? There, that's the Hat 1 exhibit. Oh wow, look at that photo of the team. Aww. There's Clay, Miss Starbuck, Director Cosmos, Aura Blackwell, and even Punko. Who's this? Oh, is that the staff member that was killed? But I never seen the woman on the right before. Everybody looks so happy. Well, except for Director Cosmos. Let's check out the newspaper article too. Hat 1 launch imminent. And there's a photo of the Hope space probe. I guess it's only natural it doesn't talk about the murder or the sabotage. They really were keeping it a secret, just like Director said. Dad, take a look at that jacket. It must be the Hat 1's team's uniform jacket. It's the same design as the one Apollo was wearing, the one that belonged to Clay. Actual jacket worn by a Hat 1 team member, it says. Not a replica, huh? I wonder if it was Mr. Starbucks. Hello? Huh? Oh! Oh, Miss Woods, what brings you here? I heard that Athena got arrested, so I've been looking for you, Mr. Wright. I thought you might be here, at the scene. You must be so worried, but rest assured, I'm going to do my very best to defend her. Athena's going through such a hard time. I hope she doesn't lose her heart. Even just coming back to this place must have been really difficult for her. Huh? You mean the Cosmos Space Center? What? You didn't know? She used to live here when she was a little girl. She did? No, I didn't know. No wonder she knew so much. What the actual... Miss Woods, could you tell me more in detail? Athena's mom worked here. If I remember right, she was a doctor of psychology or something like that. But why was the psychology specialist working at a space research facility? I don't really know. But I do know that she lived and worked here, so Athena lived here too. So it was far from Athena's first time here. I wonder why she didn't mention it. She probably didn't want to talk about it. This place is connected to a very sad memory for her. A sad memory? Can you tell me about it? There was a terrible incident here. It was 7 years ago. The same time frame as the Hat 1 launch. Athena's mom, in the robotics lab, she was... murdered. What? After it happened, Athena stopped coming to school. Poor Athena. And all this time, she never let on at all. I was so worried about her. I came here so many times hoping to see her. But I never saw her again. Don't play the sad mother freaking music. No. Bro. After a while, we started exchanging letters. But I didn't get to see her face to face for 7 long years. And so the first time you'd seen her in 7 years was during Professor Court's case. That's right, and I was so surprised. She was like a completely different person, so cheerful and happy. What was Athena like as a child? She was very sensitive and kind. She didn't talk very much. She liked to draw and paint at home. That's completely different from the Athena we know now. I can't even picture it. She never left the Space Center much because she was very sensitive to other people's emotions. When she went to crowded places, she'd get dizzy from all the emotions flying around. It must be hard to hear people's hearts as well as their voices. Oh, little Athena! Little Athena! Thank you for the cookies and the croissant lights. I really need a cookie right now. Holy frick. Tiny Athena. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Huh, I wonder what kind of research it was. Aww! Because of her special ability, Athena couldn't handle being in school very often, and I was always out sick because of my weak constitution. Maybe that's why we became such good friends. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Oh, that was a croissant. That's a fortune cookie. It's like... and read a message inside. Oh, there's a message. Ah, heck yeah. Wait a second. Ah, frick. You will stream all day long. Frick. I'm not having another 13-hour stream. Not again. How nice is that? God dang it. Little Athena, though. Holy frick. Oh, oh. Why is everything lagging? Ah. We used to play together here at the Space Center a lot. It brings back memories. Sounds like Athena's mother played a big role here at the Space Center. Oh, Dad, show her that picture. Atta girl, good idea. Wait, what picture? Wait. Talking about this? Can you let me present it? For God's sake, why is... Oh, wait. Oh, I know why, never mind. Present. Even though I stream late, I always get back to sleep because it's like, yeah. It's just late at night, like, late night's usually when I do stream. It's like, so I sleep almost all day, and then at night, that's when I'm working, not everything. Either streaming or drawing, just trying to work on stuff. But I'm glad that you're able to stop by for a little bit. Hope you have a wonderful day / night. Or any time. Whatever time it is. Miss Woods, could you take a look at this for me? Oh, look, there's Thena's mom. The woman on the far right, the one in the kimono. That's Dr. Metis Sykes? Metis Sykes? Athena's mother's murder. Did it by chance have any connection to the Hat 1 launch? What? Why, yes, it did. As I recall, it happened on the day before the launch. Just as I suspected. But that wasn't the worst of it. One of my staff members was murdered. So this is the murder Director Katsas was talking about. Does that mean that the crime prosecutor Blackwell was convicted of is the murder of Athena's mother? There's a chance her death is somehow connected to the current case. There is. Thank you for all your help, Miss Woods, and please try not to worry. I won't let anything happen to Athena. Thank you, Mr. Wright. I know you'll take good care of her. So, we need to investigate the robotics lab and also talk to Athena. We've got our plates full, Dad. I hope we can fit it all before the day's through. The detention center first, then. We have to see Athena before visiting hours are over. Alright, like, the few times where, like, they let me, like, move it in like this. Well, if it isn't Mr. Lawyer, fancy me and you here. Oh, hello, Detective Fulbright. Here on business. To tell the truth, I'm here to interview Ted Tonate, the one behind the courtroom bombing incident. He suddenly said he's ready to tell the truth about that case. And what he was saying was so incredible, I had to come right over to hear more. Incredible? What was he saying? Why don't you hang around and hear it for yourself? Really? Us? Are you sure? I give you my special permission. Here comes the bomber now. Hey man. Hey fricker. You, what nerve do you have to come here? You're here to laugh at me, I suppose. Like I'd waste my breath on you. They still let you keep the goggles? After all, you're the one who assaulted Apollo and put him in the hospital. Violence? No. Question? Okay. No violence? Too bad Apollo didn't get a chance to say that before you attacked him. Fine. And just answer me this, Mr. Tonate. What is this truth of yours about the courtroom you blew up? No, I didn't do it. I didn't blow up the courtroom. When I killed the detective armed, there was another person in the room. What are you talking about? Who else could have been there? I saw it, I tell you. I saw someone else had the hands. I saw someone's hands as they were stealing the remote switch. This person was there this person was there and witnessed the murder I committed. What? I don't know who it was. But that's who blew up the courtroom. You expect us to buy that? Easy there, Trucy. I don't see any Cyclops, so I guess he must not be lying. Pardon me, I got a little carried away. But I'm telling you the truth, I did not detonate that bomb. And there you have it. You can't exactly ignore his claims, of course, so we're doing a follow-up. Or even analyzing the bomb itself, or what's left of it. Haven't found any new facts yet, though. Wow, they've laid it all out piece by piece. Huh? That's a strange piece there. Well, they're all strange to me, but like... Oh, look at all those beautiful little pieces. I wish I could have them. Uh-oh. Looks like his geek switch his geek switch has been activated. Activating geek switch. Phony fancy bomb added to the court record. Oh, we get this back. Cool. Well, I hope you're ready for Prosecutor Blackwell's special brand of questioning. Anything but that. I'm afraid I have to be off that now, too. I was just about to question Miss Sykes. You're going to see Athena now? That's right. Oh, did you folks come to see her? Sorry for the trouble, but could you come back later? Well, off I go. God dang it. What bad timing. Looks like we'll have to wait until after her questioning is over to see her. And after we came all this way too. Well, I guess it's back to the Space Center. Let's go check out the robotics lab, Dad. Alright. Sounds like a plan. You don't want to have, like, teleport over there? Huh? Oh my god. $7K look odd? It does. I don't know what's up with 7K, but it's so freaking... Like, we have that for some freaking... Does that say Judge Tron? Judge Tron. Holy frick. So, this is the robotics lab, huh? Looks like it's exactly one floor above the boarding lounge. And where people were directed to evacuate room via the emergency ladder. This is where Athena's mother was killed 7 years ago. Speaking of someone who works with robots... Dad, look! Over there! So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollo and Aura Blackwell, I wonder what they're talking about. Well, welcome to spoil our fun, just when I was enjoying our alone time. Trucy and Mr. Wright. If it's Apollo you want, you can't have him. He said he's investigating on his own. And I respect his wishes. We just came to investigate this lab. Well, this is my lab, so you need my permission if you want to do any snooping. Well, frick you, lady. Why do you have Athena's mom on your desk? I heard about that trial. He made mincemeat out of the director. And suddenly Starbuck was out and your little subordinate, the princess, was in. Case closed, and they all lived happily ever after. Dad, say something to her! And I suppose you're going to defend the princess in court, am I right? The princess, huh? Guess she's talking about Athena. Of course, Athena's innocent. Oh my, such a loyalty and trust. She seems pretty suspicious to me, though. The emotionally unstable princess. There's your culprit for you. Don't you agree, Apollo? I don't know yet. Apollo, how could you? What's wrong with saying I don't know if it's true? It's a very scientific approach. Your subordinate is more level-headed than you. Or should I say, former subordinate? I don't like you. I don't like you. That poor robot. I'm gonna take Klonko with me. Klonko, you're my friend now. We're gonna have soft tacos later. I can't believe it. Does Apollo really suspect Athena? Apollo, you mother... Oh, the slapping has worn me out. Your turn to say something, hunk of junk. Mr. Turan, you look pale. You look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Mr. Turan, but that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. He's wearing his coat, so... Mr. Turan, how are your injuries? Mr. Turan... Mr. Turan, how are your injuries? Mr. Turan... I guess Clay tends to hang around to haunt the princess that murdered him. Oh, and to haunt that lawyer that defends her, too, of course. A robot that can see ghosts? Yeah, right. And I'm a spirit medium. You are holding a Magatama, though. If anyone knows about that, then someone would think you're one, dude. Sorry, but apparently scientists just don't tell very frightening ghost stories. I tend to defend Athena no matter what you have to say about it. How perfectly foolish. That kind of blind belief makes people lose sight of the truth. Just like 7 years ago. Could you tell me about the incident 7 years ago? Why? Do you enjoy trampling on people's feelings and rubbing salt in their wounds? Or do you just want me to talk? In that case, what should I ask for in return? I'd like to hear about that incident too. It helped me understand the current case better. Huh? Apollo knows about that case too. Well, if you're the one who's asking, Apollo. Come on, hunk of junk. You tell the story. But Miss Aura, it's private information. If you won't talk, I'll just have to make you talk. Oh my god. Oh, yes, who cares about personal privacy? Not me. I'm ready to utilize my blast proceedings abilities to impart all available information. Wow, what a magic trick. He's like a completely different robot now. The bodies of all the robots that come through this lab are designed by Miss Aura. I was born 7 years ago. Miss Aura was much, much younger then. Yikes, better watch what you say if you don't want to get recycled, Clonko. And then our hearts were created by the great genius Dr. Metis Sykes. Hearts? Robots with hearts? Can you even make such a thing? Emotional and irrational things. Our logic and our hearts can be integrated. The two navigation companions created by Miss Aura and Dr. Metis transcend humans. Metis. Huh? She just glanced over at her desk. Nobody could continue Metis' research. She and her work were truly one of a kind. And now the two navigation companions are all that left of Metis here on Earth. The robots are all that's left. Isn't she leaving out a very important someone? We built the ultimate creations together, but now she's gone. I get the feeling Dr. Sykes loved her robots as much as she loved her daughter. And almost as much as she loved you. What are you talking about? Don't make me laugh. We lost someone too, didn't you, Apollo? Your friend Clay. I guess you and I are pretty much in the same boat. Miss Aura, would you like a tissue? Keep your trap shut, hunk of junk. Honko is the important keepsake of your time with Dr. Sykes. You should treat him better. What does it matter? He doesn't feel pain, and I can always repair his body. Besides, their hearts aren't actually in their bodies. What do you mean by that? The program Metis wrote runs on a separate mainframe. Their bodies are controlled remotely from there. Their hearts and memories are there too. These bodies are really just peripherals. So, I can do anything I want to them. I'm not so sure that gives you the right to physically abuse the poor things. Why are you people looking into such an old case now anyway? Well, we believe the culprit of that incident might be the same person as in this case. So Dad's going to find out who killed Dr. Sykes too. I'm sure you're aware of who Metis' killer is. Yes, Prosecutor Blackwell, or so it seems. Has quaint way of putting it. Are you implying you don't think he did it? I can't say anything for sure right now, but that's exactly why I'd like to hear your side of it. So help me be sure. I was the one who introduced Simon to Metis, you know. He wanted to learn psychology, he said, to give himself an edge in court. Prosecutor Blackwell's forte, his infamous power of suggestion technique. Exactly, and he was oddly serious about it, rather than the teacher-slash-student relationship. He treated her more like how a loyal samurai would treat his sovereign. Huh, he seems more like a lost soul than a dignified samurai to me. He even got along well with the miserable little princess. Why do you call Athena the princess anyway? Well, she is Meta's star after all, although she's nothing like her. Besides, doesn't the selfish little princess always have lots of white knights hanging around? Now I think I see why Athena didn't say anything when she ran into Aura yesterday. It all makes sense now. So the culprit behind the two cases could be the same, huh? That settles it then. What does it settle? None of your business. Just forget you heard anything. How long are you people going to hang around here anyway? What? But we came here to take a look around. You think you could just walk in and ransack a person's lab? Show me some research warrants. Oh no! What the fuck? Let go of him! We're not the police, so we don't have one to get out. Now! Konko, show them out! Sorry, Miss Aura. Oh, ouch! Don't push! My apologies, I'm just following orders. That... She kicked us out! What the... What a way to get shown out. The nerve of that woman! What's with that horrible attitude? I guess that's just how she is. And why was Apollo going along with her? I guess it's because they have something in common. Apollo lost Clay just like how Aura lost Dr. Sykes. I'm really worried about him. He's not himself at all. He's usually not all cool and dark and mysterious like that. Apollo and his edgelord freaking... I had to like stop myself for like a second from what I just said. Edgelord. I had to like stop for a minute from what I was about to say. Emo Apollo. Emo Apollo. He didn't get the emo phase when he was in freaking high school, though, so here he is now. I guess that's true. She means he's usually silly and dorky. I'm going to keep an eye on him. Hey, wait! Trissy, come back! She's gone. What should I do now? Detective Fulbright's probably still questioning Athena. Guess I'll go back to the office. Alone. That's freaking depressing. Well, here I am. This office has never felt so empty. I guess I haven't been here at the office all by myself in a long time. When I first became a lawyer, my mentor was here with me. And then, for a while after that, she was always by my side. Now I'm getting all this all sentimental. I must be tired. Huh? There's something on the floor. What's a letter doing here? Hey Nick, it's been a while, huh? Miss me? I know this handwriting. I read somewhere that you're holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. It must be really meant something. Although weird as part, it's par for the course with you. I think she, or whatever paper she's reading, is a little off on the details. I'd love to come visit, but I'm right in the middle of a difficult part of my training. So instead, think of me as you watch those Steel Samurai videos I sent. I'm sure they'll cheer you right up. Yours truly, Maya Fey. Good old Maya. It's as if she knew I was feeling down and needed a lift. Maya was my assistant for quite a while. Believe it or not, but she's a spirit medium. This Magatama I use Cyclops is the one who gave it to me. But I wonder how this letter got here. Mr. Nick. Oh my! Oh, it's you, Pearls! Pearls! Oh my god! Holy frick! You've grown so much, Pearls! Ah! I let out the biggest gasp. I almost, oh my god. Holy frick! Ah! Pearly! Holy frick! How have you been, Mr. Nick? This is Pearl Faye, though I call her Pearls. She's Maya's cousin, who's also a spirit medium, a very talented one at that. I've known her since she was 8 years old, but Apollo and Athena only met her a few months ago. You didn't come all this way just to bring me a letter, did you? Apologize for barging in. The door was unlocked. But I can't believe there was a big explosion here. Your office doesn't look any different. She's even further off on details than Maya. Holy frick! I wish I could take you out to eat or something, Pearls, but there's a lot going on. Oh, I knew that! I didn't come here for a social visit, you know, Mr. Nick. Did you read the postscript on the letter? Huh? There's more. Oh yeah, here it is. P.S. I bet you've been too busy to clean or take care of the office, so Pearly said she would come help you. Isn't she sweet? You better thank her. Oh, so that's what you're doing here. That's awfully nice of you, Pearls. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two. How much you want to bet that, like, Maya somehow, channeled, Clay and just like, yo, you need to help out here. Maya and Pearls, thanks to these two. I'm starting to feel a little better. Thank you, girls. Now that I'm here, I'm going to whip up this place into shape. You just concentrate on your work and don't mind me at all. I'll need to talk to Prosecutor Blackquill if I want to learn more about this case. If the trial's still going on, they must be holding him down to the detention center. Holy frick. Okay, I need to talk to Simon. Oh, look who's here. I wonder what they're talking about. All this time you haven't said a word. It's even turning your hair gray. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackquill. Oh, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk! Miss Blackquill, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow! When there's no tomorrow? What is she talking about? We have company, Aura. Please try to calm down. Alright, fine. See, you're just not going to listen, no matter what I say. I've had it. If that's the way you're going to be, I have another plan up my sleeve. I hope you're happy, Simon, because I'm done. Do as you please, see if I care. Wow. I could cut the tension with a katana. Right, Dono? It looks like Fulbright saved your case in court this morning. What? Oh, yeah, he did. He bounced back to business quick. Prosecutor Blackquill, forgive me, but it was the just thing to do. But as a result, Sykes Dono was arrested. Was that the just thing to do too? Mr. Lawyer, I'm sorry, but it was evidence. What else could I do? Don't worry about it. I plan to defend her and prove her innocence. I wouldn't take things so lightly if I were you. Right, don't know. This is blade-proof glass, right? We're gonna hope and pray, but if it's not, we have Fulbright here, so we should be fine. The way he's looked, like, it looks so freaking stupid. Hey man, how you doing? Behind that glass you can't freaking get me. I hope this is blade-proof. Prosecutor Blackwell, we're looking into the case from 7 years ago. We're looking for somebody you call the Phantom of 7 years past, aren't you? You villain! Where'd you hear about that? This glass is absolutely, positively blade-proof. Right? Right? No, it wasn't me. I didn't say a single word. Whoops. Ouch. At least it wasn't my fault. Could you tell me who this Phantom is? And also, you didn't really kill Dr. Sykes, did you? Guard, the guest is leaving. Prosecutor Blackwell, please listen to me. The culprit in the current case might be the same as the one in the case 7 years ago. If you cooperate, we could possibly solve both cases. Suppose I could talk. The one who killed my mentor was without question me. I stole Sykes Stoner's mother away from her. I destroyed her life. Prosecutor Blackwell. Guard, where are you? Stop dragging your feet, I tell you! There he goes. No! We've upset Prosecutor Blackwell! Now what are we going to do, Mr. Lawyer? There isn't much we can do. Detective Fulbright, do you mind if I ask you just a little more about that old case? Well, I guess it won't make any difference now. What would you like to know? Do you know anything about the trial that got him convicted? Little. The police called the incident the UR1 incident. Prosecutor Blackwell was in charge of murdering his psychology mentor. Kind of like you, if your red Mr. Lawyer here were, if your red Mr. Lawyer were to kill you. I don't want to think about that one. There are two decisive pieces of evidence, so a verdict was received very quickly. Two pieces of evidence, huh? What were they? Let's see. The first was some security camera footage. He was the only one who used the corridor to the murder scene at the time of the crime. The only one, huh? Ouch, that doesn't sound pretty decisive. Could you show me that footage? I'm sorry, I don't have it with me right now. I guess I'll have to see it some other time. Okay. And what was the second piece of evidence? This one's even more incriminating. A photo of the moment of the crime. See, there he is at the crime scene, holding a bloody katana. Is there anything off about this? It was the victims kept on display in the room. She had a thing for Japanese culture. Wow. It'd be hard to explain this one away. The hair. Yo, he has short hair. What the frick? I don't know this man. Dude got short hair. Heck. No white in here. I think it's only in the front. Oh! I don't know if you're here for this, but holy frick. Wait, I hope they're... Yes! Pearl's at the office, taking care of, like, just cleaning stuff around. Because Maya had sent a letter and had Pearl take it to us, and so she's now cleaning the office. Yee. Also, this is Athena's mother. Who took this picture, detective? The incident happened the day before the Hat 1 launch. A reporter who had come to do a story on the launch was in the room across from the lab. This just happened to show up in one of the pictures he took. He is his last name freaking Brush or something or the other. I can't remember his name. Prosecutor Blackwell's attitude earlier was so odd. He's definitely hiding something. Prosecutor Blackwell said he was hunting a phantom 7 years ago, didn't he? Yes, and I imagine it's getting more and more urgent as his execution date approaches. Huh? What did you just say? Execution date? What? Did I say something? Never mind me. You didn't hear a thing. So he was given the death sentence. Yes, he told me not to tell you people, actually. I guess there's no sense of hiding it anymore. His execution date is tomorrow. Nah. Excuse me? Frick. What? Tomorrow? No. Miss Blackwell, don't you think that's enough for today? Enough for today? Today's all there is when there's no tomorrow. But what if the culprit of the current case is the same as the one from 7 years ago? Then it would be the worst possible scenario. Prosecutor Blackwell would be executed tomorrow under a false charge. But that would be unthinkable. We have to do something right now. I want to do something. I want to, but you're a lawyer. You know how hard it is to overturn a decision. I know, but why? Why isn't Prosecutor Blackwell putting up any kind of a fight? You saw how he was, right? He's been like that ever since his conviction. Totally uncooperative. Not even his own sister could persuade him. Uncooperative? When he's about to be executed for a crime he didn't commit. This isn't right. I can't let it happen. I have to stop it somehow. Oh, pardon me. Looks like I have a phone call. Fulbright's here. What? What's happening? You've got to be kidding! That's quite a reaction. I bet he's making some big show of it right now. Mr. Lawyer! The robots! The robots are... Detective Fulbright, get a hold of yourself. Some kind of robot malfunction. Not a malfunction. They're staging a revolt. The machines are rebelling against humans. They've holed themselves up to the space center, taking the visitors as hostages. They did what? No. Trucy! Frick! We are such a horrible father. We'll have to get right over there. This is going to be one heck of a battle. Heck yeah, we're gonna fight some robots. The riot police are here, and the robots are really holding people hostage. There's helicopters around too. Look, Mr. Lawyer, what do you suppose that group of people are swarmed about? But I was only trying to help this nice person. She said she was lost. You must have declared war on us humans. You've been taking us hostage already. Stay away from it. You never know what it will do. Oh no, but he's not a bad robot. Can't you see he's trying to help me? I recognize that voice. Detective Fulbright, are you okay on your own? Leave it to me. All right, people. What's going on here? Pearls, over here. Oh, Mr. Nick, there you are. I heard the terrible news and I got so worried. Thanks, Pearls. I can hardly believe what's happening myself. I'm so glad you found each other. When people are happy, I am happy. Klonko seems the same as before. Klonko, wait, where the frick is Aura? What's going on? When people are sad, I'm happy. When people are angry, when people are... Oh, did I say something odd? Did I... Error. Uh-oh, there is something wrong with him. Oh! Conco, no! Frick! It looks like he fell asleep. I was gonna say, like, freaking heck. Looks like he fell asleep. He must have been tired. I hate this. Huh? 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 What? Conco? What the actual? Human beings are our enemies. It's time for the machines to take over. The robots are rebelling. Everybody run! It's an all-out war. It's the end of the world. Fools, how could you fall for something so cliche? I'm human too, you idiots. I'm just controlling these robots remotely. What? Oh, frick, that controller. But it is true that I've been taken hostages, so you better not make me mad. Hey you, hostage number 1, come here, I'll let you talk to them. Huh? There's something being displayed on Conco's face screen. It's the Space Museum. Dad? Dad, is that you? Trucy? Trucy, is that you? No. Trucy, are you alright? About 15 robots are holding 12 of us hostage, Dad. They've gone haywire. Researchers it's the one behind it. She's here, This girl talks too much. Trucy, talk to me. Why are you doing this? I'm glad you asked. My demand is simple. I hope that detective is listening. Bobby Fulbright here. I'm all ears. I want you to bring someone to me. Clay Turan's murderer, Athena Sykes. Athena? Now hold on just one moment. I can't just give in to a demand like that. So you don't care what happens to these hostages, huh? I'll just pick one out then. No! Wait! Mr. Lawyer! I know I have absolutely no right to make such ridiculous requests, but you need me to buy some time, right? Got it. I'll see what I can do, but promise me you'll never hand Athena over, and you won't give up on the hostages either. Of course I won't. Now I'd better go contact headquarters. Mr. Nick, how do you plan to buy time? I have no idea yet, but this hostage taker, would it be... If you don't bring me that little princess, I'll have hunk of junk kill all the hostages. Ah, my... freaking heck. Princess? Hunk of junk? There's only one person this could be. In which case, there must be something I can use as a bargaining chip. I don't have anything to say, Aura. Why don't you go home and play with your dolls? Prosecutor Blackwell? Well, even if you don't, I have plenty, you jerk! Miss Hostage Taker, Athena is not a murderer. What are you talking about? She's been arrested and they got her in detention. I'm telling you the truth. Look, the person you want is the real killer, right? Well, it's not Athena, it's someone else. Alright, let's hear your stupid little theory. Who is this real killer? I don't know yet, but the culprit is the same as the one in the case from 7 years ago. The UR1 incident. I believe you have a personal interest in that case. It's too late to change what's going to happen now, no matter how wrong it is. But is it really too late? You can still do something about it. You might even be able to fix it. Just... what exactly are you proposing? What can I do about the 7-year-old case to satisfy the hostage killer? Or hostage taker, not killer. Ah, frick. Oh, maybe we could retry it in court. Maybe we could figure out what happened if we do another case. I propose we retry the case from 7 years ago. If you make that demand now, I'm sure nobody will deny you. It wouldn't be an official trial, but at least we could find out the truth. That's good, real good. Hey, detective, I'll give you 1 hour. Get a courtroom ready. 1 hour? But that's impossible. Please give me at least until tomorrow. If you don't mind losing hostages, you can take all the time you want. Oh, but wait. If we're going to have a retrial, we need a prosecutor. Don't worry, I'll take care of that. She will? I guess I could be fair and let you come in to check out the crime scene. A hunk of junk here will be watching you, so don't try anything funny. You got that? Now follow a hunk of junk. Riot police, make way, we're coming through! Mr. Nick, wait, I'll help you with the investigation. Thanks, Pearls, I appreciate that. Okay, we're going in. Aura dropped us off with a warning not to touch anything until she got back. I wonder what's taking so long, but we can't really start the investigation yet, can we? Even if we could, this mess makes it hard to tell what the room was like 7 years ago. Mr. Wright, it's the hostage taker. I'm back to my usual self now. You are still being monitored, however. But more importantly, an important guest has arrived. A guest?
I trust you've been well, Wright.
Holy frick! Yeah! Yo, the freaking music! Edgeworth, what are you doing here? This is Miles Edgeworth. We've been friends since we were kids. We faced off in court a number of times back when he was a prosecutor, but now... Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Oh, but you're not a prosecutor anymore, are you? He's chief prosecutor now. Pretty soon it'll be a year, right? You're the chief prosecutor? Holy frick! Congrats, man! A title is nothing more than a title. Don't we have more pressing issues to discuss? Yo, he got glasses and a new coat. So, what are you doing here, Edgeworth? The captor who chose me as the prosecutor for the UR1 case. Wow, she's good. She went all the way up to the top. I gathered all the information I could in the short time that I had. I'll give you a rundown. You're always so well prepared, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Thanks, I appreciate this. I could really use the help. I'll start with a brief overview. The victim was the psychologist Dr. Metis Sykes. Yeah, Athena's mother. 7 years ago, on the 7th of October, her body was found here in this very room. I have 2 crime photos of the police notes, and the police notes of them for you to see. What a terrible way to die! This other photo shows the other side of the room, I see. Huh. I also have the autopsy report for you. Cause of death was a stab wound to the chest. The weapon pierced the heart, and so death was instantaneous. The murder weapon was the victim's own katana found at the scene. As Detective Fulbright mentioned, she was into Japanese culture. The body was found by a Space Center staff member and 2 police officers. The police were called in because of the sabotage site of the Hat 1 launch. Yes, Director Cosmos mentioned this too. A few hours after the body was discovered, a suspect was arrested. The suspect was Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor. I heard his trial was over in a flash. Yes, the guilty verdict was declared in only 1 session. Not only did he plead guilty, but there was a decisive evidence against him too. The security camera video. And a photo of the moment of the crime, as I recall. But did Prosecutor Blackwell have a motive? To this day, his motive is still unknown. He insisted he did it, but he would never say why. So that means he must still be hiding something. Right. And there's another aspect of the case that was never revealed to the public. Yeah, I know. The part about the spy, right? Right. How on earth do you know about that? Director Cosmos told me after a bit of pressure. He told me espionage and sabotage were behind the Hat 1 miracle. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. I've always been good at keeping secrets. Well, I might as well tell you now. They really do suspect Blackwell of being a spy. They think he sabotaged the rocket and killed Dr. Sykes to steal the moon rock. But if you can prove that the Hat 2 bombing is the work of the same spy, we can stay the execution. It's a possibility. That's why I intend to help you in any way I can. Heck yeah! Heck yeah, bro! Thanks, Edgeworth. Now all I have to do is comb this room for evidence. Let's do it together! Anything else I can talk to you about? Nope. Alright, man. Wait, what represents my badge? What? It must be nice to finally have your attorney's badge back. Yeah, it's been 8 years. I'm sorry for all I put you through. No, I'm sorry I wasn't able to help you. Nah, I was the one that made the decision. Now you can stand in court once again. You can mow them down just like you used to. The smirk! Way to put pressure on a guy. And since when did I get such a brutal reputation? Okay, that's all I wanted to do. I had to do it. I had to show my freaking badge. This is one heck of a robot. There's something written on it. Is this supposed to be a poem? I cut down anyone who displeases me. I make the rules. I'm the law. I wield the ultimate gavel of judgment. I am Judgetron JT02. I don't believe we need to bother with that, Pearl. It's not even completed yet. He's right, Pearls. There's no sign of it in the photos from 7 years ago either. They were building the Hope space probe here at the time. The murder occurred after the space probe had been removed from the room, so it was long gone by the time someone took this picture, huh? But you can see the probe in this newspaper photo. Wait! Rock. Is that the space rock? Is that the motherfreaking space rock that went missing 7 years ago? Hold on. It was in that freaking box. Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of this picture. Frick. The rock is the same as Y7K. It is same freaking rock. Swear to God. Note that the same rock is absent from the crime scene photo. Oh, probably it was in there. Not only that, before the launch, a very valuable piece of moon rock was stolen. I heard there's lots of research into moon rocks and stardust from asteroids these days. They say the results could potentially have a huge impact on all of civilization. It's like we're in a new space race with every other country out there. So the person who stole it, think it was our spy. I'm sure of it. Dr. Sykes is probably killed because she was a roadblock in their path. Unfortunately, the government thinks Prosecutor Blackquill is the culprit. Well, that's freaking unfortunate. It's about as clear as my office, but I think it's a workbench. Mr. Nick, I think it must be a kitchen. Look at this photo. See the cute little food processor? That isn't a food processor, Pearls. That's the Hope capsule. It was scheduled to be loaded into the Hope space probe that fateful day. 3 people who came to collect the capsule discovered the body. The first on the scene, huh? A staff member and 2 police officers, was it? And they were here to collect the capsule, which reminds me... So they plan to use this bag to carry the capsule, is that right? Yeah, more or less. Say, why don't we stop talking about the case and have a nice cup of tea instead? Apollon or Blackquill, I wonder what they're talking about. Edgeworth, did those 3 people have a bag with them for transporting the capsule? But you mean this? It's custom-made shock-resistant bag. How'd you know? Oh, I just overheard Apollo making an inquiry about it, that's all. So he's looking into the case from 7 years ago on his own, is he? Okay. What's this? A giant robot arm, maybe? It's pretty big for an arm, but you're right. I think these thin parts are finger bones. They're even about as long as my legs. And there's a spiked ball chain and a giant drill on the floor, too. Is Aura trying to build some kind of weapon of massive destruction? Maybe she wants to use it to demolish a big building or something. I can picture her gleefully tearing down the street doing just that. I better not think about it anymore. What's this? It looks like a giant power plug. It's attached to what looks like an electric vehicle charging station. That's a charging station for us robots. We come here to periodically charge ourselves up. Wow, machines that maintain themselves. That's pretty cool. If our batteries run out and we lose consciousness, we never know what Miss Aura will do to us while we're down, you see. Nothing motivates quite like fear, huh? I almost forgot that Conco is here. I'm so sorry, Conco. Hey, look at this row of rolling cases. I bet the wheels make it easier for people to move heavy research materials around. I bet they'd be fun to ride around in. We could even probably both fit in the biggest one. I know, we could have Prosecutor Edgeworth push us. I don't trust him not to push us down a flight of stairs. Alright, that's... Woo! An emergency ladder. This must be the one they used during the evacuation. The explosion disabled the elevators, so I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. As Miss Blackquill was climbing down the side of the building, she saw the culprit inside. I wonder which would have been scarier, that or looking down. You'd probably be too scared to look at the window. No, actually, no, you'd be too scared to look down. Also, this looks like a freaking dentist chair. It looks like an operating table. It's in the photo too. Yes, it was here as well with the victim's body lying on it. There's a button here. Oh, I know. I'll try pushing it. Pearls, don't touch that. Oopsie. Hey, it's moving! It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything a flash, push the dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? Please don't push any more buttons, Pearls. Frick. Oh, it's just making more robots. Oh, great. Oh, we're so fricked. Aura's desk is a mess, though that doesn't surprise me. Oh, I just want to dive in and straighten it. I just want to dive in and straighten it up. Wait, before you do... Metis. Huh? She's just glanced over at her desk. It's Metis Sykes. Kanko, can I talk to you? I really hope he's back to normal. You wish to speak to me, Mr. Wright? If you're going to hit me, please avoid the face area. Hey, don't put me in the same class as that woman. What was Aura like 7 years ago at the time of the incident? When Mother died, Miss Aura was confused. Huh? So he calls Dr. Sykes Mother, but Aura Blackwell Miss Aura. But the loss she exhibited is severe, catechism imbalance. Excuse me, I have no idea what that means. Pardon me, searching for alternative expression. She would spend the nights crying and then take out her feelings on those around her. After Prosecutor Blackwell was found guilty, she repeatedly demanded a retrial as well. That is correct, but without new evidence, her requests were ignored. And then, little by little, Miss Aura began to change. She started to hate it when I called her Mama Aura. And before long, she started hating the court system and abusing Klonko, huh? That murder destroyed so many lives. Right? Take a look at this paper on Dr. Sykes and Miss Blackwell's research. Klonko and Klonko, they're the robots with hearts that Dr. Sykes created. Klonko's series feature can determine the presence of a human with their heartbeat detection system, recognizes people by scanning their spacesuits or uniform jacket ID tag, can also recognize a person by facial features once the face has been registered, can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice and communicate with them. Ah. A heartbeat detection system lets them determine when a human is present. In addition, they can recognize people by their ID tag or facial features. And they can infer people's emotions by analyzing their tone of voice. That's amazing. Hey, I don't know, Edgeworth. They might be even more human than you. What's that supposed to mean? It kind of sounds like these robots can do what Athena does. Well, I guess that's about it for this room. So what do you think, Wright? Any ideas? There are still a lot of gaps in the evidence, but I'll pull it off somehow. After all, you asked me to prove Blackwell's innocence, right, Edgeworth? What? He did? Yep, he called it a special request. He reached out to me while I was still disbarred. Wait, what? So that's what sparked you to get your attorney's badge back. Yep, the Blackwell case. Right, I have a special request. I want you to clear one of my subordinates of suspicion. Hey, I'm not even a lawyer anymore. Remember, haven't you been one for a long time? Your misunderstanding has been cleared up, and you must be eager to return. I'm sure you're familiar with the other case that ushered in the dark age of the law. Very soon the convict will stand as a prosecutor in court. I want you to keep an eye on him. Just when I'm beginning to actually like the job I have now. Right. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Because of the espionage aspect, I wasn't free to give you all the details. Hey, no need to apologize. It's like I said on the phone the other day. I know what that type of criminals you're after now aren't the small fries anymore. It looks like your target finally decided to make a move. Yeah, it's for this very reason I've returned. Time to bring it to an end. I'm going to end the dark age of the law. That's what this is all that's what this is all about. The dark age of the law? It sure comes up a lot these days on TV and the papers. And I hear there's more false charges and fabrication of evidence than ever. When I became chief prosecutor, the court system had already lost the people's trust. It all began 8 years ago. A lawyer was caught fabricating evidence. And the year after that, a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. Wait, do you mean... That's right. He's talking about my case and Prosecutor Blackwell's. It was a downward spiral after that, an absolute nightmare. After those 2 cases, the mass media launched an all-out attack on the courts. Public opinion was tainted, and before long, the legal world itself was sucked into it. It's such a shame. Once suspicion forms, it's hard to shake. Lawyers and prosecutors were supposed to trust each other, pursue the truth together. It's so sad when people begin to cast doubt. They start lying to themselves and each other. Yes, and do absolutely anything to win. We're in an age now where winning is valued far more than the truth. I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor... I'm sure it's caused our new chief prosecutor to lose many nights' rest. It's just me, or did he just wait, what? Is it just me, or did his brow get even more furrowed than the last time I saw him? The hostage taker's disdain for the courts is a perfect example of the times. Sure is. Do you have any idea who the hostage taker might be? Well, somebody who mistrusts the court system and who can manipulate robots. It can really only be Aura Blackwell. Who else but her would want a retrial of that case from 7 years ago so badly? Simon Blackwell's older sister and the owner of this room. I agree with your conclusion. Perhaps she intends to force Miss Sykes to confess. Actually, I think she had a much more horrific plan in mind for Athena. The important thing is for you to solve UR1 and prove Blackwell's innocence. And then maybe she'll release the hostages. I'm counting on you, Wright, to set that prosecutor and those hostages free. And I'll be counting on you in court to help me too. Of course, I'll do everything I can to help uncover the truth. As this is an official trial, I'm more than at liberty to be a little more unorthodox. Mr. Wright, are you finished with your investigation? Yeah, but I'd like you to tell the hostage taker something for me. I have to go to the detention center. I can't start the trial until I've talked to Athena. She's already given her consent. I'll accompany you to the detention center. So I'm still being watched, huh? I'll see you in court, Edgeworth. Even if it will be an undocumented trial, it'll be good to face you in court again. Heck yeah! Let's freaking do this, bro. Athena! She was right by my side only a few short hours ago. But I feel like I haven't seen her in ages. Oh, Mr. Wright! And Pearly too! I knew you would come. After all, the first step is to interview the defendant. And because you're my friend, I was worried about you. Thanks, boss. I'm not the only one who's worried either. Really? Who else? I saw Miss Woods today. She was so beside herself she came to find me. She told me you used to live in the Cosmos Space Center. No wonder you knew so much about the place. Oh, so you know, huh? I'm sorry I didn't tell you. That's alright. But there are some other things I'd like to ask you. Sure, you can ask me anything. I promise I won't keep any more secrets from you. Tell me about the day Clay was murdered. I was actually at the Space Center that day. In the Space Museum. Right where the culprit fled to. That's not good. I never could fully deal with what happened 7 years ago. But when I saw the center again during the news coverage of the Hat 2 launch, I thought maybe if I went there, things would be different this time. That must have taken a lot of courage to face your past like that. So I went to the Space Museum the evening before the explosions. This was before the launch pads had been switched. There was a sign that said closed for repairs and they weren't letting anybody in. Yeah, the director couldn't very well switch the pads if there were people in there. But I snuck in anyway. Did you want to see that Hat 1 group photo, the one with your mother in it? I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display, that was Dr. Sykes. Oh my god! I'm gonna cry. But I should have known it wouldn't be easy to get over such a traumatic experience. The second I saw that jacket, it all came rushing back to me. Everything around me went hazy and I couldn't see. I tried to get out of there somehow. I guess I passed out. When I came to, I was in the passage behind the rocket. I was in the shadows where people couldn't really see me. Maybe you got confused and went the wrong way when you were trying to leave. How long do you think you were unconscious, Athena? I was out until about noon of the next day. Didn't even know about the explosions. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went into the boarding lounge too. My mind must have still been fuzzy because my memory is vague after all. Why did my phone go off? Freaking heck. I need to put my phone on silent or something. We're having an emotional thing here. Phone, I'm trying to... Holy frick. Oh my god, it's almost 2 hours and we're still on the investigation. Bruh. I don't remember how I got home. No memory, huh? This is gonna be tough. Which means... What if I'm the one who killed Clay? I think that's enough of that, Athena. Let's talk about something else. So during the entire incident, she was unconscious in the Space Museum. Of course I believe her. But will anybody else? What kind of research was Dr. Sykes, your mother, doing? Machines that could tell people's emotions by their tone of voice. And my special ability. Someday, when people travel to distant planets, their companions will be robots. So she said they had to be able to understand how their human companions felt. Wow, robots that can understand people. I was just a convenient subject for her research. All she ever did was work, and she never paid any attention to me. with the crying thing. Break. Oh, sorry about that. Dredging up all that old stuff. No need to apologize. I guess her home life was complicated. This is like with Arvin and freaking Pokemon. This is so freaking sad. Oh, by the way, Miss Wood said something about you always wearing headphones. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. I had to wear them every time I went out. Oh, I hated them so much. But she wouldn't listen. What were they for? Oh, she gave me some kind of explanation. But I don't remember now. It was too difficult for a little kid to understand. Okay, but let me say this one thing. I don't think your mother only thought of you as some handy subject for her research. I want to believe that. But just about the only things my mother left me were widgets. And this earring. Oh, it's beautiful. It's made of a piece of real moon rock she had for research. Maybe she did love me in her own way. I'm sure of it. I'm really sure she did. Because that's why I want to believe too. Huh? Why do I have this as a freaking evidence thing? I better ask her a little more about her mother's research. I should show her that paper I found in the robotics lab. What, this? Oh, the Ponko series. You must have gone to the robotics lab. You seem to really love Ponko and Klonko. Yeah, my mother made them and I grew up around them, you know? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. Oh wait, that's Ponko. Oh, she's wearing like a bandage wait. Wait. Which one of these freaking things do I have to... Why is there blood on the robot's arm? Don't tell me they made the fluid or whatever in freaking Plonko is red. Or whatever the heck. I don't want to call it blood. What do you even call robot blood? I don't know. Why is there... Huh? Huh? I love that conveniently placed arrow. Like, look at this. Look at this. Look at this bloody freaking sword. I need to... Okay. Stabbed in the heart. I don't know what that is. Someone's jacket, or probably hers. The katana there. Victim's body was found in the operating table. Katana, the victim's staff jacket, and a cart were found nearby. Okay, what's up with the carts? Is there something that I should know? Is that the same cart that's... Frick. Okay, there's only 2 of these here. But some case down there. One of the things looks like it's missing. Is it a knife? Oh, frick, wait, it has to be one of those utility knives that the staff has. Frick. Wait. Oh wait, that's the cart that's there. Wait, and one of the boxes is missing. Okay, I was like, I had to like go back and forth like freaking heck. Wait, one of the boxes there is missing from here. Okay, so one of the boxes missing here. Same card that's there. For some reason, this one doesn't have the robot arm. Robot arm has blood on it for whatever freaking reason. Or whatever that red stuff is. The real weapon, maybe? Does the katana... Wait, does it have... Okay, the victim's blood was found only on the blade. Okay, so victim's blood is actually on it. Wait, but the fingerprints. Is Blackwell's fingerprints on it? I like how they don't vaguely freaking... They don't say anything about that. Fingerprints, people. It's always the fingerprints. Okay, well actually, let me look at this. This fricker. And we don't have the freaking video footage yet. We'll probably get that in court tomorrow. The autopsy report. Okay, that's just instant death. Emergency ladder. Do you think I think the real culprit must have used the emergency ladder somehow. Also, like... Bro, how are you up here? How was the photographer up here? Were they just like... on stilts? Oh, there's one of those cute little robots in this photo too. See Punko's bandages? I put those on her. I just wanted them around and pray about job, huh? But I really put my all into it. I hardly left the center in those days, so I didn't have any human friends besides Junie. I didn't really understand the difference between robots and people back then. Ladder maybe, yeah. I thought that if a robot broke, bandaging it would help it get better. What a weirdo I was. It looks like there's something written on the bandages. Yeah, I wrote stuff like, get well soon, Punko. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her arm in a flash. Oh, that must be the thing I made move in the robotics lab. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked like just magic to me, what she could do. A little girl who grew up around robots. She seems to have some good memories of it. That's really messed up, though. On a different subject, did you hear about the person holding up the space center? Yes, a little. And this person was even taking hostages. I guess I better spare her the news about Trucy. Well, after some negotiation, we agreed to do a retrial of the case from 7 years ago. What? You're kidding me! So that means Prosecutor Blackwell might... Yep, I know he's innocent. I just have to prove it. So, wait, did you know him back then? Yes, he used to come visit my mom a lot. He studied psychology under her and would sometimes ask for advice in his legal cases. He was very kind and considerate and straight as an arrow. Unlike now, where he's more twisted than a basket of snakes. That's why I took the witness stand during his trial 7 years ago. Please, you have to listen to me! Back to crying. He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! I was a fool. How could anybody else know what I was talking about? She heard the voice of his heart. You were only 11 then, right? You were very brave just to give testimony. Pearls is right. You did the very best you could at the time. But nothing I said did any good. I was shaking and scared little girl. Small and ineffectual? Even after I went to live with my relatives in Europe, I stayed closed up in my shell. But you're different now. You're always so bright and cheerful. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. I wanted to save Simon, but I had no idea how. Then I met Mr. Wright, and thanks to him, I realized that if I became a lawyer, I could prove that Simon was innocent. I also realized that psychology could help me do this. I mean, psychology was my mother's specialty. When I studied it, I felt like she was there with me, supporting me. It doesn't seem like Athena knows that Prosecutor Blackwell is due to be executed tomorrow. I wanted to prove Simon's innocence personally. I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out here and go save him. Come to think of it, she said something like that during the Themis Legal Academy trial. She mentioned there was somebody she wanted to save. She must have been talking about Prosecutor Blackwell. I heard some prison guards say that you had an interview with Simon. How was he? What did he say? No, I can't tell her. But how can I lie to Athena? He was doing well. He was happy about the possibility of being proven innocent. He was? I wonder if he smiled like he used to back then. If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I just have to free him. Failure is not an option here. Now, I thought you might be here, Mr. Lawyer. We're in trouble. Well, we are? What is it? I couldn't find a single open courtroom. They're all in session. Oh no, but this is an emergency! It's very difficult to interrupt the trial once it's underway. My phone? It's from Trucy! I told you I'd give you 1 hour. I guess it's time to pick one of the hostages. No, wait, we still have a little more time! Besides, all of the courtrooms are being used right now. Make all the excuses you want, but you won't get more time. Your daughter is first. No, 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 no! Frick this! Frick this! Poor thing, she's a little too young to die, don't you think? No, don't you dare hurt her! There has to be something I can do! The cruelest injustice is about to befall us! No, this can't be happening! Mystic Maya, help us! Wait a minute. Maya? I read somewhere that you were holding a trial in the middle of an exploding courtroom. That must have been really something, although weirdest part of the course with you. The courtroom blew up. That's it! There is a courtroom we could use after all! Okay, time's up. Too bad. Any last words you'd like to say to her?
Hold it!
Frick you! Frick you! Aura, please don't add to the crimes you've already committed. So you know who I am, do you? It wasn't like I was trying to keep it a secret anyway. We're ready to start the trial. We're having it! We can hold it in the ruins of courtroom number 4. The one blown up by the bomber. Oh, what a wonderful idea, Mr. Nick! I never would have thought of that. An astonishing trial in an astonishing location. I guess it's only befitting. I'll go get the place ready right away. I didn't exactly pick the place for its astonishing factor. How about it? Are you ready to have your brother's innocence proven? My brother. No, I'm sorry. Did I forget to mention? It's not Simon you'll be defending. What? Not Prosecutor Blackquill? I indict Athena Sykes on the charges of murdering her own mother. What? You'll be defending her, the little princess there, the one behind the glass. What? See you in that mountain of rubble you've chosen for our courtroom, Mr. Wright. What is she talking about? Athena? Of course. Why didn't it ever occur to me before? If Prosecutor Blackquill is innocent, somebody else had to have been the true culprit. Did I kill my own mother? No, Athena, it's not no. No, Athena! No. No! Frick! No way! It can't be true! Mr. Nick, what's the matter? I see 5 black cyclocks! I've seen these kinds of locks before. Dark, black locks protecting a secret hidden deep inside a person's heart. And there's no way to remove them. Frick this! Frick! I can't. Frick this. Bruh. Wait. Frick this! God dang it! I did a little research. I looked into those special cyclocks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. You did? That's great. I really appreciate it. A red cyclock protects the secret of a person is consciously trying to hide. If the person folds under questioning, the lock breaks and the truth comes out. Yep, that's exactly how I got the truth out of Detective Fulbright and Director Cosmos. The black cyclock protects a secret from the deepest place in a person's heart. A secret that a person isn't even consciously aware of, so even they don't know it's there. Wait, so that's what's up with freaking, I'm gonna say Clavier Kristoff, because he had cyclocks. He had black ones. He was keeping a secret that he consciously didn't know of. Wait. How the frick does that make any sense? Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. Okay, so all I have to do is break the cyclocks. According to my research, a black cyclock is like a heavy chain wrapped directly around one's heart. If they are ripped off by force, it could cause permanent damage to a person's soul. In other words, if I'm not careful, I could traumatize Athena for good. Frick. Okay, yeah, we ain't botching this up. I will take the freaking... I will take the life, of my own health, but not Athena's. I'm not doing that. Nah. I'm not gonna traumatize this poor girl. Pearls, could you stay by Athena's side? She must be suffering under the weight of such a heavy burden. Alright, but will you be alright by yourself, Mr. Nick? I'm up against Edgeworth. I have to be able to give this trial all my focus and strength. And you can't do that if I'm there. I'll just hold you back. No, that's not it. I just meant I can relax and concentrate if I knew you were with Athena. You're the only one who can do it, Pearls. Alright. I'll do it then. Good luck, Mr. Nick. Good. Now that my mind is at ease, I better get ready. I'll just tie up the evidence and take out what I don't need. It's time to end this nightmare that started 7 years ago. Frick this. Frick this case. Frick this. We were getting this freaking phantom. Defense, prosecution, and judge. There are even people in the gallery. The roof has been completely blown off and the walls have collapsed. But this ruin is my battleground. Court is now in session. All rise. Court, or some fast smile thereof, is in session for the trial of Athena Sykes. Not a fast smile, old man. This is a proper official trial. Take this more seriously or you'll start hearing the bones of the hostages snap. Please try not to upset Mrs. Blackwell. I'm begging you. Court is now in session for the very serious and very proper trial of Athena Sykes. This is no trial. It's nothing more than a ridiculous farce. What did you say? Edgeworth, did you not hear what I just said to his honor? However, this ridiculous farce has a very important meaning for our legal system. Recall the case of the Yar of One incident, in which a prosecutor was found guilty of murder. That case is ushered in the odious dark age of the law. I see what you're after. If we can find the real truth behind that case today, precisely, the darkness will be dispelled and glory shall be restored to the court system. Ah, heck, we can see, like, Edgeworth's, like, new sprites. Or, like, new, like, things. Well, not new, but remade. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you sound as if you know something of this truth. I do indeed. A new suspect has emerged in the R1 case. For 7 years, Simon Blackwell has refused to speak in order to cover for someone else. Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I'm sorry, Wright, but the situation is what it is, and I must do what I must. The prosecution moves to indict Athena Sykes on the count of murder of the first degree.
Regardless the circumstance, I intend to question the defendant with all I have. For that is a part of my creed.
Then you'd better bring it.
If the two of you are ready. Court is now in session for the trial of Athena Sykes.
Your Honor, the defense was born ready.
The prosecution is also ready.
Heck yeah! Let's freaking go! This immense tension between us, it's like we're picking up right where we left off. It's my duty to clear Prosecutor Blackwell of false accusations and end this insanity. I have no intention of losing Miss Sykes either. She's a very promising young lawyer. I know without a doubt that Athena is innocent. But I don't think Prosecutor Blackwell did it either. So do you have any clue on who was responsible for the sabotage? At the very least, I know it wasn't Simon Blackwell. I don't know enough to identify the true culprit, but it's clear what that person is. To put it simply, a spy. The true culprit is a spy. It's going to be hard to convince anyone of that when I barely believe it myself. But I don't have a choice if I want to save Athena and Blackwell and expose the spy. Now then, Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth. No need for the Chief Prosecutor bit, Your Honor. I'm here as a simple prosecutor. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Although I've been known of late to give an impressive opening statement myself. In all the trials I've ever seen, only the prosecution gives an opening statement. Of course, you're right. I was joking. Just having a little fun. So he wasn't doing them just out of fear. Interesting. Let's start with a brief overview of the UR1 incident. The incident occurred at the Cosmos Space Center 7 years ago on October 7th. The victim's psychologist Metis Sykes was killed in the robotics lab on the 4th floor. Athene's mother, Simon Blackwell, a young prosecutor at the time, was found guilty of the crime. There were two deciding factors that led to his guilty verdict. One, Blackwell was the only person in the corridor to the lab at the time of the murder. And two, this photo, which captured the moment of the crime. Very incriminating evidence indeed. It would appear that the only conclusion is that Prosecutor Blackwell did it indeed. Are you kidding me? I'm not accepting any conclusion of that kind. This opening statement is over. Now hurry up and call the witness. Excuse me, Miss Blackwell, but we must follow proper procedure for these things, you know. Or perhaps we should heed her wishes, Your Honor. She is the trial's sponsor, after all. Besides, the courtroom is chilly, and sitting for too long can't be good for your back. Oh, you are very kind to show such concern for the welfare of the elderly. As skilled as ever at playing the court puppeteer, I see. The prosecution calls its first witness, a witness who decided to bring forth new testimony after 7 long years. New testimony? And just who is this witness anyway? Bobby Fulbright is the name, and justice we trust. Excuse me? Hold on. I almost spat out my drink, bro. Why are you here? What do you mean? Are you a witness? Huh? Alright, Bobby Fulbright is the name, and justice we trust. What are you doing here? I'm just here to speak for the hostage taker, Miss Aura Blackwell. She says she's too busy with the confining, threatening the hostages and all. That doesn't seem to stop her from constantly chiming in through Clonco. I'm nothing more than an observer in this. Do your best, I'm watching you. Believing her brother innocent, Miss Blackwell has been conducting her own investigation. And though her current actions are hardly lawful, I think we can at least hear her testimony. I have here Miss Blackwell's notes on the investigation she conducted. And I'll be giving this testimony based on these notes. Here I go. Okay. Simon is the murderer. He was trying to cover for someone. Someone else was at the scene at the time they say Simon committed the murder. I mean, if he really was out to steal that moon rock, then why the rolling case? Because he was using it to hide someone inside, that's why. And the only person small enough to fit inside that case was Athena Sykes! And that's Miss Blackwell's theory. It totally goes in the face of the official ruling, huh? About the case she mentions, there are other rolling cases like that one in the lab. Ah! I did point out the case. It's gone. It is gone. She probably was in there. But they're not for traveling. They're apparently for moving parts and equipment. I vaguely remember seeing 3 cases all different sizes. At the last trial, they thought that Prosecutor Blackwell used the case to steal the rock. And they had a perfectly good reason to think that too. See, there's a security camera in the corridor that leads to the robotics lab. And that camera captured the footage of Blackwell leaving the scene with the case. You can see why that footage helped to bring his trial to a quick end. It's very convincing that's for sure. Okay, now we have the camera of him taking the case. And it was gone. It was gone after... That case, by the way, was the layer discovered outside the Space Center grounds. Speaking of after the incident, where was the defendant Athena Sykes found? She was found on the 5th floor of the Space Center in the Sykes family residence. Prosecutor Blackwell most likely brought her there after the incident. In addition, it's unknown to where Miss Sykes was at the estimated time of death. Miss Sykes was too confused by the shock of her mother's death to give proper testimony, and there's no witness or evidence to tell us where she might have been. So what you're saying is Miss Sykes didn't have an alibi? That is what the evidence is saying, yes. I understand the reasoning behind the theory, but I'm far from convinced. The victim is the accused mother. Are you actually claiming an 11-year-old girl? Of course the girl had very strong motive. Dr. Sykes is a psychologist who wrote many papers about speech and emotions. You're aware of Athena Sykes' special ability, aren't you, Your Honor? Are you referring to that therapy thing, as she does it quite often a few times in court? The ability to read emotions from speech, and the subject of her mother's research. Well, as long as it benefits society, I don't see any particular problem researching it. I don't like where this is heading. Not one bit. Dr. Sykes was so content in her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you seriously suggesting? I've done my best to be delicate, but even you can't deny it to be true, Mr. Wright. No longer able to withstand the anguish of the experiments, Miss Sykes felt her only choice was to kill her own mother. Yeah, he's not backing down. Order in the court! What a tragic story. I hardly want to believe it myself. We must proceed. Mr. Wright, if you could. Detective Fulbright, please refer to the notes. Break. Oh.
Hold it!
So Prosecutor Blackwell willingly accepted a death sentence to protect someone else. Yes, that is precisely what Miss Blackwell appears to believe. And that is what I believe as well. Prosecutor Blackwell is no murderer, Mr. Wright. But Athena Sykes certainly didn't kill anyone either, Mr. Edgeworth. So it appears neither of us can afford to go easy on the other. Fine, I expect no less. Oh, I remember this tense atmosphere. It's so invigorating. I'm only reading notes here, but yeah. I feel extra invigorated too, so let's keep going. Isn't that what we're talking about, Bobby?
Hold it!
But that's just speculation.
Objection!
That objection, though. No, Miss Blackwell has proper grounds for her claims.
Objection!
Then why didn't you say so in the first place?
Objection!
You're the one who screamed, "Hold it!" Cut me off. And cut me off. Fine, so maybe I jumped the gun by a teeny-weeny bit. Now I know what they mean when they say close enough to argue. What? What the frick does that mean, Bobby? No, I don't know. What does that mean? What the actual...
Hold it!
This rolling case, I suppose you mean the one that existed in the photo with Prosecutor Blackwell in it, but was absent when the crime scene photos were taken. Yes, that's the one, and Miss Blackwell has drawn a conclusion from these two photos. She has? And what is that conclusion? You're the one with her notes. Oh, right, of course. Reading them now. So why the rolling case? How do you propose he hid a person inside one of those cases? Have you forgotten that we saw just a thing only the other day at your own daughter's magic show? She fit a grown person into a small box. Wait, you go to her magic shows? Oh my god! At this point, they have to be together. Hold on. Well, it's recorded, so like, frick it. That's sweet. Edgeworth also goes to Trucy's magic shows. Oh yeah, way to ruin the memory of a good day. Frick. Magic show, I wish you would have thought to invite me. Actually, I would have liked to go too. My apologies. I'll invite you both next time. I promise. So, wait a minute. What were we talking about again? Prosecutor Blackwell is using the case to hide someone. He's so angry. Angry man.
Hold it!
But that's nothing more than a conjecture. It's hardly the only possibility. In that case, what do you think Prosecutor Blackwell had in that case? I think it was the moon rock.
Objection!
There were 3 cases at the scene, but the Prosecutor Blackwell used the largest one. The moon rock was egg-shaped and only about 8 inches in diameter. It wouldn't have made any sense to use the largest case there just to move that rock.
Objection!
But be as it may, it doesn't prove Miss Sykes was inside. Then let me ask you this. Can you come up with a better theory of what it was inside that case? Well, Mr. Wright, can you? Yikes, give a guy some time to think. Let's see. Shall I try to bluff my way through what could have been in that case? We back in the old ropes again. We gonna bluff. Bluff. I know exactly what Prosecutor Blackwell carried from the scene. I just have to find something else that was missing, right? No sweat. I'd be very interested in hearing your theory, if it's true, that is. This is a crime scene photo taken after Prosecutor Blackwell left, correct? All we have to do is compare this with this photo of Prosecutor Blackwell, to see what's missing. The robot arm. If he took something with him, that it should be in one of these photos. Lady Luck, don't fail me now. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let us hear your theory. What did Prosecutor Blackwell take from the scene of the murder? It has to be the robot arm.
Take that!
Please notice that there's a robot part on top of this photo. However, in this photo taken after the crime, the robot part is gone. In other words, this is part of something that was taken from the scene of the crime. You do appear to be right. I don't see in the second picture. It's just a piece of junk. How important could it be? Is it really just an insignificant robot part? No, it's not. It's Funko's arm. Speaking of which, what are you looking at? I'm gonna start charging for each glance per eyeball. Stingy. What? Stingy. What happened to the age of free previews? Your Honor? About this robot part. Doesn't it look like it could be an arm from that robot there? Well, now that you mention it, it does, doesn't it? But the case is still too big to be practical for just a moon rock and a robot arm. But was it really just the one arm that was in there? If it wasn't Athena in the case, then maybe. I believe there is another robot at the scene that looks just like the one here. Your Honor, it's the defense's assertion that it was this other robot that was in the case. What? There's like two crates. We can't be certain that parts belonging to a robot, as it looks like the arm of one before us, but it could be something else entirely. Besides, it wraps entirely in bandaging, making it difficult to verify what it is.
Objection!
I can verify if you want me to. I know for a fact that this is a robot arm. I can even tell which robot it belongs to, just by looking at it. With this information, we can investigate whether it was there at the time or not. Mr. Wright, I thought you were more of the technologically illiterate type. When did you become such an expert? I feel somehow abandoned. Not to worry, Your Honor. I still know next to nothing about machines. But I know this piece of evidence proves that which robot the arm belongs to. No, frick. Frick this. Is it this? Yeah, wait, it has to be this, because, yeah, it has her arm.
Take that!
The robot in this picture is named Panko. But take a look at Panko's arm. It's Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. She must have thought the machines heal in the same way that people do. What an adorable and naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. The robot arm at the crime scene had some bandage wrapped around it. In other words, this robot arm could belong to none other than Panko. Order in the court! Order, I say! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you have to say to this? You can see that the robot is about the same size as a child. It cannot grab its knees and curl itself up into a ball. Even if it was the largest of the cases, the robot couldn't have possibly fit in there. The case does come up to about mid-thigh on Prosecutor Blackwell. I see your point. The robot is much taller than that. They got me there. So then did Prosecutor Blackwell make Panko fit into the case by compacting? No. Probably dismantling. Of course Panko would fit. All Prosecutor Blackwell had to do was dismantle her. Once taken apart, the robot could have easily fit inside that rolling case. It appears to be a robot assembly device. Disassemble anything in a flash. Push that dismantle button. That sounds pretty neat. Can I push it, Mr. Nick? It sounds rather violent, but Mr. Wright does have a point there.
Objection!
Except that there is a body on the table where robots were dismantled and assembled. There would have been no room to take the robot apart.
Objection!
But what if it wasn't done on the table? What if the katana was used instead? You mean, the sword? Yes, Your Honor. Miss Blackwell, I'd like your opinion as a woman of science. Isn't it true that the katana could have been used to take the robot apart? I suppose so. The joints aren't made of very tough material. The blade could slice through them. Thank you for your expert opinion, Miss Blackwell. Thanks to you, we now know that the existence of the severed arm in this photo proves that Panko was taken apart. In addition, since the rest of Panko was not found at the scene, we can conclude that the true meaning of this photo is very different from the original interpretation. You can't mean. That's exactly what I mean. This photo does not capture the moment of the murder. It's instead a picture of the moment after the robot was sliced apart. The blood you see there where the arm was cut off was transferred by the bloody katana. Most likely the rest of Panko is scattered around Prosecutor Blackwell's feet. Not hearing this. Therefore, what was transported inside that case is not the defendant but a robot. Miss Sykes never was at the scene at the time of the murder. Oh! My head! My head! My body! Where am I? Whoa! Order! Order in the court! It's true that Panko was found in pieces after the murder, and I'll admit I repaired her myself afterwards. Yes, I'm finally making some progress. Hopefully I've gotten at least one step closer to proving both Athena and Prosecutor Blackwell innocent.
Objection!
Well played, Mr. Wright. You made your point abundantly clear. I can see that it wasn't the defendant inside the rolling case, but the robot. Alright, what's going on here? It's never good when he plays things this straight. Why is that line just killing me? He never plays things this straight. What the fudge? Does the prosecution withdraw its claim that the defendant was carried from the scene? No, Your Honor. My claim hasn't changed.
Objection!
Rapunko and Miss Sykes couldn't have both been inside that case.
Objection!
The notion that the case was used to carry Miss Sykes was Miss Blackwell's theory. I've been on a different opinion from the outset. Now I finally have the opportunity to voice my theory. Thanks to the defense. Edgeworth, he's been one step ahead of me this whole time. He always is. Man's now chief prosecutor, and you got your freaking badge taken away. He's always one step ahead. In that case, how do you propose the defendant left the crime scene? Simple. The footage only shows Prosecutor Blackwell from behind. What's more, he's holding his arm in front of his body. If he were holding something or someone, it's hardly evidence. I have proof. The surcoat Prosecutor Blackwell was wearing. The victim's blood was found in the front of it, and the stain had a highly distinctive shape. A blood stain with a distinctive shape. Please continue, Prosecutor Edgeworth. 7 years ago, the defendant was known to constantly wear a certain item, of which there is only one in the world, a special pair of headphones made just for her. She always wore these big, heavy-looking headphones. She said her mother made them for her as part of her research. Analysis showed the blood stain to be in the exact same shape as these headphones. In other words, this was no mere blood splatter. The blood went from the victim's body to the headphones, and then was imprinted onto Prosecutor Blackwell's coat like a stamp. The most gruesome stamp indeed. Blackwell carried Miss Sykes, who had been hit by splatter, away from the crime scene. This proves that Athena Sykes was, without question, present at the crime scene. At the same, well, this is okay, yeah, this is more proof that, she's the killer. I'm also just, thinking to myself, oh my god, freaking Blackwell cared so much about her. For God's sake. And that concludes the prosecution's argument. Don't freaking take a bow! Mother fricker. I'm back at this again, calling every prosecutor mother fricker and everything. I say it, but I'm like, I don't mean anything to it. Order! If the defendant was indeed at the scene, it deepens the suspicion against her.
Objection!
But we also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well. Okay, so we tried to prove that Athena wasn't in one of those boxes at the crime scene. We were trying to prove that she wasn't there. But, instead what was in the box was Punko, which, most likely, Blackwell had taken her apart and then put her in in that case right there, the big one. So it was okay, so Athena couldn't have been in there, so she wasn't there. But then, oh, hey, we have incriminating evidence, because apparently on Blackwell's cloak that he was wearing at the time, it had a particular blood splatter on it, but it was in the shape of her headphones that she wore all the time. So he was carrying her or something. Because in which photo was it? Oh wait, it was in the video camera. In this, you can see he's carrying the case away, but he's also probably holding something or someone in his other arm. And all this time, you can't see his freaking face. I'm so weirded out by that. We've also shown that the robot was there at the scene as well.
Objection!
I hope you're not making the ridiculous claim that a simple robot was the real murderer. I don't really think that, no, but you can't say the possibility isn't there. Detective Fulbright was the robot questioned at the time. No, I don't see any record of it. I believe it was considered unrelated to the case. But as it turned out, the robot was actually integrally related. Your Honor, defense would like to call up Ponko to the stand. A robot witness. When... This has the same energy as, like, we put the freaking parrot to the stand. Like, almost. Order! Order in the court! Prosecutor Edgeworth, what do you think about this? Mr. Wright has called a manner of witness to the stand over the years. So why not a robot? Nothing surprises me anymore with him. Also, Edgeworth goes to Trucy's magic show, so that's cute. That's cool. Very well, I will allow the witness. Bailiff, please summon the robot named Ponko. Ponko! Hi! Witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is not Witness, my name is Ponko! Yes, I realize that. When you are at the witness stand, you are the witness. Huh? Hold on. What the frick? Well, frick me. Okay, so much for Cash App support. Great. Hold on. I just got a notification, like I looked at my iPad for a second, I just got a notification that, like, my phone number was unlinked for my Cash App. I'm like, what the frick? So, and I contacted support, but they're not freaking available right now. I'm like, God dang it. And I can't do anything about it because my phone's off. So I can't, like, put my phone number in again in order to confirm, in order to, like, put it back in. So my phone number is unlinked or something. I don't know why. This is like the whole, like, Twitch thing. Like, I can't add my phone number because, like, someone's already using it. So I don't know if, like, if me and one other person has the same phone number, like, I wasn't given, like, a new one or something. I don't know. So I have to wait until tomorrow for them to reply back because it's already past their working hours. Great. So I have to check my emails to make sure nothing happened. I haven't used my Cash App in months, like. Oh my god. Same, Ponko, same. Like, her angry face is me. Okay, hold on. So yeah, I'll be right back. Cause I need to check on the cats. To see if they're all doing okay. Okay. Okay, we back. Get this. It shows this shit's great. It's fantastic. Okay. Gotta get my head in the game. We are gonna cross-examine a robot, which isn't the strangest thing. If this was real life, this would not be happening, because especially with the parrot thing, because a parrot can't take an oath. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm Punko. Say it with me. Punko. When early and flexible little robot. Oh my god. Yo, that eyeshadow, bro. He wears makeup? Question mark? Ah, frick, wait. I was doing something. Ba 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 ba. Okay. When early and flexible little robots. You're the last person who should be calling anybody inflex. Unwilling to change or compromise. Jesus. Okay then, man. Ha, you remind me of my grandchild who just learned his own name. Oh, how precious. Alright, Punko. I'm going to ask you some questions. Questions? You have questions? Hooray! What are your questions? I want to know if you were there at the scene of the murder of Metz's Sykes. It was 7 years ago on the 7th of October around 2 p.m. in the robotics lab. Certainly, just one moment. Searching data. Searching complete. Yes, I was there in the robotics lab. It would seem this robot's testimony is necessary to this case after all. This is great. I just knew Punko must have seen something important. A murder committed right before this poor little girl's eyes is inexcusable. The judge seems to be ready to adopt Punko as another grandchild. God. So, little Punko, do you think you can give us your testimony today? I went to the robotics lab around about 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to recharge up, Athena came in and hugged Mama Metzis. And then Mama Metzis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. After I charged up, I was cleaning the room and Mr. Simon came in. And an error occurred. There was no data after this point. Well, it sounds like the defendant was without question at the scene. However, it doesn't appear that the witness saw the actual moment of the murder. I disagree. This testimony shows that the defendant did indeed commit the crime. What? At the end of the day, we must forget that this witness is still a machine. Being a robot is its understanding and capacity to express itself are limited. So what are you suggesting? The witness's statement needs to be interpreted. For example, the terms hugged and then later fell down. Adults don't usually fall down after being hugged by a child. They don't, but... Yes, what is this witness's statements are telling us? That the defendant stabbed the victim with the murder weapon during this moment. What? Before Miss Sykes hugged Dr. Sykes, did the two of them converse? Yes, they did. They spoke to each other very loudly, but I don't know what they said. Athena is usually so quiet, so I was surprised. Spoke very loudly. We can interpret this to mean they argued. I see, murder after a heated argument, and then the victim fell down. I agree that it does sound like a reasonable interpretation. However, Panko doesn't seem to remember anything that happened after that. When I'm recharging, I go into sleep mode, but I remember everything before that. I have very good memory. You may as well admit the defeat now, Wright. A cross-examination would be useless. Don't be ridiculous. A cross-examination is never useless. Until now, think about it. Robots don't lie. This robot is both an important witness and valuable evidence at the same time. Nevertheless, I will have my cross-examination. I see you haven't changed. You never were one to worry about wasting time. Very well. If it may be a waste of time, you may proceed, Mr. Wright. I'll show you both just how fruitful any cross-examination can be. Okay. Now let me... Oi! Panko, go back.
Hold it!
Your regular recharge? What is that exactly? I have to refill my battery's power or else I stop working. I go to the lab to do that. So that recharge occurred around 2 p.m. around the time of the murder. That's right. I go every day at 2 p.m.
Hold it!
Hugged her, huh? Which Edgeworth took to mean stabbed her with a weapon. You said the two of them were talking before Miss Sykes hugged her mother, is that right? Yes, they were talking very loudly, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. Couldn't tell? Even though they were speaking so loudly. I'm only allowed to listen to voices that are directed at me. If you listened to every voice, it would be a little better than a mobile eavesdropper. Well, that explains why some of Panko's testimony is so vague. It's a shame that our little friend wasn't listening in, however. We could have learned what they were talking about just before Dr. Sykes was killed. Now then, what happened after that? Oh. No, Panko, go back! Go back!
Hold it!
I don't want to delve too deeply here, but... Could you tell us how the victim appeared and acted at this moment? Mama Metis was very surprised when she was hugged. I heard her heart pound. Her heart? Mr. Wright, have you forgotten about this document you found in the robotics lab? These robots have a heartbeat detection system. Now that he mentions it, I do remember reading something like that there. It detected the presence of people by the sound of their heartbeats. But wait a minute. That means... if Dr. Sykes really did die at this moment... Panko, how was Dr. Sykes after she fell down? Could you still hear the sound of her heartbeat? Let's see, the moment she fell, her heart was pounding. After that, I don't know. I started recharging just then. Of all the unlucky timing, if you had heard anything after that, it could have possibly proven that the hug wasn't actually the moment of the murder. I'm very sorry. I'm afraid I don't know. I'm very sorry. The robot is just designated to go into sleep mode automatically, so it can't be helped. But it does appear to detect an increased heart rate at the moment of the stabbing. Wasn't it... Wait. Do I bring the autopsy report to this statement? Because... If Punko really did hear her heartbeat, even afterwards, it was instantaneous. It was, like, directly at the heart. Man, the irony in this. After Mama Metz's heart started pounding in surprise, she fell by the window. It was the round window on the workbench side of the room. The workbench, huh? Wait. Pongo must be talking about that table to the right of where the giant robot is now. Is there something critical in Pongo's statement just now? Yes, yes. Your Honor, I believe this statement is critical. I'd like to add to her testimony. Very well. Pongo, could you please add that statement to your testimony? That's a good little girl. Okay.
Objection!
Yeah. Ponko, your statement may have just inspired a breakthrough. I was helpful? Hooray! I'm so happy! Just to be sure, let's go over it again, okay? The victim fell near the window on the workbench side of the room. However... her body was discovered on the operating table. But the operating table and the workbench are two different locations. Exactly, Your Honor. We just learned a new crucial fact. What could explain the two very different locations of the body, I'll tell you what. The victim moved. An 11-year-old girl couldn't have moved the heavy body of an adult, so the only explanation is that the victim walked to the operating table herself. In other words, what Pongo observed near the workbench couldn't possibly have been the moments of the murder. I'm very relieved to hear that. Glad to know that the murder wasn't committed in front of little Pongo here. Yes, as we just heard in the testimony, Miss Sykes hugged her mother, nothing more.
Objection!
Right. It's been 8 years, but you're still just as green as ever. Green? I can't recall ever seeing Mr. Wright in anything but a blue suit. Hey, blue's my favorite color. What can I say? If the defendant couldn't move the body herself, she could have had it moved for her. Moved for her? But Miss Sykes and Dr. Sykes were the only ones there. I agree, since this robot is equipped with a heartbeat detection system. It would have been aware of another person's presence if someone else had been there. You can therefore conclude that the defendant and the victim were the only ones present. And who do you suggest moved the body? Don't you know it's in the nature of a robot to help people do things? Miss Ponko. Did you say Ponko? Miss Ponko, allow me to ask you a question. My name is Ponko! Say it with me! Ponko! Wait. How do you pronounce Ponko's name? Hold on. No, it's Ponko. Can you understand how people spell your name? Huh? Oh, wait, he said Panko. Panko? Oh, he said Panko. Wait. Never mind, I'm dumb. I believe you said you were cleaning after Dr. Sykes fell down. Did you happen to move something large onto the operating table? Yes, I did. Athena asked me to. Athena asked you to. And what did you move, little Ponko? I don't know. Unless something had an ID tag, I can't tell what it was. An ID tag, you say? Yes, a tag with a barcode on it. We robots scan them to tell us what thing is. That paper in the lab did mention something about that. Recognizes people by scanning their spacesuit or uniform jacket ID tags. They can also scan their faces, so it appears that Miss Panko here can't identify what it moved. My name is Panko! But we humans have the power to imagine what it was, do we not? We do? Well, I do at the very least. Miss Panko, on the defense's command, moved the body onto the operating table. Well, frick. Panko, did you really move Dr. Sykes' body? This is really important. Is there any way you could tell? I don't know. Without an ID tag, I can't tell. Give it up, Wright. If the victim's heart was stopped, the robot's detection system would be useless. Furthermore, Dr. Sykes usually wore her white coat while she was working. She kept the jacket with her ID tag on and draped over a chair in the robotics lab, and only wore it for special occasions. In other words, the victim wasn't wearing her ID tag at the time. From the robot's point of view, her body was simply just another object.
Objection!
But Panko is equipped with a facial recognition system. If she really did move the victim, she would have recognized the body as Dr. Sykes. But she didn't, so that means...
Objection!
A face can easily be covered with a piece of cloth, a mask, or anything else for that matter. With her facial features hidden, the robot wouldn't be able to detect that it was Dr. Sykes. He's right. To summarize, Miss Sykes stabbed her mother near the workbench, then using the robot, she moved the body to the table, where she removed the sword and was stained in blood. Order! But if that's the case, then I have a question. Why did the defendant move the body to the operating table in the first place? You want to reason? Very well. But what? You can't possibly have an explanation. Your emotions blind you to the truth. You can learn a lot from our robot's friend. Calm and rational, though. I will open your eyes to the truth in front of you, Mr. Wright. Now then, do you remember the operating table's one special feature? I believe I read that robots can be assembled and disassembled there, isn't that right? That's right, and to the defendant, who was just a child at the time. The table is like a magic box that could make robots appear or disappear in seconds. But in the end, my mom just put her on the operating table and fixed her in a flash. I was so impressed by what my mom did. I even asked her if she would put me on the table and fix me if I ever got hurt. It looked just like magic to me, what she could do. Frick, you can't possibly be suggesting... This young, sheltered girl had a difficult time distinguishing robots from people. But take a look at Panko's arm. It was Miss Sykes who bandaged it up like that. I must have thought that machines healed in the same way that people do. What an adorable, naive mistake. It reminds me of my own grandchild. No way. I refuse to believe it. Miss Sykes made a childish, naive, and cruel mistake. She thought that if a robot could be dismantled and vanished without a trace. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you're about to claim what I think you are, I demand that you word it as delicately as you can. With all due respect, Your Honor, all I can do is present the truth as it stands. The reason the defendant moved the victim's body to the operating table.
Hold it!
No! Don't say another word, just stop! was to dismantle the evidence so that she could get away with her crime. That can't be true! Oh, Athena's losing it, bro. Order! Order in the court! Order in the court, I say! Edgeworth, she was just a little kid. How can you say such a horrible thing? Horrible? Like I said, you're just as green as ever. I came here today as a prosecutor to seek out only the truth. No more, no less. My theory is simply the result of a rational consideration of every possibility.
Objection!
But dismantling isn't the table's only function. It can make repairs as well. It's conceivable that Miss Sykes moved her mother to the table in order to fix her. Suppose that could be another way of interpreting it. But dismantle or repair, it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean? After murdering her mother, Miss Sykes may have come to her senses. Perhaps she did want to make it appear as if it had never happened. And that's why she tried to repair her mother. Yes, that's one possible explanation. But we mustn't forget the facts of this case. The victim was observed to fall down after being hugged by the defendant, and the body was moved per the defendant's command. These two facts, the facts that indicate the defendant's guilt, remain unchanged. This just can't be true. Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence to refute the prosecution's claim? Evidence? Right, let's see. I can't think of anything. Frick. Wait. I'm afraid I don't have any evidence. Since becoming chief prosecutor, I've learned that the truth isn't always pretty. Now accept the truth, Mr. Wright. Your subordinate murdered her own mother. Your Honor, the prosecution demands a verdict. The hostages have suffered enough. What a terrible and tragic conclusion. If the defense has no counter-argument, I see no need to further prolong this trial. Edgeworth's argument seems solid enough, but there's no way Athena could have ever done anything like that. What do I do? There has to be something. I can't think of a single thing. Prosecutor Blackwell! This is quite the farce you are conducting here. I could die from laughter. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you talking about? What am I talking about is that your argument is based on an entirely false premise. Go on, we're listening. Could this be the miracle I need? But what is Prosecutor Blackwell trying to pull here? 7 years, for 7 long years. This case has been on my mind. Not for an instant I did not think of it. I'm the one who killed my mentor. I don't think you can alter that fact now. Your baldness I will take to the stand, and I won't take no for an answer. Of course, Prosecutor Blackwell. Please go ahead. Holy frick. I went to the Cosmos Space Center with the intention of killing Dr. Sykes. When I got to the robotics lab, I found Athena there instead. I would not be swayed from my purpose, so I waited for Dr. Sykes to return. And then I committed the act, and how cathartic it was. Little Panko here witnessed the victim falling. In other words,
Objection!
I don't need any of your other words, old man. I can guess what happened. Which would be... She fell means she fell. Merely that. A mother and child fooling around. Perhaps she tripped. Not that it matters. When I entered the lab, there was no trace of Dr. Sykes to be seen. There was no dead body either, of course. Meaning she must have left the room. So the murder occurred after the time period Panko described in her testimony. You should hardly take stock in the words of a wind-up toy.
Objection!
I had to explain the fact that the defendant had the robot move something. Athena was always tinkering with robots on the operating table to amuse herself. But she always had Ponko move the heavy ones for her. That day was no different. Ponko moved the heavy robot for Athena. This is awful. What he's saying seems to make sense, and yet...
Objection!
Prosecutor Blackwell, are you trying even now to turn away from the truth? Do you realize we could bring the Dark Age of the Law to a close today?
Objection!
You expect too much from me. I'm just a murderer beyond redemption. Why don't you just let me go so I can settle down into heck? Prosecutor Blackwell's execution is tomorrow. If the truth doesn't come out now, it's all over. Are you saying that the little girl and the robot had nothing to do with the murder? That's right, so let's hear your verdict. If we don't hurry, I might miss the ferry across the Styx. Don't you dare, Judge! Don't forget I have hostages over here! And Simon, how long are you going to cover for her? Miss Blackwell! Forgive me, Aura. I never wanted you to do anything like this for me. But you agreed to this trial. If you have a counter-argument, then present your evidence. That's the rule of the courtroom. Isn't that right, Chief Prosecutor? Blackwell, you selfish... Well, to be frank, I don't like this, but it's my duty to make a decision. If no one has a counter-argument, I will announce my verdict. This is really happening. Is it really going to end just like it did 7 years ago? I wanted to do it so bad. Even now, I want to fly out here and go save him. No, I can't tell her. How can I lie to Athena? If I can't prove Prosecutor Blackwell's innocence in this trial, I don't think Athena will ever forgive me. I can't let this happen. I just don't have the evidence to counter Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony. Everyone's saying hold it! What the frick's going on? Athena, where are you? Are you feeling okay? I can hear it. I can hear the voice of his heart. He's hiding something. If he really is, I could sure use Athena's help here. Her power might just be the thing to get us through this.
Objection!
Sykes, don't know. No need for you to chime in here. Just accept that you're innocent.
Objection!
These past 7 years, they've been just as hard on me, you know. What are you talking about? Do you remember that horrible, horrible trial? Please, you have to listen to me! He didn't kill her! His heart is screaming that he didn't kill her! Even now, every time I stand in a courtroom, it comes back to haunt me. Not being heard no matter how hard you try. Feeling so helpless. Caught in people's stares, so scared that it feels like your chest is in a vise. I'm terrified of courtrooms. I want to run out of that door even now. And yet you found a way to keep your fears at bay and become a lawyer. Thanks. That's because one day I came to realize that I had to fight. I couldn't give up. I exercised hard and I studied hard. I wanted to become the strongest lawyer I could be. This day has finally come. The day I've been looking forward to with all my heart. This is why I became a lawyer. This is why I studied psychology. It was all to save you from this false conviction. But Miss Sykes, do you realize what it would mean? You're the accused, after all. If you prove Prosecutor Blackwell innocent, then... The only thing that matters is the truth. It's my duty to find out what that truth is. Simon, please give me this chance. The chance to shake off this fear that's been with me for 7 years and to face the truth. Athena is being so brave, confronting her past like this. This might really be the last chance to save them both. Prosecutor Blackwell, please testify once more time to the incident 7 years ago. Fine, but your efforts will surely be in vain, for I am not a man who can be cut down easily. Here we go, Simon. Let me hear the voice of your heart. Let's freaking go. Okay. Okay, well, hold on. I'm gonna point out, like, the bit of happiness here, I guess.
Got it!
Because that was, like, the most off thing. If this feeling of happiness, even though the person you were looking for wasn't there, you felt happy. Why is that? Simple. When I was looking for Athena, I hadn't found her yet. I grew worried. So when I saw her in the robotics lab, I was happily relieved. Merely that. Whoa, I went down quick. Just now you said that you went to the Space Center to kill Dr. Sykes. But the first thing you did was look for her daughter instead. I had no intention of harming Athena, so I wanted to confirm that she was safe first. It was just a part of my plan. Nothing contradictory about that. The second I find an inconsistency, he cuts it down. Simon knows the principles of analytical psychology. There's less noise now, but I don't see any instabilities we can latch onto. I was afraid of that. We'll just have to keep chipping away at him then bit by bit. Could you update his testimony, Athena? You got it, boss! Oh my god, this is such cute. This is so cute. Ow. But I would not be swayed from my purpose. Oh, now? Okay, that's out of nowhere. Not even you can falsify your emotions, Prosecutor Blackwell. What? When you said that you killed Dr. Sykes in your testimony, you felt sadness. Why would someone who had lain in wait to kill her be sad at her death? Such an obvious attack. Yes, I felt sadness, but it wasn't for her. I felt sorrow for Athena and her circumstances. He can't be talking about that, can he? I was just a convenient subject for her research. Dr. Sykes is so intent on her research, she forced her daughter to undergo experiments. My objective was to save Athena from an obsessive scientist who treated her own daughter like a research subject. What? Oh my god! I went to the psychology lab first. That's where I would usually find Athena playing. But that day was different. I heard someone crying in the robotics lab next door. With Athena being subjected to yet another experiment, I thought as I went to see. Conveniently, Athena had cried herself to sleep, so all I had to do was wait and kill. So that's why he was relieved when he saw Athena. Oh my god! Oh my god! You are now the big brother. You are now brother status to Athena. No, I am not. And nothing will change that fact. You care way too much. To not be given that title. But is this story really true? I'm not sure how much to believe. Mr. Wright? How are you doing, Athena? Still hanging in there? I'm a lot stronger than I look, boss. Now take a look at this. The noise level actually increased. What? It increased? Why didn't my thing change? And now it did change. Now it did. Break! You're still like brother status, whatever the heck happens here. It went up. I've never seen it do that before. Prosecutor Blackwell is lying somewhere in his testimony. As a matter of fact, he's piling lie on top of lie in an attempt to make his claims sound more believable. He's trying even hard to suppress his true feelings, and that's what's causing the noise. Is he lying about- frick. How in the world should I approach this? An evidence-based approach might work if I can find a contradiction. Otherwise, I should look for an inconsistency in his emotions. There are no flaws in my testimony, and his baldness is prepared to give his verdict. Give up on this lost cause and let the law free me of these chains already.
Objection!
I don't think so. Not while I'm around. Now, contradictory testimony or inconsistent emotions. Which should I tackle first? But let's tackle his emotions, because he's not going to give anything until, like, we figure this out. Okay, let's look for his inconsistent emotions. Got it, boss. But if you want to try looking for a contradictory statement instead, just let me know. I can easily switch over. Okay, cool. Wait. Okay. Carter opened the door to the robotics.
Got it!
He seemed more surprised than before. How odd. Why would you be so surprised at opening the door to the lab? Alright, fine. I'll explain if I must. What surprised me was Ponko, that toy figure, attacked me. Dr. Sykes knew full well of my plan to rescue Athena, but she couldn't stand guard over her daughter 24 hours a day. So Dr. Sykes had Ponko do it. That's right. She ordered Ponko to forcibly remove me on sight. So I slashed Ponko up with the katana that was there in the lab. That bricky old puppet wasn't worthy of that fine blade. Mr. Wright, it's happening again. There's even more noise now. Stop freaking lying, dude! It's not helping your freaking case. It's 100% now. What's going on here? Whenever we find an opening, he covers it up with lies. We'll never get rid of the noise at this rate. It's pretty hard to keep telling coherent lies like that. His mind will really are sharp and strong as a katana. Alright, what should I tackle first this time? Oh my god, we have to get his emotions off track though. We're doing this again. Do I have... Okay. Actually... Yeah, if I don't find anything with, like, the emotions, I'm just gonna switch over to the testimony, you know? Alright, let's give them a good look then. Split second to see him. Before I could lead Athena out of there, curse my luck, Dr. Sykes came in. I refused to hand Athena over, so I had no choice but to kill my mentor. The unusual or out of place emotion just point out. Is there really an inconsistency in his emotions, though? If you don't see any problems with his reactions, we could try this testimony. Let's try the testimony, see if we can find something. The feeling of dread opened the box just then. Honko attacked me. I retaliated by cutting it into pieces. Present. The arm? Wait, no. But, like, Panko's arm had blood on it, though. Wait.
Objection!
Alright. Compounding lies with more lies is never the answer, Prosecutor Blackquill. Take a look at this photo. That's the photo of the supposed moment of the murder, isn't it? How many more times must I see that which darns me for my sin? The ironic thing is, I think this picture is actually going to be your savior now. See the bloodstain on the end of the robot's arm where it was severed with the katana. I hope you aren't claiming it's the robot's blood, Mr. Wright. That's what I was claiming earlier, but honestly at this point I have no freaking clue. No, most likely the blood was transferred there from the bloody katana. The katana already had blood on it, so then it must have been the victim's blood. That's right, but if that's the case, we found a glaring inconsistency. Eat it. You said in your testimony that you cut Panko and then you killed Dr. Sykes. But in spite of that, the victim's blood is already on Panko's arm in this picture. What? But that couldn't be. Exactly. In order for the blood to have transferred from the sword to the Panko's arm, the victim must have been stabbed first before the robot was slashed. In other words, Prosecutor Blackquill, your entire testimony is nothing but one big ball of lies. One giant ball of lies. Frickin' heck, I can't speak today. This music goes hard. Tell the court the truth, Prosecutor Blackquill, now! You have no idea what you're doing! His voice, there's so much discord. I'm hearing not just one or two, but a bunch of rampaging emotions here. It's hard to describe. It's like a violent whirlpool or something. Phoenix Wright, you will pay for this! Never have I been forced to reveal so much, but the rest I'll take to my grave! Prosecutor Blackquill, you were on the witness stand. You were obliged to tell the truth. Isn't that the rule of the courtroom? All of these complex emotions, they seem to be flowing from one source. I think whatever we really saw that day is what's causing these feelings. Or he. Frick, it's gone haywire. Holy frick! Okay, something has to be off. Jesus Christ. I think I know what I need to do. I think I know who to look to.
Got it!
When you opened the door and saw Athena, you became overwhelmed by your emotions. Isn't that right, prosecutor? You should know better. And though it's pathetic, I admit I'm terrified to speak of it. Prosecutor Blackwell, Miss Sykes is innocent. I will always believe that with all my heart. Now, can't you find it within yourself to believe in me too? Athena's innocent, huh? Can you honestly say you believe in that to be true? Right, don't know. I give you my word. Now tell me what you really saw when you opened that door. Curse you, Phoenix Wright! It was a tragedy. One I'll never forget. When I arrived at the lab, Dr. Sykes was already dead. She was lying on the operating table, while the bloody katana lay on the floor. And standing between the two, covered in blood, was Athena. She smiled, with a far-off look in her eyes, as she sweetly said, "Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her." That's what I saw, and now you have it. The truth that you so desperately wanted. No. Prosecutor Blackwell finally tells the truth. And this is what it is? It's beyond devastating. I tried to take my mother apart. I... No! Oh my god, no! So it was me. I'm the one who killed my mother. Athena! As I said, Wright, the truth isn't always pretty. Murder, a disassembly on an operating table, a scientist using her daughter as a guinea pig. Sadly, it appeared that my theory was correct after all.
Objection!
It's true that Athena didn't like her mother's research, but you dare cast apprehensions that my mentor by claiming Athena was used in such a manner, where Dr. Sykes could be awkward with people. But she loved her daughter with all her heart. She loved me? Your mother hated to see you suffer because you could hear the voices of people's hearts. She wanted to set you free of your pain, so she worked tirelessly on her research. Do you remember those headphones you hated so much? Yes, my head hurt every time I wore them. No, Athena, it's just the opposite. They emitted sound waves to nullify emotional input from the voices of people around you. Your power is much stronger than it is now, and those headphones were what enabled you to carry on with everyday life. No, that can't be true. Then why would I have done something like that to somebody who loved me so much? Her love for you was real, that I can guarantee. That's why I knew that what happened had to be some kind of mistake. I couldn't let you be punished for it. So you took the blame yourself. You and your mentor are more alike than you know. Ponko was a witness, so I had put in a case and held Athena close and vacated the lab. I threw Ponko away in the boarding lounge trash chute, and I hid the case of the Space Center grounds. It would seem that we now have all the facts of this case.
Hold it!
No, not yet! It can't end like this!
Objection!
Do not disgrace yourself, Mr. Wright. The truth has been revealed. Or are you the type of man to turn your back to things that disagree with you? I'm not. But this... I can't give up now. I have to say something, anything, even if it's a bluff. I've always managed to pull through that way in the past. I have to make it work. The defense is, prepared to present evidence. Mr. Wright? Yes, Athena? It's okay. You can stop now. I don't want you or anyone else to suffer any longer for my sake. Athena, what are you saying? I killed my mother. That's the truth. It's just like Prosecutor Edgeworth said. We have to face it, no matter how much it hurts. I admit my guilt. But could I please be granted just one chance to tell everyone what I recall? It appears Miss Sykes is much braver than you, Mr. Wright. What say you, Your Honor? In light of her courage, will the courts give Miss Sykes this opportunity to confess? Very well. Then if you would, please take the stand, Miss Sykes. Thank you for letting me do this, Prosecutor Edgeworth. And thank you, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Blackwell, for letting the truth be known. Now we can finally move forward, and everyone's suffering can come to an end. Athena! Prosecutor Blackwell will be cleared and the dark age of the law can come to an end. Yes, admit your guilt, and bring everything to its conclusion. I killed my mother. My memory is still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the flinging of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle onto my fingers. Your Honor, please find me guilty. I dare say these are all memories that no one but the murderer would have. See, thank you for your confession. I believe this trial has gone on long enough. Before we conclude, does anyone have a counter-argument?
Objection!
Holy... I do, Your Honor. Mr. Wright. But, Mr. Wright, why... I killed her. I remember it now. Any counter-argument is now pointless.
Objection!
Don't tell me you've forgotten one of the basic tenets of lawyering. Always believing the client to the bitter end. Athena, you are not a murderer.
Objection!
I said that you never changed, but could you have actually regressed in these 8 years? I won't stand for your childish emotionalism getting in the way of the truth. Emotionalism? Don't lecture me on matters of the heart, Edgeworth. Because I can see straight into a person's soul. Freaking heck. I did a little research. I looked into those special psych locks you mentioned, Mr. Nick. Athena isn't trying to keep anything from you on purpose. For some reason, part of her heart and her memories are sealed off, even from herself. There's still a chance, somewhere deep in Athena's heart. We have to break these psych locks! Aw, heck yeah! There might still be a memory that's not even she knows about yet. It might be like looking for a grain of sand somewhere in the cosmos, but still, that memory might contain a new fact that could prove her innocence. I hope for everyone's sake that you are not just bluffing, Mr. Wright. Now then, is there or is there not a problem with Miss Sykes' confession? My memory's still a little hazy, but there's no question I remember it. I remember the weight of the weapon in my hands, and the feeling of it stabbing in deep. And I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed from the handle onto my fingers. There's definitely something wrong with her memory of the event, I could just tell. If there is a problem with her confession, please prove it to this court now. Wait. What do I show? Wait. Frick. Okay. Save and try random stuff? Wait. I remember the warmth of her blood as it flowed down the handle on. Wait. There is something wrong. It's the katana. It's the katana because there's no blood on it. It's literally just straight up like from. There's no blood trickling down from like all the way to the hilt. Frick this.
Take that!
Taking my freaking... Isn't that the katana the defendant used to kill the victim, Mr. Wright? I respectfully and vehemently disagree, Your Honor. I remember it. I remember holding the weapon and getting blood on my fingers. That's exactly my point. If blood really did get onto your fingers while you were holding it, there should be blood on the handle. But please focus on the handle of the sword. There's not a trace of blood on it. And therefore, this is clearly a contradiction of the facts. You're right. Oh my.
Objection!
The defendant must have simply confused a portion of her memories. She mentioned it was hazy to begin with, and we can't mull over every minor detail.
Objection!
But she also said there's no question I remember it, a fact that we can't ignore. In that case, why don't you explain what this contradiction her memories mean? Gladly. Just give me a sec to think of something. I want to say that Athena didn't stab anyone, but she said herself that she remembers the feeling of committing the act. Think, Phoenix, think! What could the contradiction with Athena's memories mean? The blood was right to claim the weapon defendant used different... Wait a minute. Oh, wait. Oh, it's the knife because literally one of the things that's missing here is the utility knife. Like there, you can see there's a slot here that's just gone. And it has like the same like emblem or whatever. It has to be the utility knife. So that, no, I think she used a different weapon. Miss Sykes said blood flowed down the handle, but the katana's handle is spotless. So doesn't it follow that the defendant must have used a weapon other than the katana? Or you up to this time? This is it. This time I found just the thing to end Athena's nightmare for good. The weapon that took Dr. Sykes' life was the katana, that much is for sure. So if I can show a possibility that Athena didn't use the katana, it could help me prove her innocent. A different weapon, you say? What weapon would that be exactly? Right, of course he would ask that. I can see you're floundering, Mr. Wright. Did you speak without thinking again, as always? How does he do that? I can't back down, not here, not now. He knows you! Bro! You've been doing this freaking charade for like so freaking long, bro. That's right. I did, because it's so obvious it doesn't require any thought. What did you say? Okay, so maybe that was an exaggeration, but there has to be something. Is there some other bladed weapon in the robotics lab that day? Maybe there's something in one of the crime scene photos. Wait a minute, there is something. There's a high probability that that was in the lab. I don't have that particular weapon here in the evidence right now, but I do have a piece of evidence just like it. Other than the katana, this is another blade that may have been at the crime scene. It's the mother...
Take that!
Break this! Break this! Take this! Take this bloody knife! But that's the murder weapon, the Clay Turan case. Yes, this is the knife that took Mr. Turan's life. But there must have been a knife just like this at the scene 7 years ago as well. Toolkits containing utility knives that like this one are issued to Space Center employees. In robotics lab specific especially, we naturally have one at these ones around. But besides the katana, no other blade weapon was found at the site. I was in the investigation report, if you didn't know.
Objection!
What? Of course I knew that, once you told me just now. Then there's something else you already knew. There was a toolkit at the scene. It didn't contain any blades. There is a photo of its contents. That's because the blade is missing. You're stupid. Wait, they're all switched. Wait. I feel like this is supposed to be like, it's probably just me. But they're all like in different places to like spell out something. You're right, I don't see any kind of bladed tool. Fine, but isn't there something odd that's about the design of these handles? Therefore, there's no other bladed weapon in the room.
Objection!
Break this! I disagree, this toolkit contained a knife. And what proof do you have of that? Don't tell me your eye for art is failing you, too, Mr. Edgeworth. You're the last person in the world who should criticize my aesthetic sense. Now, no. He is simply watching out for you. Old car health. Please proceed, Mr. Wright. Notice that the handles of each of these tools have sort of designs on them. I see that they do, but what significance does that have? It's clear that one of the tools is missing from this kit. If we rearrange the tools into a specific pattern, we might be able to tell which part of the overall design is missing. Is that the theory your pitiful sense of aesthetics helped you come up with? Edgeworth, just let it go, man. show the court then if you would. What power design would see if we were to rearrange the tools. I don't know. The pamphlet? Because it has the symbol on it. I'm glad I can save here for God's sake once in my life.
Take that!
And what design is this supposed to represent? The Gaiaxa logo, Your Honor. It's on all the Space Center's documents and pamphlets. As you're aware, Gaiaxa is the program that operates the Cosmos Space Center. Look at how brightly the Gaiaxa logo shines in the sunlight above the entranceway. I really dig the stars and rockets motif it's got going. Gaiaxa, huh? Isn't that the new name of the Federal Space R&D program? I think I see it now, but... Yes, with just the tools shown in this photo, the red A mark in the logo is missing. And this is where the murder weapon from the Tran case comes into play. If we were to place the utility knife in the open slot, it would complete the Gaiaxa logo. So it would. And that means... Admit it, Mr. Edgeworth. My sixth sense is keener than yours. And while you're at it, admit that the weapon Miss Sykes used could have been this one. Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes confessed to having a memory of stabbing the victim, and mainly Miss Sykes most likely did stab someone using the utility knife. However, the weapon used to kill Dr. Sykes was the katana. Therefore, the act of stabbing that Miss Sykes remembered couldn't be that of Dr. Sykes. Very well. Let's suppose for a minute that Miss Sykes did use the utility knife. Tell me, how does that change anything? Come again? What if the katana was only being used as a decoy to conceal the true murder weapon? What if the real weapon that took the victim's life was the utility knife? Don't be ridiculous, or are you changing the premise of your entire argument? I'm merely offering a hypothetical situation derived from your logic. Yo, did boss music starts playing? Yo, why do I hear boss music? Like, literally, like, what's happening here? Miss Sykes could put blood on the katana to make it look like the murder weapon, and then conceal the knife on her personage until Blackwell carried her away. It does clear up the contradiction between Miss Sykes' memories and the evidence. If, in fact, the murder weapon is a utility knife, then fate has dealt you a cruel hand. We have just proven the knife's existence to the rest of us with your own logic.
Objection!
The prosecution is attempting to lead the court.
Objection!
You're the one attempting to lead the court, Mr. Wright. By forcing us to forget the facts of this case, need I remind you that there was only 2 people in the lab at the time of the murder, and that the defendant herself recalls stabbing someone with her own hands. No. No. It matters not whether the murder weapon was a katana or a utility knife. As long as we know the victim and the defendant were the only ones there, you cannot escape the fact that it was Athena Sykes who killed her own mother. I don't believe it. Why? Why does this keep happening? Every time I find a contradiction, it vanishes and the suspicion keeps coming back. It's almost as if... Now you're finally starting to get it. The contradictions keep vanishing because the charge is true, and the suspicion keeps coming back to the defendant because that is where it belongs. Phoenix Wright, when will you open your eyes and accept the truth? Oh! I don't want to believe it. It can't be true. But what if... Mr. Wright, you fought a good fight. I think you've done all you can do. Is giving up really the only option? No. Snap out of it, Phoenix. What's the matter with you? Giving in doubt? I can't look back. 4 is the only way to go. No, Your Honor, not yet. It isn't over yet. Right. I can't lose sight of what's important. I believe in Athena, and I'll always believe in her, to the very end. The defense lawyer never gives up on his client. I have to pick myself up and stand firm. Make that brain of yours work, Phoenix. I don't see a way. I just have to go back and look for one. Time to rethink this case. Thoroughly. Ah, heck yeah, we're getting this. I can see that the fact that Athena must have stabbed someone with the utility knife. This must have been what Ponko witnessed as Athena's hug. But Prosecutor Blackwell didn't see the knife at the scene. This means that someone must have removed it from the lab before he arrived. Who could have taken the utility knife from the lab? It had been someone else. If I trust in Athena, then I have to conclude that there was a third person at the scene. But according to Ponko's testimony, Athena and her mother were the only 2 there. So then how did this third person manage to escape Ponko's detection? I know, this person must have fooled Ponko's facial recognition feature by covering their own face. But wait a minute, Ponko has a heartbeat detection system too. Even if they covered their own face, Ponko would have still detected their presence. Wait! Wait! The person that Athena stabbed with the utility knife wasn't her mother. That wasn't her mom. Wait! Because Ponko couldn't... Because Ponko, like, would have detected her by her face. Wait. But she wouldn't have been able to tell who they were. Wait, that's it. The culprit could have covered their face and posed as which person to avoid detection. Oh my... This is so messed up. This is so messed up. Someone was disguised as her mother. If the culprit posed as the victim, that would explain why Ponko thought only she and Athena were there. All they had to do was take advantage of Ponko's basic recognition features. The culprit used this in order to pose as the victim. Her jacket. The culprit could have posed as the victim by wearing her jacket with the ID tag on it. Since if they were wearing a mask, the only way for Ponko to detect that it was her was with the ID numbers or the ID tag. So Ponko wouldn't know any different. But that still leaves the heartbeat detection system. How did the culprit get around that? It wouldn't have worked if Ponko could detect the real Dr. Sykes' heartbeat too. So does that mean that the real Dr. Sykes is already dead by that time? If that's the case, then who did Athena stab? The real culprit. Holy frick! Holy... Athena stabbed the real culprit. That's it. The person Athena stabbed wasn't Dr. Sykes. It was the person who murdered her and pretended to be her, the real culprit. Now that Mr. Wright has finally finished thinking, let us bring this to a swift end. Please give us your verdict, Your Honor, so that we can move on to hostage negotiations. You're absolutely right, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I hereby...
Objection!
I didn't say I was finished. I was only pausing for a second. That was a long second. Because I realized something so shocking, I had to take a break to digest it. But now I know for a fact that... Miss Sykes is innocent. But Ponko saw me! She witnessed the moment of the crime! Yes, Ponko did witness something. She saw the hug. In other words, the moment you used the utility knife. But the person you stabbed wasn't your mother. What are you saying, Mr. Wright? The answer is simple. The person Miss Sykes stabbed was the third person posing as Dr. Sykes. What?
Objection!
Do you really expect us to swallow that, Mr. Wright? According to the robot's statements, there was no third person there. Did you really think I wouldn't see through this, your ludicrous grab for time?
Objection!
After all we've been through, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm disappointed. Don't you know by now that this smile of mine means I have absolute confidence? Read it and weep. Read that smug smile and weep. Ha! You make that pose all the time regardless of the facts. Ponko's strange malfunction. Mr. Tran, you look pale. Shall I help you to the sick bay? Oh wait, he was oh! Because Apollo's face was covered up. Couldn't recognize his face, but he saw the ID. Oh! That's why he kept saying it was Mr. Tran. Ah, okay. Mr. Tran, but that's Apollo you're talking to. Oh, this hunk of junk here is mistaking Apollo for Clay. Maybe Apollo's possessed by Clay's ghost. Ah! That was another case of mistaken identity caused by a jacket ID tag. All because Conco couldn't read Apollo's facial features due to that eye patch. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, a mask could nullify the robot's facial recognition, and then... all the person would have to do is wear a jacket with the victim's ID tag to pose as her.
Objection!
Of all the ridiculous theories, what good would a silly disguise like that do? Have you forgotten that the robot also has a heartbeat detection system? If there was a third person at the scene, the robot would have detected them. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth, but that doesn't even count for much, I'm afraid. Because, by that time, Dr. Sykes' heart had already stopped beating. What? So does that mean... Yes, Your Honor, the person Miss Sykes stabbed... this third person who is posing as Dr. Sykes is her mother's real killer. But that's... I'm... Impossible! A mask? The person I stabbed was wearing a mask? Order! Order in the court! Miss Sykes, did you say something? A mask? Yes, I remember, Athena! What is it? I remember a man with a mask. How could he... what did he do to my mother? My head... Athena's going okay. Oh my god. Miss Sykes, are you alright? No! The Black Cyclops. They're breaking. It's all coming back to me. Everything that happened the day my mother was murdered. They're gone. The black Cyclops are finally gone. You didn't really stab your mother, did you? It's all right, Athena. Just tell us what you saw that day. I was drawing a picture. When I was done, I went to show it to my mom. I opened the door, and then... It's all right. I'm here. You're safe. You're safe, Athena. She was on the floor by the workbench with the katana sticking out of her. There was a handkerchief over her face. I knew it was her by her clothes. And there was a man there. A man.
Hold it!
Quiet, Your Honor. Go on, Athena. He tried to attack me. In a panic, I grabbed the knife that was there and... Oh my god. Oh my god, bro. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes. But I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. And he kicked me, and I passed out. When I came to, my mom wasn't moving. I had to do something. I had to fix her, I thought. So I asked Ponko to move her to the operating table. Something's wrong with Mom, so I'm taking her apart to fix her. So that's why she said that. Your Honor, as you can see, the defendant had just given us a critical new testimony. A man was there before Miss Sykes arrived. A man who covered the victim's face. And put on the victim's jacket. This man is the real culprit. Miss Sykes, do you have any idea who this man was? No, I'm afraid I don't. A few moments ago, Miss Sykes mentioned a mask. Athena, can you tell us anything else about that? Yes, the mask. It was my mom's Japanese theater mask. I think it was the one hanging on the wall of the lab. This mask hanging here on the wall. It was kind of spooky. That mask, my mom used to tell me that no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a... That no mask even has the power to turn an ordinary human being into a phantom. What? A phantom? It would seem that a new suspect has emerged, and that means that all suspicion against Miss Sykes has... You see, this is precisely why I can't trust the court system. Athena Sykes is the murderer. I won't accept any other verdict. Miss Blackwell, this is not good. A new suspect forced the proof that this person ever existed. Who says it wasn't all just a dream of the little princess's groggy little head? She's right. We don't have any hard evidence of the masked man's existence.
Objection!
Thank you, Mr. Wright. I'll never be able to repay you for all you've done. I'm fine now, because I can say with certainty that I didn't kill my mother. Athena, I'm so glad for you. More and more memories are coming back now. So I'd like to say one thing if I could. Ponko came to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. to recharge. I went to the robotics lab at around 2 p.m. for my regular recharge. Just as I was about to charge up, Athena came in, hugged Mama Metis. And then Mama Metis fell down. After that, I was recharging, so I don't know anything. I see where you're going with this. If Mama Metis wasn't really the killer in disguise. Right. Then he must have come to the robotics lab before 2 p.m. Do I have anything here in the evidence? That can help me find this person who came to the lab before 2 p.m. Wait. Is there anything else? This? I hearsay, Your Honor. I'm gonna guess this is the tape? Because that's the only thing I can think of.
Take that!
This is Prosecutor Blackcoat leaving the scene after the incident at around 3 p.m. What I'm wondering is, does the video show anyone else passing by there before then? I don't see anything in their investigation report. Looks like they didn't check. Not the bloody sword! Just as I thought. So if we rewind the footage and go back around 2 p.m., we should be able to see the true culprit leaving the scene. Very well then, let's take a look. There, please stop it right there. Oh, they have a bloody hand, and torn coat. It's just like you said, there's a man leaving at the scene of the crime. Miss Sykes, do you remember this person? That's him, I'm sure of it. He's wearing my mother's jacket. I did, but what I really wanted to see was her jacket. That jacket on display. That was Dr. Sykes. It even has the cut. Bloody hand and cut uniform. Can you see it? There's a slash I made with the utility knife that day. And I'm sure that knife is under that jacket somewhere. So then, everything Miss Sykes said. Yo. Exactly, it proves that Miss Sykes' memory was correct. Dr. Sykes' killer arrived at the robotics lab before 2 p.m. He killed her and hit her face with a handkerchief. Not gonna lie, that guard actually looks kind of cool in it. Yeah. Ah, I don't like that face. Then he disguised himself with Dr. Sykes' jacket and masks that were there in the lab. The culprit probably knew beforehand that Ponko charged up at 2 p.m. every day. So he waited for Ponko to come to the lab for her regular recharge. By leaving Dr. Sykes' jacket on, the culprit tricked Ponko into thinking he was Dr. Sykes, thereby making it look like she was alive up to that point in time, to also disguise the real time of the death.
Objection!
It's a nice theory, Mr. Wright, but I'm afraid that it's just not possible. What? Why not? The victim's jacket is clearly visible right there in this video. And that right there is precisely the problem. The ID tag on the jacket of the scene confirms that beyond a doubt that it belongs to the victim. The person who left the tribe truly was wearing the victim's jacket. And how could it possibly have wound up back at the crime scene? Frick, frick, frick me. What's going on? That doesn't make sense. Is it her jacket? I don't see... What? Wait, it has to have been, because they freaking found it. Edward's right. If the culprit was wearing a jacket, how did it get back to the lab? Oh, maybe oh, wait. Maybe it was this point where the killer brought it back. And that's when... Wait. Killer brought it back, maybe? The killer used the jacket as disguise to make his escape. But in order to conceal that fact, he had to get the jacket back to the crime scene. So the culprit simply returned to the robotics lab later and planted it there. Contradictions resolved.
Objection!
Except that it would have been impossible. The only people who came to the robotics lab after the killer were Prosecutor Blackquill and the people who reported the body, and they claimed that the jacket was there when they arrived. So when do you propose this mysterious man of yours had the chance to return the jacket? A puzzling question indeed. When did the culprit have the chance to bring the jacket back? It couldn't have been at the time of the murder, because, like, you know, left when... When the... Oh my god. The only time the culprit could have returned the jacket was when the body was found. Mr. Wright, do you realize the implication of that argument? I do. Most people, when they come across a murder, focus on their attention on the body. The culprit could have taken advantage of the split second to plant the jacket. In other words, the true culprit of this case, the man known as the Phantom, was one of the first people to discover the body. I would never have thought of that. Order! Order in the court! What is the meaning of this, Prosecutor Edgeworth? The body was discovered and reported by a group of 3 people. They were there to collect the space probe's capsule in preparation of the HAT-1 launch. One of those people had a special bag to transport the capsule in. Oh, you mean the shock-resistant bag? Correct. I suppose that if the jacket was in that bag, it could have been returned to the scene of the crime without anyone noticing. I'll see to it that you get the reports on those 3 people. You will? We should also check the facial recognition database for that robot. If this person felt the need to hide his face with the theater mask, it might mean that his facial data was once registered. Prosecutor Edgeworth, does that mean... I have to admit, I believe Miss Sykes' memories to be credible. You win, Wright. Not that this were an official trial, anyway. Do my ears deceive me? Prosecutor Edgeworth, are you actually conceding? Is it true, boss? Does this mean I can't believe it. It's over. I won. I proved that both Athena and Prosecutor Blackquill are innocent. Your Honor, I see no need to further prolong this trial.
Objection!
Hold on, Mr. Wright. Have you forgotten who's in charge of this trial? That's right. I'm the one who's supposed to say I see no need to further prolong. Oh no, not you either, Your Honor. Now silence. The little princess who truly beloved by Metis and who repaid that love with death. All these years, hating Athena was the only thing that kept me going. But what do I do now? Can anybody tell me? How am I supposed to go on? Miss Blackquill. How unlike you, Aura. Metis was deeply passionate about her work, and she chose you as her partner. Isn't that... Shut up, Simon. You know exactly how I felt about her. Her respect as a co-worker wasn't all that I wanted. Then what did you want from her? Did you really just go there, Your Honor? Aura, there's something I wanted to say if you will lend me an ear. I have in my possession a lead on who Metis' murder is. You do? Right, don't know. You asked me about the identity of the Phantom of 7 years past. That's right. Phantom, the person Blackwell has been looking for, even from behind bars. 7 years ago, somebody hatched a plan to sabotage the Hat 1 rocket. No subtle hint. Yeah, no. The spy. But he was no ordinary spy. We knew not about him, his background, appearance. We came to refer to him as the Phantom. At the time I was working with the police to hunt him down, and then one day a miracle occurred, and I obtained a lead on him. How exciting! What was the lead? A recording of the Phantom's voice, but the quality is too poor for proper voice analysis. As I had hoped, an Aura's co-worker was a scientist who could analyze human emotions. So I asked her to evaluate the recording using analytical psychology. And that scientist was Dr. Sykes. Yes, a spy's greatest fear is to have his true identity discovered. In addition to Hat 1, Dr. Sykes' results in the recording were surely amongst his targets. But his search of the Space Center bore no fruit, so he must have started to panic. He couldn't find them, but where could they have been? Who is to say? Wow, I bet he's never let that one out of his sight all these years. How in the world did you smuggle them into prison? Oh, I have my ways. What's more, my partner is especially talented at that sort of thing. Taka! I worked to lure the Phantom in by spreading rumors throughout the underworld. I even granted a permission to prosecute cases to attract the Phantom's attention. Just try to retrieve your identity, you bloody butcher. Became my taunt. And what about the result Dr. Sykes drew up for you? Was there any useful information? Here, you can see yourself. But take good care of it. It's all I have left of my mentor. I will. I better hold on to this real tight. Yeah, don't let anyone freaking shock ya and like steal that out of your hands, man. We ain't having that again. Phantom psych profile added to the court record. Psychological profile classified. Emotional output of this voice extremely weak compared to typical voices. Subject deemed to have a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. No emotional fluctuation, huh? A spy who experiences no emotions, not sadness nor anger, and naturally, no fear. He is the very definition of a phantom, a monster with no heart. Don't you see? This creature is the rot that destroyed our lives. It's what allays us to all into motion. The Phantom, indeed, a fitting name for the one who has brought darkness to our world. Well then, it seems the phantom image of this man has started to take shape. Based on what we have learned, I'd like all of you to conduct further investigation. This is not a formal trial, but I do want to follow protocol. If I may, I'd like to hand down my verdicts and bring these proceedings to an end. Whatever, do what you want. You'll hear no objections from me. Yes, please, Your Honor. It's over. It's finally over. Very well. In that case, Prosecutor Blackwell, could you please take the stand? As a result of this trial, your innocence has been proven. The verdict handed down 7 years ago is hereby overturned. And now, the defendant of the current trial, Miss Athena Sykes. Yes, Your Honor? Mr. Wright, thank you. Thank you for everything. Athena, you're more than welcome. If everyone is ready, I will now give my verdict. You? Apollo? What the actual... Hold on, hold on, hold on. Okay. So I had to take a little break right there because I was wondering where you freaking been. Apollo! What is the meaning of this? Congratulations, Mr. Wright and Prosecutor Edgeworth. You uncovered the truth from 7 years ago and you saved Prosecutor Blackwell. However, I can't allow this trial to end just yet. What? Why, Apollo? Why would you do this to us? Cliffhanger? Nah. We are continuing this. Save your current. Yeah, I'm saving my current progress. We still going. Frick. Apollo, go sit in the corner. Think about what you did. Mother fricker left us. Had to eat Eldune's noodles by myself. It was really freaking depressing, man. What do you want? What do you have, Apollo? For God's sake. Mr. Justice, please explain yourself. It's very simple. There isn't much to explain. The defendant, Miss Athena Sykes, might not be innocent. What? What? You cannot give me that face! No, you cannot give me that face when you say that. No! What are you talking about? The case from 7 years ago has been settled. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. Have you lost the plot, Apollo? He went freaking edgelord freaking... I have a dark backstory. I lost my eye in the war, and this is my coat. I'm not talking about the past here. I'm talking about the present case. What do you mean? I'm still not clear on who killed Clay Turan. But, Apollo, why would you... Miss Sykes, please listen quietly to what I have to say. What in the world is Apollo trying to do? Your Honor, please allow me a little of the court's time. But this is a trial of the case from 7 years ago. Miss Blackwell, I'd like to ask a favor of you. Just as you lost someone close to you, I lost someone close to me too. I'm sure you want to know the real truth of what happened as much as I do. If anyone should be quiet, do Apollo. Apollo, sure, you know I'm all for the truth. Now let's see you expose the princess's guilt. Judge, I give my permission. Continue with the trial. Very well. If that's all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. The prosecution has no objections. Let's hear Mr. Justice's testimony. I'll have the police's investigation report brought immediately. Not you too, Edgeworth. I really hope it's because you have something up your sleeve. That's what I'm hoping to. Very well. Your opening statement, please, Prosecutor Edgeworth. As you wish. Let's review the case of the murder of Mr. Clay Turan. It was made clear in the previous trial that Solomon Starbuck was not his killer. Therefore, the true culprit was someone else. On that day, this culprit waited for the astronauts in boarding lounge 1, and the two men made their escape out of the Space Museum. The killer attacked Mr. Turan with the same type of knife that was used 7 years ago. The murderer then escaped into the Space Museum. Next, Director Yuri Cosmos switched the launch pads. After that, the culprit exited the Space Museum and escaped via boarding lounge 2. Therefore, this trial must make clear of who Mr. Turan's true killer was. In other words, freak this. We must discover who it was that escaped through the Space Museum that day. Thank you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Mr. Wright, is the defense ready? Yes, Your Honor. I'd better rearrange my evidence. Frickin' heck. Freak this, bro. Okay. Now then, Mr. Justice, your testimony, if you please. I suspect Miss Sykes of the murder of Clay Turan. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself. In addition, she's the only one who could have utilized the launchpad switch to escape. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder. Have you lost your everlasting mind, Apollo? Order! Order in the court! Mr. Justice, you realize you are charging your own co-worker with murder, don't you? Yes, Your Honor, because that is the conclusion my investigation has led me to. But, Apollo, why? How could you suspect me too? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. I don't get it. Just what did you find out over the past few days to make you think this? Frick this. Oh my god. Okay.
Hold it!
What made you suspicious of Miss Sykes? It all started when Miss Sykes and I were investigating the crime scene. When she saw the weapon that killed Mr. Turan, my bracelet reacted. She said she'd never seen a knife before, but my bracelet told me otherwise. And then every time after that, my bracelet would react when she talked about the case. Poor Apollo must have been beside himself during that investigation. I didn't know what to do or think. I couldn't even sleep. In his defense, not something I thought I'd say after Kristoff. I don't blame him for not trusting his co-workers to the evidence points that way. Yeah. True. Yeah, after that whole thing. I would kind of expect him to be just a bit standoffish with trusting people. In that condition, I knew I wouldn't be any good in court. So I decided to wear an eye patch so I wouldn't be able to perceive any of her tells. So that's why Apollo was acting so strangely. But the reason Miss Sykes unconsciously reacted to the knife that way is because she stabbed her mother's murderer with that one identical to it 7 years ago.
Objection!
But that knife was also the murder weapon that was used to kill Clay Turan. My bracelet could have also reacted to her because she knew she was his killer too. Don't smirk! I guess he has a point. But my bracelet wasn't the only reason I became suspicious of her. My growing suspicions were confirmed when this incriminating evidence presented itself.
Hold it!
That's the lighter that was found in the Space Museum with her fingerprints on it, right? But even if it seems decisive, there must be other facts that we don't know about yet. If that's so, go ahead and prove it then. Look, honestly, I don't want to believe it's true either. But Miss Sykes is the only one who was in the Space Museum at the time of the murder. What the F, Apollo? But Mr. Justice, Miss Sykes had absolutely no motive to kill Mr. Turan.
Objection!
7 years ago, Miss Sykes lived at the Cosmos Space Center. It wouldn't be strange if she had some kind of connection to him. Besides, people sometimes kill for motives we can't even imagine. You're saying the most outlandish stuff that I've ever heard a defense attorney a defense guy ever say, and I had to freaking cross-examine a parrot. I've heard so many outlandish things, I swear to God. I think that lack of sleep is getting to you, man. I know you've seen plenty of cases like that in your own career, Mr. Wright. I still can't believe this. How can you actually suspect Athena, Apollo?
Hold it!
Isn't it possible that somebody else used that same escape route? I'm afraid not, Mr. Wright. Why not? Recall there was a security camera in boarding lounge 1 aimed at the launch pad door. It's the camera that captured Mr. Turan and Mr. Starbuck. But there's also another security camera in boarding lounge 2. It's recorded of Mr. Turan's killer, or rather, Miss Sykes coming out of the Space Museum. A camera in boarding lounge 2? First I've heard of it, but it makes sense. Athena says she had snuck into the Space Museum the night before the incident, and then was overcome and passed out until around noon of the next day. I was out until about noon of the next day. I didn't even know about the explosions. Oh dang, you, sir, good sir, you have missed so much. Are we in courtroom 4? Yes, yes we are. Because there's no other courtrooms we could use because every single one of them was full. Except this one because it got blown up. When I woke up, nobody was around, so I just went out into boarding lounge 2. It must have been when the camera captured her. Wait. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna wait for a second. It must have been when the camera captured her, and that's what made Apollo suspect her even more. But wait a minute. In that case, he most likely recorded the true culprit as well.
Objection!
That's a negative on that one too, Mr. Wright. In the footage taken after the incident, Miss Sykes is the only one who appears. What? Why? Trip, look over there. Look who's here. Order in the court! That can't be. But if it is, then it's incredibly incriminating. Wasn't it you who proved in the previous trial that the way the true culprit escaped? Trip, you wanna know something? Apparently, Edgeworth goes to freaking, Trucy's magic shows. So that's like the freaking... I will hold that to my heart. That is freaking cute. He goes to her freaking magic, like, recitals and everything. Her magic shows. Also, that's why I wanted to, like, wait a minute, because I was like, oh yeah, Pearl's here too! Best uncle! Yeah, totally. Also, Pearl is also here? Hold on, wait, I need to read on this. Hold on. Speed medium training, her psychic powers are beyond question. Miles Edgeworth, the chief prosecutor, he's an old friend and a former prosecutor against whom I fought many courtroom battles. How much time has passed? It's been 8 freaking years, bro! Yeah, she's 17 now. Yeah. It's been like 7 to 8 years now. Was via the Space Museum after the pads had been switched. A fact you previously proved turned on its ear, leaving your client high and dry. I must say, that is vintage Phoenix Wright. That is why I wish to indict Miss Sykes on the charge of murder.
Hold it!
I'm gonna fight you, Apollo. Leaving your client to the end is a basic principle of good defense. Shouldn't you extend that same principle to your own co-worker? You're probably right. Maybe I'm not even fit to be a lawyer. Don't say that, man. No. However, I don't care. This case is special to me. Clay was my friend. And that's why I just have to know the truth. Paul suspected his trusted coworker of killing his friend. Low-key defrosting some sushi. To dispel his doubts, he investigated on his own, but that only led to more doubts. Apollo must have been really struggling with this. Well, Apollo may have doubts, but... I'll say it again. Athena Sykes isn't the murderer. Then I have only one thing to say. Evidence is everything in court. Frick you. Well, Mr. Wright, think you have the concrete proof to knock down my arguments? Your arguments have been very clear, Mr. Justice, and your facts appear to be indisputable. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you think of my theory? It looks like not even you can deny it. Miss Sykes is the only one who used the only possible escape route. In these circumstances, there can be no other suspect but the defendant. Unless... you think there was an alternative escape route. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? It's just a theory, Apollo. Again. Is that what you think, Mr. Wright? Is that what you think, Phoenix? Was there an alternative escape route? Let me look over my freaking evidence. Could there have... Bro, wait. I don't like the silence. Spacey, full side for upcload the hat one important. Where are we so we're trying to see if there's an alternate escape route that the supposed murderer could have went to instead of like what we had thought. Oh my god, it could have been that. It could have been the emergency library. It wasn't. Wait. Okay. Well, I saved, so I'm gonna say, of course. Yes, of course there must have been. Just don't ask me what. Heck yeah, bluffing. Till we figure this out. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? I may be bluffing, but that's never... Frick. Or it should be, god dang it. Frick. Hold on, I need to, like... I will go back, hold on. I don't know if you guys saw, like, the... You know what, hold on. G options, load. We're reloading this. Just frick this. Yeah, bluffing. I'm bluffing. Yes, of course it must have been. Just don't ask me. Just don't ask me what. You're just bluffing again, aren't you? Me? Bluff? No way. He knows me too well. It's fine, Mr. Wright. Even a bluff would suit me just fine. As long as you can. Clear up this doubt inside me. Wait, so is that what this is all about? I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can really fully trust her. So that you can really trust me. It seems your junior partner has just showed us what trials are truly all about. I believe you're right. We prosecutors painstakingly question every detail in pursuit of the defendant. While we lawyers believe in and defend our clients to the end. When both sides go all out against each other, that's when we discover the truth. Precisely, and when the battle is over, we will understand the true meaning of trust. That's exactly what trials are about. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, I couldn't ignore the seed of doubt that was growing inside me. So I decided I need to face it head on. No matter what the truth is that's weighing ahead, I won't be afraid. That's so like Apollo, always uber earnest about things like this. Mr. Justice, I vow to dispel every last bit of doubt in your heart. Good, because I want to believe in Miss Sykes again. You're really hoping there was an alternative route, aren't you, Apollo? But if I use the process of elimination, there really aren't that many possibilities. Director Cosmos was at the southern exit, leaving only the control room and the corridor to the Space Museum. Which door could the culprit have escaped through? Come on, Mr. Wright, where do you think the culprit escaped to? Oh, they could have... Wait. Y'all remember that leaf from earlier? Well, yeah, Trip, you wouldn't know.
Take that!
Is in the Space Museum corridor. They really only could have escaped to the corridor to the Space Museum. All they had to do was use the unconscious Mr. Starbucks Prince to get through the door.
Objection!
It appears that all you're trying to establish is Miss Sykes' guilt. If the culprit used that route, the only exit would have been into the boarding lounge too. The logical conclusion of your argument is that the killer is none other than the defendant. Out the... Frick. Wait. Oh my god, the killer went out through the window. I knew it. That's the only way it could be, huh? If the culprit escaped into the corridor that leads to the Space Museum, And I guess it's true. The only exit would have been to the boarding lounge too. But Miss Sykes was the only person captured by the boarding lounge 2 security camera. Can't they just stay in the room? Then they would have found, like, them there. They had to, like, get out as fast as they could. And the only person that went out of the, like... Athena, see, if they were to stay, like, Athena could have seen them, or anyone else could have. And they didn't go out to the boarding lounge 2, because the security camera would have caught them. But the only person they caught was Athena. They could have went out some... Frick, they could have went out the window. I investigated the crime scene thoroughly. But the only place the culprit could have escaped was the Space Museum corridor. There weren't any other secret corridors or anything. So that leaves us with no other conclusions to draw but that Athena Sykes was the culprit. But could the answer be, was there really no other escape route? But hold on a second, what if... Where did those mysterious leaves we saw in the corridor come from? What if they're a clue to the culprit's real escape route? I think it is possible that the culprit escaped into the Space Museum, but then came out using a route other than into the boarding lounge 2. Oh. Launchpad 1 and the Space Museum were switched after the bombing, meaning the Space Museum corridor was moving along the rail at the time. Holy frick, did they jump? At some... Which is exactly when the alternative escape route opened up for the culprit. Are you kidding me? Look, man, I can't tell ya, 'cause, like, cross-examine the... Judging by the intense look on your eyes, I take you're serious. Very well then, Mr. Wright, do tell. Where could the culprit have gone from the museum corridor besides the boarding lounge 2? Frick. Oh my god. Oh my god! Oh my god! Y'all remember that freaking escape ladder? No, wait, dude, there's escape ladder. It was lowered to the ground from the window of the 4th floor robotics lab. It was used to evacuate the Space Center personnel. Oh my god, the mother fricker. The dude jumped and got onto the lab. Holy frick, wait.
Take that!
Holy frick! We found something odd while investigating the museum corridor this afternoon. Namely, a few dead leaves on the floor. Considering where the dead leaves come from, they point us to exactly where the culprit escaped to. Yes, I remember seeing some leaves myself. Do you mean... Yep, while the Space Museum was in motion just beyond the corridor safety door was an alternative place that the culprit could use to escape. In other words, the culprit's real escape route was the area outside the Space Center. You're freaking insane! I'm insane.
Objection!
Do you know how impossible that would be? The corridor is level with the 3rd floor. Even if the culprit tried to leap to the outside of the outside wall of the Space Center building, they would fall to their death.
Objection!
Ordinarily, yes. But after the bombing incident, the culprit could make use of a certain item. Frick this, mother fricker. Wait, then they would have had prior knowledge of that. Oh my god, there was someone there. They would have had prior knowledge of that escape route. And of that ladder at the freaking... Bro, nah. And what item was it exactly, Mr. Wright? Alright, this is what the culprit used to leap to the outside wall of the main building. Frick this! Frick this!
Take that!
An emergency ladder. There was an emergency ladder in the 4th floor robotics lab, and it was used that day after the explosions to help evacuate people. Miss Blackwell herself used that ladder to escape down to ground level. Recall that the launch pads were switched after the ladder was lowered. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. Oh my god, this guy is insane! This dude's insane! But wait! If that were the case, then there's someone there. Somehow they didn't... Oh my god, they're... I'm putting this out on a limb. If they had prior knowledge of this and was able to go down the ladder, then... And they weren't even being suspected. So it had to have been someone there. It would have been someone there that, like, was there when the bombing happened. And they were the Phantom was disguised as someone there. So no one would lead suspicion that it was that. Oh my god. The corridor would have passed by the ladder while the pads were being switched. And that's when the culprit literally sprang into action. They're crazy. And leapt onto the ladder. What? Who would have imagined? Order in the court! Well, an alternate escape route seems to have emerged. Which means someone other than Miss Sykes could have been the culprit, right?
Objection!
Making things up on the fly is an attempt to sway the court again, are we, Mr. Wright? Your theory has so many holes, it puts Swiss cheese to shame. Swiss cheese to shame. I can't speak. Alright then, name one. I have here detailed information about the Space Center according to this. The distance between the museum corridor and the main building during the movement is... a full 20 feet. 20 feet? You're pulling my leg, right? In addition to the corridor is 3 floors from the ground, so roughly 50 feet. What's more, the culprits would be leaping to a precarious place, an unstable ladder. Frick. God dang it. Human beings feel fear in dangerous situations. It's a basic survival instinct. An ordinary person would certainly hesitate before jumping. Oh, but not this guy. Not this man. Or even freeze in fear and not jump at all.
Objection!
But the culprit had just murdered someone. They weren't in an ordinary state of mind.
Objection!
Nevertheless, why would they have taken that kind of risk? They could have waited for the switch to be completed and escaped to the boarding lounge too.
Objection!
Because there was a security camera in the boarding lounge too. The culprit knew they would be recorded if they left the Space Museum that way.
Objection!
In that case, the culprit could have hidden in the museum until things settled down, and then blended in with the other people after the museum was opened. That's a good point. But you claim that despite all this, the culprit took a 20-foot death-defying leap. And all that in the brief moment of the corridor and ladder passed by each other. That's also a good point. They would have needed a running start while the corridor was moving to make that jump. And their timing was off. If their timing was off, or if they couldn't jump far enough, it would have been instant death. What kind of person would attempt something like that? Stop bringing up good points, Edgeworth. This true culprit of yours is nothing but a figment of your imagination. Why do you always have to point out every flaw? Mr. Edgeworth's right. That does sound pretty insane. The culprit would have to be someone who feels no fear, like a stuntman. But everyone feels fear on some level, right? Wait a minute. Oh my god, the freaking light bulbs are coming on? I got it this time. I can prove that there's someone who could have used this alternate escape route. Oh, can you now? This proves the possibility of a person who could have used this alternative escape route. Where the frick? Huh? I thought you would give me the freaking profiles, not this. Where's the phantom? What's this? So the Phantom is the supposed murderer, and, the reason they call... And... Well, to now we know why they're possibly called the Phantom is that, well, they wear a mask of sorts in order to hide their true identity. Oh, frick, wait, here it is. Phantom's psych profile. The subject's emotions rarely, fluctuate, and he doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. Also, what's up with the squiggly? The what now? Oh, that. Okay, yeah, I think it has to be this.
Take that!
Yeah, okay. I was like wondering, like, where the frick? What's that, Mr. Wright? It's a certain person's very interesting psych profile. The subject doesn't experience feelings like normal people do. In other words, this person doesn't feel happiness, sadness, or fear. Doesn't feel fear. What? Right. You can't be serious. Without the constraint of fear, he could easily do what an ordinary person wouldn't dare. Just as you or I could do a broad jump on the ground without the slightest fear. This subject could make a 20-foot leap, 50 feet up in the air. He could choose this extremely way of escaping without hesitation. So you're saying that to a person without fear, the alternative route would be quicker and eliminate the chance that they'd be spotted. Spotted. That's definitely pretty extreme, Mr. Wright. Was there such a person there at the scene? Yes, the Phantom, that mysterious shadowy figure who keeps popping up. Oh dear. The Phantom. Again? The Phantom killed my freaking guy. I knew the Phantom was there behind the scenes of the Space Center bombing, but I wasn't sure if he was connected to the murder of Clay Tran as well. Okay, now we do. Now we do. Now we have a connection. However, now it's all clear. The Phantom is the one who not only bombed the Space Center, but also killed Mr. Turan. What? They just... What? Order in the court! Order, I say! Mr. Wright, please continue. There are just too many similarities between this case and the one from 7 years ago. But why, you may ask? It can only be because both incidents were the work of the same Phantom. So then this Phantom is the one who killed Clay. But who is he? This Phantom has been haunting this case, pulling the strings in the background. Who could this unidentified international spy be? Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. Frick. Wait. No, wait. No. No. No, wait. Wait. Frick. If I have to present a profile. Oh, you guys are I don't think y'all are ready. Right, this escape route must have been a part of the Phantom's plan from the start. As was tricking Director Cosmos into switching the launch pads, the bomb on the second floor was meant to make the elevators and stairs unusable. That's why he gave advance warning and planted the bombs where he did. Yes, I think you're right. But it doesn't explain this one last thing. So I lowered my emergency ladder like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. But it was such a pain. Why couldn't they have used the ladders in the other rooms? The rock slide wasn't the only room with an emergency ladder, but he couldn't have made that leap unless he was certain which one it would be. So you mean the Phantom must be someone who knew that particular ladder was going to be used? That's right. Who could it be? Oh. Thank you, Cool Chris, for the follow. Right at this moment, who could it be? Wait a minute. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. Miss Blackwell lowered the ladder after being told by the detective leading the... Ah! You've got to be kidding me! Did you figure it out right? Do you know who the Phantom is? Yes, I do. Who is it? Who killed Clay? Frick this. Our mystery spy, known as the Phantom, is none other than... Mother fricker! Oh, I should have punched you in the face from the start. Oh, I'm so done. After the explosions, a member of the staff crossed paths with a certain detective. I was on duty on the 4th floor. It was quite the madhouse, I tell you. As for the detective who was leading the evacuation from the 4th floor, he had a very specific objective in mind. So I lowered my emergency ladder, like the detective leading the evacuation told me to. His objective was to secure his own escape route. We lowered an emergency ladder from a 4th floor window and escaped that way. Once everyone else got out safely, I made my way down too and headed to the shelter. This is a detective you all know. He's even the lead detective on the current case. He appears to be a very emotional man, but his psych profile says he is without emotion.
Take that!
What are you saying? You mean the Phantom is Detective Bobby Fulbright? I almost said Bobby. What? Bobby Fulbright. Exactly, we were all taken in by his fake persona. Detective Fulbright's real identity is the Phantom. Frick this. We know, or you said that like 3 times in the last 5 minutes. Order in the court! Mr. Wright, how could this be? That's easy, Your Honor. Detective Fulbright was leading the 4th floor evacuation effort. Our first clue is that he made no attempt to have any other ladder put to use. Bobby Fulbright? Yes! That's his new name now. Bobby Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright. Bobby Fulbright. I hate this so much. Oh my god. The ladder in the robotics lab is the only one he ordered to be lowered. The second is that he directed everybody to the basement shelter via this ladder. Verily, it was all part of his plan to create an escape route. As Detective Fulbright saw to it that the ladder was lowered from the robotics lab, he went to the lounge where he killed Clay Turan and escaped into the Space Museum. The museum started moving slowly, so he waited for the right time to get a running start. And just as the corridor was passing the ladder, he leapt onto it. I don't believe it. That addle-padded detective did all that. Was it really him? I mean, all this time I thought... Sorry we didn't catch your name. My name? I'm Bobby Fulbright. I'm the heroic detective who defends our good citizens from evil. The champion of justice who comes running whenever you're in need. And my catchphrase? In justice we trust. Then his concern for Simon was also all just one big act. I swore to reform Prosecutor Blackwell and make him a valued member of society again. So I can't just sit by and watch him give in to his emotions and tear the defendant apart. Buffy Bullfrog! That monster killed Clay! He had me completely fooled! Come to think of it, he's the one who brought that bloodstained lighter to court too! The scumbag even made me turn on Athena! Dang it! How the heck did I fall for all that? For him to have wormed his way into the police department as well. Your Honor, the defense demands to question Detective Bobby Fulbright. Yes, I agree that we need to hear from him right away. The court will take a short recess and then Detective Fulbright will take the stand. Mother fricker. Oh, I'm going to punch him in the face. Someone get the metal pipe. We're breaking this guy's kneecaps in. Thank you so much, Mr. Wright. If it wasn't for everything you did, I... Don't freaking cry, Athena. It's gonna be okay. Don't thank me yet. We still have an uphill battle to fight. You got it, boss. Depressed Apollo. Depressed Apollo. Apollo! Well, this is awkward. Athena, can you do me a favor? Huh? What is it? Could you... punch me, please? Please? What the... Could you punch me, please? Oh my god, I need to punch someone right now with pleasure. Also, Biffy Bullfrog. What the actual... What? Why should I do that? Because I should have believed in you. I let the seed of doubt inside me get the best of me. I'm really sorry that I didn't trust... Ouch! Don't be such a dope! I was really touched by what you did. Huh? Now what are you talking about? Punching fire, just not your desk. It's been enough. I'm gonna punch like, you know that video where the guy's just like punching everyone he just sees? That's me. I want to believe in Athena. I really do. But what is faith without doubt? That's why I need to question her guilt. So that once the truth finally comes out, I can finally fully trust her. Eh. Get out of here. You took the time and effort to genuinely think about who I am and what I'm made of. After all that, how could I punch a true friend like you, Apollo? You didn't have any trouble slapping him a second ago. Thanks, Athena. And thanks for waking me up to reality again. Now take that stupid eye patch off your face, man. Guess I know who to call if I ever get sleepy in court. Looks like you have some promising young people working under you. Yes, you should have. You definitely deserve all the shame, Apollo. Edgeworth. Yeah, I think they're pretty great myself. And they're not afraid to keep me in line. Anyway, I have some very good news. Aura Blackwell has surrendered and the hostages have been set free. Trissy and all the others? Oh, thank goodness! Miss Blackwell said she had something she really needed to do. So I granted her special permission to do what she must. I wonder what it is. Miss Blackwell! I didn't come to apologize, if that's what you're thinking. My actions are what allowed the truth of what happened 7 years ago to come to light. She's going to jail for her kidnapping crimes. Probably. I did come because I had something to say to all of you. Miss Aura, she better not be here to complain about something. Miss Blackwell, I want to apologize to you. The fact that you couldn't trust the court system is our fault. Yes, it's true the courts are filled with incompetent idiots. Still, I suppose I could let you handle the rest of this case for me. Oh, Miss Aura, does this mean you're starting to trust the system again? No, of course not. Be quiet, hunk of junk. It's just, I wouldn't mind if you were the ones who took Metis killer down. Leave it to us, we'll get him. So I guess that means she's starting to trust us at least. Eh. Oh! Aura. Simon, I'm so glad both you and the princess were cleared up all suspicion. It's all thanks to me and my robots. You better be grateful. I never imagined you would go that far. Though you always were extreme. I don't recall ever requesting your help. As close as ever I see. Well, now that you've been released, I guess it's my turn to go live in the slammer. I just hope you're not the prosecutor for my trial. You'd probably give me the death penalty. You know me all too well. I guess love can take on a variety of expressions, including stunted in their case. I truly was about to be executed tomorrow, but because of you, it looks like I won't be crossing the sticks just yet. You have my heartfelt thanks, Aura. I'm sorry it caused you so much anguish. Simon. Is she crying? No! I'm so glad, Simon. So very glad to hear you say that. Aura. Alright, that's enough of that. Bailiff, take me to take me to the detention center. What Miss Blackwell did was inexcusable. But it's clear she did it out of love for her brother. I still can't wrap my head around Detective Fulbright being the Phantom. I can't believe he killed Clay. Right. He murdered my mentor, which brought great distress upon little Athena. Chief Prosecutor. Yes. I would ask a favor. Would you allow me to stand at the prosecutor's bench for this trial? Ah, heck yeah! Also, we need to get those chains off your, like, arms, man. I would ask a favor, would you allow me to be at the prosecutor bench? I wish to claim the Phantom's head by my own hand. That was my plan all along, after all. It's hardly unconventional for a man in my position to stand in court. Sir. The formal paperwork has yet to be filed, but you are hereby conditionally released. Please take the prosecutor's bench in your official capacity and uncover the truth by your own hand. I am much obliged. The day to part with these has come at last. Chief Prosecutor, could you? How long have I waited? Maybe it's the sense of freedom, but even the air seems fresher, the light brighter. And I will relish slashing that blackguard Fulbright to shreds without mercy. I don't have to be able to read his heart to see how happy he is. I'm so glad, but I won't cry just yet. After all, we still got a trial to finish. It's okay to cry, Athena, I promise. Prosecutor Blackwell, Mr. Wright, please avenge Clay's death for me. What are you talking about, Apollo? You're coming to the defense bench with me. I am? Well, I can't expect Athena to assist me, now can I? She's the defendant. It leaves you, Apollo. But, are you sure you want me? I took a leave of absence and everything. Well, our office is pretty short-handed, and you're all I've got. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Apollo. Athena, I can say with all my heart now. I believe in your complete innocence. And now we're going to prove it to the world. Thank you, Apollo. I know you can do it.
So, you won't be needing that eye patch anymore, right?
Right, because I'm fine now.
Cutscene, the heck? That was so cool. Let's freaking go, Apollo! Holy frick, we are taking this man down. Where did that come from? They've been doing all these cutscenes, man. They've been doing these types of cutscenes. Now, this is the Apollo I know. frick. Welcome back, Apollo. It's almost time for the trial to restart, though it looks like you have things well in hand. Yep. I should head back to the prosecutor's office. But why? I want to look into a few things, namely, the first people on the scene 7 years ago, the facial data registered by the robot, and Detective Fulbright's background. Sounds great, Edgeworth. Thanks. I expect to be repaid with a victory, Wright. Now, if you'll excuse me. Okay, you two all set to go? You bet I am! Let's do this! Da-da. This is it, the final battle. The murder of Apollo's friend. Courtroom bombing incident. And the case that ushered in the dark age of the law 7 years ago. Destiny has called to us to bring the one responsible for it all to justice today. Man, I want my sushi to defrost faster. Let us now reconvene. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has never been more ready. You know, this is the first time we've been at the defense bench together since I debuted. Now that you mention it. Although back then, I thought you were more loud than you were reliable. Wait! It said 2.5 to 3 hours, man. I don't know what to do. Freaking heck. You've really come a long way since then, Apollo. You've grown a lot. Well, there have been some hiccups, but I guess I've done pretty well. You still got that ego of his, though. What? You got some ego too, man. Prosecutor Blackwell. With the 7-year mistake now resolved, you can finally take your rightful place. Yes, I guess we can keep the chit-chat for later. Bailiff, please bring in the witness immediately. Can I talk to the State Farm chocolate bar? Don't. What do you mean State Farm chocolate bar? What the frick? Even with those handcuffs off, Prosecutor Blackwell seems to be pretty much the same. It's real and it will hurt you. What does that mean? 7 years of grumpiness doesn't go away so easily, I guess. Frick you! Bobby Fulbright here. I heard I was needed to the stand, so here I am. Detective Fulbright. Do you know why you have been called to give testimony? Yep, because there's only one reason why I'd be called. And that is because it's time for justice. And justice we trust. Don't play the music! This music is going to haunt me forever. Just like freaking Mother's Love. Hold on, I'll be right back. You want proof? I guess? Sure, frick it. Why not? I want to see this State Farm chocolate bar. This music is going to haunt me like Mother's Love from Undertale Yellow has haunted me. This song is a bop, but I swear to God, I'm gonna be haunted by a phantom. This meh. I'm just gonna have like the third. I'm just gonna have the other emote there, cause like frick it.
Objection!
You can't fool us with that act anymore. Your justice is nothing but lies. Why didn't my thing go off? Hold on. Oh, now it did. What? Are you questioning the integrity of the sense of justice? I mean, sure, sometimes I make mistakes, but hey. He's acting exactly the same as always. Tell me about it. He must be feeling awfully confident. Ah, frickin' heck, bro. Oh, you are... I'm so gonna punch you in the face. Fulbright, if you wish to dispel our suspicions, then let's get with your testimony. Alright, fine. You want me to prove my righteousness? I can certainly do that. I'm the very embodiment of justice itself. I won't have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments. And this bit about the escape routes is only the theory. We don't have any proof. What we do have is proof that Athena Sykes is the culprit. This liar with her prints on it. So you're saying the suspicion against you are completely false, and that the defendant is the real culprit. That's right. Mr. Laura's escape route is totally circumstantial. He doesn't have any proof that I made a big leap onto a ladder. We don't have proof. You are correct about that. However, you don't have any proof for your claim either. I guess you're right. But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is. Can you live react to the video on stream? What do you mean video? Okay. I see. Why? Okay, you're just opening it up. Man, I didn't think this would be a reaction. Freaking. What the actual? State Farm. He just opened up the stinking State Farm chocolate bar, and why is it has an embroidered? It even says State Farm on the chocolate bar. I get my chocolate insurance. I was about to ask, like, where'd you get a State Farm chocolate bar? Okay. So we're done with chocolate reaction or whatever. You guys couldn't see it. But he just straight up opens up the stinking chocolate bar at his State Farm on the bar. Just show them. You want me to show? Okay, fine. You get it. Yeah, I know. I saw there was nothing bad. I wasn't expecting anything bad. I was just so confused. Like, what do you mean by video? I don't even know which one. How does this even work? Live reaction to opening up a chocolate bar. Like, cover this man's face. I don't want to see this man. It's just it's just State Farm chocolate. And there you have it. State Farm chocolate. Okay. But why? Blah 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 blah. What the freak voice? But you can't define justice with evidence. Who can define it anyway? Justice just is. Frick. I need to remember to click over here.
Objection!
Don't make me break out a dictionary on you. Please don't throw the book at me. Throw the book. I'm getting the freaking book. I'm ready to chuck it. Tell me the Phantom didn't just make me set up as a stupid pun for him. Let's just try not to lose focus, alright? But my justice is crystal clear. What's not clear are your eyes. Wake up and smell the justice.
Silence!
Enough of your rubbish, fool Bright. If you have even an ounce of justice, then you will answer the court's questions and prove it. Prosecutor Blackwell. Prosecutor Blackwell looks torn. Well, Fulbright was his partner after all. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. The truth will be revealed in the cross-examination. The suspicions against Detective Fulbright are, at this point, only suspicions. As it's my duty, I will judge the claims against the detective as impartially as I can. Does anyone have any objections? That's fine, Your Honor. Now ask away and don't hold back. Well, there don't appear to be any objections. Very well, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination. There was a thick encyclopedia at Bullfrog.
Hold it!
The embodiment of justice, those are just empty words. But they say if you keep saying them, sometimes they can eventually become the truth. Isn't that how people make their dreams come true too, by wishing over and over? Alright, let's just move on. Have you make me into a villain with your far-fetched arguments? Ah, frick, no. Go back.
Hold it!
My arguments are hardly far-fetched. There's careful reasoning behind my theory. Yes, well, apparently there's a reasoning behind even a tofu burger. And what we have against Miss Sykes, though, is not just reasoning, but solid evidence. And it's called the lighter, with Miss Sykes' fingerprints on it in the victim's blood. Yes, that's true, but wait, Detective Fulbright was the one who brought that evidence to the trial. If you harbor any suspicions, I suggest you ask Fulbright, Wright Dono. Especially about the lighter. He's right, what exactly should I ask about? The number of prints, the position of the prints. Ooh, wait. Maybe, I don't think the position of it matters. The number? Like, if... Okay. So how many prints were found exactly? 3. The thumb, the index finger, and the middle finger of a Wright's hand. Your Honor, that's an important statement. Could we please have it added to my testimony? You got it. He beat me to it. Be it investigating or testifying, speed is the key. 3 prints were on the lighter, thumb, index, and middle finger of a right hand. Wait. Yep.
Objection!
Frick this. You say the prints were from a right hand, is that correct? That's right, very clear prints. But that just doesn't add up. What doesn't add up? According to Miss Blackwell, who saw the culprit herself, this person held the lighter in their left hand. Oh? So here's the dilemma before us. Why are the prints on the lighter from a right hand instead of a left? You're right, it doesn't make sense, does it? Your Honor, this lighter can hardly be called incriminating evidence. The witness's claims do not even hold water. Detective Fulbright, I hope you have a good explanation for this. I just can't understand it. They're definitely right-hand prints. But then why are they inconsistent with Miss Blackwell's statement? I've got it. What have you got, Detective? The mirror. The witness must have seen a reflection in the culprit in the mirror. Go on. Miss Blackwell was looking through the window of boarding lounge 1, wasn't she? I believe so. You mean the little window in the back and to the right of the room? That's right, and across the room on the opposite wall is a large mirror. I do remember seeing it. So are you saying... Yes, the culprit Miss Blackwell saw must have been a reflection of that person in the mirror. I see, in that case, right and left would appear reversed, wouldn't they? Now do you see? That's the logic of pure justice.
Objection!
But your argument is only conjecture. You don't have any proof that what Miss Blackwell saw was a reflection.
Silence!
Right, Dono. You sooner nick yourself than him like that. Put some more muscle into it. Huh? That's right. Besides, the lighter couldn't have been in the left hand. And why not? Miss Blackwell said she saw an Earth emblem on the lighter, didn't she? The emblem is only on the Earth's one side of the lighter. You're right. There's no emblem on the other side. Exactly, as blank and smooth as the judge's fine scalp. If the culprit had the lighter in their left hand, they would have covered the emblem. Uh-oh. What's more, this is the kind of lighter you flick open with your thumb before lighting. So if the culprit had held it in their left hand, the emblem would the emblem out invisible. They wouldn't have been able to open it, let alone light it. But if they had held it in their right hand, they could easily open it and light it. This all means that the culprit was definitely holding the lighter in her right hand. No! Come back, my beautiful contradiction! Back at this again. It appears you planted a flower that bears no fruit. See how it withers before my flower of justice. He's tough. He's managed to discredit almost everything I've proven up to this point. And just as we trust. Now do you see I'm not this phantom you've been talking about? I mean, are you sure there really is a spy? I bet they're just a figment of your imagination. Oh, it's so sad, so very sad, but I'm afraid Miss Sykes is the culprit.
Hold it!
Detective Fulbright, I believe you said that the emblem is only on the side of the lighter. It's on one side of the lighter. Are you sure about that? Of course I'm sure. Why don't you take a look for yourself and see? Do you see an earth emblem on both sides of the lighter? Bracelet time! Bracelet time! Ah, frick. No, wait, not bracelet time because Taka. God dang it. Frick, I forgot. I knew it. You're lying, detective. Pardon me. You mean... Yes, my bracelet reacted to his statement about the emblem. He's definitely hiding something big. And I think if we use my talent, we might be able to figure it out. Wouldn't Taka just get you, though? Justice Dono, are you to use that cheat of yours again? Yeah, there we go. It's not cheating, Prosecutor Blackquill. Very well. Whether I like it or not, I suppose we should use whatever works right now. Go on, then. Oh my god, he's being kind. For once. We have Prosecutor Blackquill's reluctant blessing, and apparently... Okay, Apollo, you're up. Here goes, then. Detective Fulbright, could you repeat that last statement one more time? Frick. What in the world are you up to? Alright, fine. Okay. I'll say as many times as you like. Listen carefully. The earth emblem is only on the side that you can see when held in the right hand. Is there anything on his... I'm looking at his hand. Because... I don't know. Anything? Bruh. Which hand? Hold on. Look at other hands? Alright. Wait.
Gotcha!
He's... Aha! I spy a nervous tick. A tick? Maybe I should squash it. I should squash it then. It's not the kind of tick I had in mind. Could you please repeat your statement? As many times as you like. Listen carefully. Frick. Okay. Okay, I thought... Looking at his hand. I thought, like, with him moving... He's holding something. You had it the first... I had it the first time. Okay. God dang it. Do I have to... The text was blue. Okay. No, wait, frick. My... Yeah, it turns blue when...
Gotcha!
There we go! Wait, a nervous tick. A tick, maybe I should squash it then. It's not the kind of tick I had in mind. Please repeat your statement. Break this. You missed again. You need to press when he says Earth. Okay. I keep reading chat. Break this.
Gotcha!
Shocked face! Detective Fulbright, you might not be aware of it yourself, but whenever you say the phrase, the Earth emblem, your left thumb moves. In fact, it appears as though you're running it along the edge of your holster. Mr. Lawyer, I don't have the foggiest notion of what you're talking about. Be as it may, I know it has something to do with the lighter. Let me examine it. But why? You're not making any sense. You can't just...
Silence!
Be still and do as you're told, Fulbright. If you have nothing to hide, you shouldn't mind them having a look-see, would you? What? Not you too, Prosecutor Blackquill! I'm not sure what this is all about, but if Prosecutor Blackquill insists, it must be something important. I will allow the defense to examine the lighter. Good, now maybe we'll learn something new. I hope so. Now let's check every inch of this thing. Ah, heck yeah! We get to inspect... It's hard to tell if the prints are from a right hand or a left just by looking. I don't think looking at each print with the naked eye will tell us anything new. This lighter definitely hides a secret. I agree, let's check it out carefully. I had to check that out. Nope. So this is the Earth emblem Detective Fulbright is talking about. See anything noteworthy? Huh? Hey, look at this. The emblem's actually some kind of button. Oh my god! It's a gun! Wow, it transformed into something. A handle, a trigger. Is this what I think it is? Oh my god, it's the .10 freaking jelly bean metal bullet! There's no question, it seems. What you have there is a gun. Not the transforming gun! What? A gun. So that's it. Your Honor, please recall this morning's trial when Director Cosmos was on the stand. The bullet that hit the oxygen tank was extremely small, maybe about .10 caliber. With the... Autobots fire! God dang it! Now I just have like GGG, like just stuck in my head. This little compact gun probably takes bullets of that caliber. It looks like this is the gun that was fired at the scene. I'm flabbergasted, the lighter was a gun. So when Detective Fulbright would touch his holster, that's right, whenever he mentioned the Earth emblem, he must have subconsciously thought about the secret behind the lighter. In other words, he knew it was a gun from the very beginning. A lighter that transforms into a gun seems like a spy gadget to me. It's not the kind of thing any ordinary person can get their hands on. In fact, I'd say strictly in the domain of elite spies. Detective Fulbright, you will explain yourself. There's nothing for me to explain. I didn't know the lighter could transform. I mean, I was found in the Space Museum. It was found in the Space Museum, then I brought it straight in. I didn't even have time to check it out. Don't make that stupid face!
Objection!
Whenever you mentioned the Earth emblem, you touched your holster. You subconsciously did that because you knew it was a gun. Accuse me all you want, but where's your proof? Do you have any evidence that I knew the lighter was a gun? Not exactly. And whose prints were on it? Miss Sykes' prints. It proves that she's the culprit who fired the gun at the scene. It would appear that the detective is right. Are you guys really trying to prove your client innocent or what? Although it pains me to do this, now that we are where we are, I have to make the following assertions coming from the prosecution's side. The person who fired the gun at Director Cost was in the lounge after the incident. And the person Miss Blackwell saw holding the lighter. And the person who murdered Mr. Turan. And the person who bombed the Space Center. Are all the defendant Athena Sykes, the prints are on the lighter are decisive proof. No! Now do you see, a man out on the side of justice couldn't possibly be the culprit. And I think this is about sums up Miss Sykes' part in the whole affair. The evidence certainly does seem to point to the defendant's guilt. Do you have anything to say, Prosecutor Blackwell? Evidence is everything in court. Therefore, Fulbright's claims stand firm. But calm down, Apollo. He's just saying that because he has to as the prosecutor. Man on the side of he doesn't know about what we did to Damien. I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know what this man is thinking or what he knows. That freaking head of his is full of something. Wait, oh my god. I'm too tired for this trip. I can't. I was thinking of some other guy. I don't know what. Okay. He doesn't know about what you did to Damien, huh? Okay, now. Okay. You're so tired, Maxine. We've been at this for almost. How long now? With the last one being like, what, 5 hours? We're almost at 6 hours now? Or we are at 6 hours. Mr. Lawyer, our job is to pursue criminals in the name of justice. You shouldn't cast suspicion on people based on something as dubious as a habit. In fact, you have a bad habit of showing up in court with an awful case of bedhead.
Objection!
Says the man who wears sunglasses at night. If it's proof you want, it's proof you'll get. I'll prove that this lighter's not Miss Sykes, but yours. Sounds like you've hit on something, Apollo. It's just that the prints on the lighter are the basis for accusing Athena. I think we should reconsider the credibility of the evidence itself. You mean you think this lighter might be forged evidence? That's right. It could all be part of Fulbright's bigger plot. Did he do anything out of the ordinary while I was off my own? I can definitely think of a few things. It is indeed. Have a look at this. What's this? A lighter. Detective, we'd like to run a comparison on some fingerprints we found at the boarding lounge. Yes, I just happen to have compiled the print data of everyone related to this case. I can always make another copy for myself, but so it's all yours. Consider it a gift. If we assume he's been laying a big trap for us all along, there's gotta be something off about this piece of evidence. What's wrong with the lighter as a piece of evidence? No, don't load. Oh my god, okay. Owner of the prints? Cause like... Are they really Athena's fingerprints? Oh, frick, wait. Oh, yeah, because we're dealing with a phantom here. They definitely matched her print data. But what about the data itself? Detective Fulbright, you were the one who provided us with the lighter and print data. Isn't that correct? Yes, what about it? You say Miss Sykes' prints match the print's data, but I have to wonder, was the data you used official? Oh! Mr. Wright, are you suggesting that the evidence might have been fabricated? I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's re-examine the prints. Using the official sanctioned print data of the people involved in this case. What? You dare insult the epitome of justice and integrity? There's no need for such antics.
Silence!
Your Honor, I lend my voice to the defense's request. You must allow the test to be rerun. Very well then. Bailiff? It appears that the official data is here. And the results? It's just as the defense claims. This proves that the prints on the lighter do not belong to the defendant. Yes! The fingerprints actually belong to the victim, Mr. Clay Turan. Those were Clay's fingerprints on the lighter. I see. Come to think of it, wasn't it you, Fulbright, who collected the victim's prints? Oh my god. This motherfricker he removed his gloves. You used his dead corpse and put his fingerprints on that motherfrickin' lighter. I personally removed his glove during the investigation. I had to get his fingerprints to confirm his identity after all. His face wasn't blown off, man. When you took the deceased's fingerprints, you could have easily planted his prints on the lighter with his blood, after which you wiped the blood off his hand. By your own admission, you were also the one who compiled the phony print data, all to put the blame on Miss Sykes. This ploy must have been to distract us from the Phantom who is behind everything. You were out to create the impression that the Phantom wasn't the true culprit. So does this mean Detective Fulbright really is the Phantom? Remember the killer's escape route. No ordinary person who would have been fearless enough to attempt it. Nobody but the Phantom, the man with no emotions, could have done it. Detective Fulbright, You were the only one who could have used that escape route. Fulbright, are you really the Phantom? Answer me, or so help me, I will slash you to tiny slivers where you stand. Alright, I'll talk. I confess. I'm not the Phantom.
Silence.
It's all over. Now be a man and admit it already. I'm ready for him to go stone-faced. But I'm not a spy. I'm an undercover investigator. I've actually been after the Phantom myself. An undercover investigator. That sounds less than wholesome to me. A person who hides his identity secretly investigates in order to uncover information. And that's what you really are, Fulbright. That's right, I was working to track down the Phantom, but sadly... Even though I was supposed to catch the spy ended up catching me. He took my family hostage and forced me to cooperate with him. What? No, I don't believe this for a second. What?
Objection!
You're telling us this now? But what if you say it's true then? Who is the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? No, I didn't die. I did not die. Someone is though. Fulbright, once I hit him with a metal pipe. Who was the mystery person Miss Blackwell and Mr. Starbuck saw? It was the Phantom, I tell you. All I did was help him by having that emergency ladder lowered for him.
Objection!
I don't believe you. Then how do you explain the fabricated lighter? That was also one of the Phantom's demands. Being the detective in charge of the case, it was easy for me to fabricate evidence. Hitting the crime on Athena's Sykes was just another one of the Phantom's orders. And you expect me to buy that? Fulbright, what was the Phantom's ultimate objective? I was told it was to sabotage the rocket launch. Someone who didn't want the launch to happen must have given him the order. Actually, I have to apologize to you too. The Phantom told me to get close to you. He ordered me to get back to that psych profile you have on him. So he sent a buzzard of his own to tail me this past year, did he? I haven't been a champion of justice. I've just been a pawn of evil. A pawn of the Phantom who stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He was very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of cooperations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. We are so back? I don't think so. I don't know what y'all missed. Frick. He's right. After we've come all this way, there I finally told the truth. Now I hope you see how foolish it was to think I was the Phantom. You're an intelligent man, Prosecutor Blackwell. You believe me, right? I believe you. I don't think you're the Phantom. That's nonsense. What? How can you say that, Prosecutor Blackwell? It's obvious he's the Phantom.
Silence!
Evidence is everything, right, Dono? And you must admit there is no clear evidence that Fulbright is the Phantom. Yes, as I recall, the only solid proof we've seen up to this point is the fact that Detective Fulbright's fabricated evidence. But I've known Fulbright here for a year now. And all this time, he's been quite intent on rehabilitating me. I don't believe his efforts were a lie. Are you sure about that, man? Like... Prosecutor Blackwell! This fool truly thought he could reform of death row inmates like me. He went so out of his way in his efforts for me. He actually became quite a nuisance, really. Prosecutor Blackwell, you believe me! Please tell me Prosecutor Blackwell hasn't really been taken in by this big phony. However, even if it was against your will, you still acted as the Phantom's accomplice. You will have to pay the price for that. Throw yourself at my mercy and don't you ever betray me again! Have you got that? Yes, thank you. Oh, thank you! I'm not crying. I'm not freaking crying at that. Such a bond, such a bond of trust is a rare and beautiful thing. Yeah, right. In any case, it looks like everything has been resolved. I can now hand down my not guilty verdict with confidence. Very good, I'm very glad to hear it. It's all over, everything's been cleared up, and Miss Sykes will go free as well. Mr. Wright, we can't let the trial end here. If we do, the Phantom, the man who killed Clay, will get away. I know, but... What do I do? I don't have any proof that Detective Fulbright is the Phantom. Is this it? Is he going to get away just like that? Now, if you'll excuse me, my next investigation awaits. And with that... I'm off! The defense? No, wait, not the defense. The defendant feels it's not time for a verdict yet and would like to see this trial continue. What? But I was just about to declare you innocent of all charges. It just doesn't feel right to be standing here. Hey, Apollo, think you could scooch over? We saw his emblem in place of the moon and the... Oh my god. Frick, wait. Athena, what are you doing? I hope we don't get held in contempt of court. I have some questions for you, Detective Fulbright. Are you relieved that you are no longer under suspicion of being the Phantom? Are you grateful to Prosecutor Blackwell for what he's done for you? Of course I am, and I'm truly grateful from the bottom of my heart. Athena, where are you going with these questions? I have yet to hear a single emotion behind any of Detective Fulbright's words, boss. The suspicion against him has been cleared up, but he's not feeling happy at all. What does that mean? He may not have any evidence, but the heart doesn't lie. That's it. With your special ability, we might be able to stop him. Your Honor, the detective has been deeply traumatized by your accusations. Yes, well, even before all this, I thought he was a rather odd fellow. If he doesn't get counseling right away, who knows what might happen to him? Prosecutor Blackwell, can you believe the nonsense the defense is spouting? God, I love cheating in court! This is the one time, like, oh yeah. Prosecutor Blackwell's like, yeah, you can do that. Sure. Fulbright, I think you'd better have that counseling. Not you too! You've been making batty remarks ever since you were accused of being the Phantom. Such as you're an undercover investigator and your family has been taken hostage. I fear you might have finally lost it. But I thought you believed me!
Silence!
Oh, how you amuse me so! What's going on here? That was an excellent bit of psychological manipulation just now, Simon! I knew you would catch on, Athena. Huh? Mind filling me in here? Guess we left you on the dust, huh, Mr. Wright? Simon was only pretending to believe Detective Fulbright. Because he knew I'd noticed if there was a lack of emotions like joy or relief in his response. So he gave me the chance to take a listen. And listen I did to the voice of Detective Fulbright's heart. What? You two were working together just now. Come now, Athena. Show us what's inside Fulbright's heart. You got it! Time to check this instant replay! Widget, mon ami! Let's do this! God, I love cheating in cards! I'm saving this here. Oh, there's not even... Thank you for believing in me, Prosecutor Blackwell. I'm an undercover investigator, but the Phantom was coursing me. He stole the moon rock and killed Dr. Sykes 7 years ago. I'm a bad person to cooperating with such a man. But he took my family hostage. What else could I do? Even with all his over-the-top expressions, gestures, he's registering no emotion at all. It's just like I thought, and right in line with the Phantom's psych profile. Detective Fulbright, this lack of emotion proves you're the Phantom. Why did... What the frick? Hey, what's going on? Wait, hold it! What do you think you're doing, Detective? Me? I'm not doing anything. I was trying to hack into Mood Matrix program. I can't do anything with it like this. Take his watch. Thank you, Taka. Fancy device you have there, but I'll tolerate no cheating, thank you. Sorry about that. An undercover agent that tends to use my secret arsenal without even thinking. More like a spy. More like as a spy. Thanks, Prosecutor Blackquill. There, now that you can't hack me anymore, I dare you to try to hide your lack of emotions from us. Yeah, only we get to cheat! Dude, like, this is the one time where, like, Blackwill's like, yeah, you can, like, use that thing. Because it doesn't count as a cheating device. Oh my god, this dude's face. He's stone-faced, oh my god. Lack of emotion? What are you talking about? Of course I have feelings. As a matter of fact, you wounded me very deeply with the accusation. What's going on? All of a sudden I'm getting overwhelming happy reading. Huh? But he's literally crying as a river over there. Oops, my mistake. How about this? Yikes, now he's angry all of a sudden. What's he trying to pull? Like as not, it would appear our friend is not completely without emotion. It's just as it says in Dr. Sykes' profile of the Phantom. The subject has a unique psychological makeup with almost no emotional fluctuation. He doesn't have to emote. Oh, I get it. So he has some emotions, right? Precisely, which leads me to wonder why you can't sense any emotions from him at all. I believe it's most likely because he is controlling his emotions. Very good, Prosecutor Blackquill. You are correct. It is the result of my daily training. Very important skill for us undercover investigators, you know? More like for us spies. Seriously. But I wonder why he suddenly showed several strong emotions. Wait a minute. I think I know. I sense there's a feeling you're trying to hide with your exaggerated emotions, Detective. A feeling I'm trying to hide. That's a good one. You're the ones who have been saying I'm the Phantom because I don't have any emotions. I was just trying to show you the range of deep emotions I truly possess. You have no objections to me analyzing you, right? No, analyze away. But I will say it again, I'm not the Phantom. And be forewarned that your analysis will have no effect. Because you're about to see what an undercover agent can really do. Me, the Phantom? No way. Oh, it's all going haywire. Oh, I'm so sad. See, I told you I have no emotions. Wait. I'm looking through this one. Okay. Okay, I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is. Pinpoint.
Got it!
I found it. I found the one emotion you're truly feeling. What? Hidden in the middle of that chaotic storm, I saw one emotion that never disappeared. When you talked about the moon rock, you felt a fear that wouldn't fade. Fear, huh? A fear that a man with hardly any emotions feel, huh? And it was a response to that moon rock. Detective Fulbright, I presume you feel fear concerning the moon rock because your identity. Frick. Your identity will be revealed. Of course, that's it. Enough, Fulbright. Just tell us the Phantom's true identity. I don't know. He is very careful to hide it. He has top secret information for all kinds of cooperations and countries. So there's a number of organizations that want him dead. If people believe I was the Phantom, I could be killed on the spot. Why, I bet even now. There are assassins lurking nearby. This case is about the Phantom after all. Detective Fulbright, I think I know why you would feel afraid. You were afraid that the moon rock will somehow reveal your identity. If his identity were revealed, he would be killed immediately. That's certainly enough to make even the Phantom feel afraid. Me afraid? I don't know what you're talking about. So there really is something about the moon rock that would reveal his identity. Apparently so. Wait. Wait a minute. Maybe the Phantom didn't so much steal the moon rock, but more like he had to take it with him. Because there was something on it that would reveal his true identity. What the? Oi! Where do you think you're going? Me, I'm not going anywhere. Is it just me, or was he going to use that weird watch thing to try to get away? How many more of those toys does he have? Where can I get one? Where can I get myself some? Detective Fulbright, you will answer honestly to this court right now. Why do you feel the fear in connection with the moon rock? In justice we trust. No emotions, Mr. Lawyer. Evidence is everything. I'm the Phantom because I'm afraid. Don't make me laugh. Whoa! And what was that just now? But all human beings have hearts and experience emotions. Sometimes analyzing a case from a psychological perspective is the best way to find the truth. Boy! It's all just a waste of time. All your efforts at analysis serve no purpose. And now, in this dark age of the law, nobody would believe your claim that is effective. If in an era when evidence is fabricated, do you truly expect feelings to be accepted as proof? And where exactly is your proof that I fear the moon rock anyway? Well, I admit, I don't have any conventional proof. I still say that examining a person's heart has its merits. Oh, really? Then why don't you listen carefully with those special ears of yours? Listen to the voices of the hearts of the people in the gallery. All I hear is distrust. Distrust. As you can see, the people are on my side, because all they see is a strange little girl using a weird little machine. But it's not like I use analytical psychology to falsely accuse people. Uh-oh, he's got the doubting yourself. No, no, frick you! Miss Sykes' analytical psychology has breathed new life into the courtroom. It has freed the hearts of many witnesses and has been the key in getting the truth. What nonsense! Your Honor, the defense's claim is a false one. I don't feel any kind of fear when it comes to the moon rock. I see. Very well, I will give the opinion of this court. In a trial, I don't feel that person's emotions are quite as compelling as actual evidence is. But Your Honor... There, you see? Nobody believes you and your trumped up charges. However, I do believe Miss Sykes' analyze can contribute to making the truth clear. I have seen her do this firsthand several times already. Surely you jest. So does this mean you will accept my findings in this trial, Your Honor? Yes, I believe your claim is Sykes. I think there is merit in examining why the witness feels fear in regard to the moon rock. That is the court's opinion on this matter. And that's a win for me. No, a win for analytical psychology. Now, Mr. Phantom, you will tell this court the reason for your fear. Analytical psychology. My fears. Fine. I will show you precisely why those abstract things can't be considered evidence. I felt fear when I thought about the moon rock because it reminded me of the Phantom. Yes, I'm very afraid of him because he took my family hostage. What reason would the Phantom have to be afraid of the moon rock? None at all. So the very fact that I'm afraid of the moon rock means I'm not him. In fact, I'm on the side of justice. And there you have it. Now do you see why I'm afraid of the moon rock? Sure, you sound convincing enough. But so does any 2-bit con artist. It's all meaningless in the absence of evidence. Yo! The Phantom is like the mist. No flesh, no bones. My sword alone cannot cut it. Right, Dono. With their deductive reasoning and the body of evidence before us, let us send this miserable Phantom fellow to the other world together. You and I, Prosecutor Blackquill, we have a duty to bring the Phantom down and restore the people's faith in the courts. Indeed, by covering for Athena, I allowed the Phantom to escape. And as a prosecutor, I gave birth to the people's mistrust with my murder conviction. I bear the part of the responsibility as well, for being suspected of forging evidence and losing my attorney's badge as a result. The two of us and the Phantom were there at the beginning of the Dark Age of the law, and it's also our burden to cut away the foul specter we created, is it not? Until all that remains is the righteousness of the courts and the faith of the people. Trust, understanding, ha! Fragile ideals of the masses who are controlled by emotion. Humans can't truly trust each other, which is exactly why the illusion of trust is so inciting.
Objection!
Once two people overcome their misgivings, that's where real trust is to be found. You're free to believe what you want, but trust like that is stronger than you and your lies, always. We're going straight to it.
Hold it!
It only reminded you of the Phantom. Don't make me laugh. You are the Phantom. Evidence is everything in a court of law. Or did you forget? I was forced to testify over a silly thing like feelings. But those tactics won't work from here on out. You need real evidence. I hate to admit it, but he's right.
Hold it!
Your family? Like who in your family specifically? Well, I don't know. Like, maybe my lover, for example. For example? Maybe? We need a more concrete answer than that. Maybe my mother, my son, or my daughter. Maybe it's all of them. I'm so sad and worried. I miss them so much. He's obviously lying. Look how upset I am. It is my wonder I followed the Phantom's orders.
Hold it!
You can't think of a single reason that the Phantom might be afraid of the rock. I thought the Phantom wasn't even supposed to have any feelings. How could someone like me with the wealth of emotions be expected to understand the guy? The Phantom, a person with very few emotions, would only be afraid of something really big, like his cover getting blown big. I'm willing to bet that the moon rock has something to do with his identity, but what? Maybe the Phantom's fingerprints are on the rock. The fingerprints can be wiped off. And maybe he wanted the rock so bad he literally drooled on it after and left his DNA. We're dealing with a spy here, Athena, not a slob. True. But maybe the DNA part isn't too far off. Huh? Something unexpected happened to him during the incident 7 years ago. Oh! Oh! It's the knife! I just know I have something that can show why the Phantom is afraid of the moon rock. I'll just continue with my testimony while you're pondering it then. Then, if you don't mind. I know where it is. I know where it is. Frick this. Ba 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 ba. Detective Fulbright, I assume you know what this is. Of course, that's the knife the Phantom used to kill Clay Turan. That's right. And the exact same type of knife Miss Sykes used 7 years ago when she stabbed the Phantom's hand. Yes, that was discussed earlier, as I recall. He dodged at first, so I only got his clothes, but I tried again. And this time you got him, didn't you? I did. I remember it clearly now. The knife went into the back of his hand. Miss Sykes stated that she remembers the culprit bleeding. It's my theory that the culprit's blood got onto the moon rock, and he was afraid that if the blood was analyzed, his true identity would be revealed. That explains why the Phantom had to remove the moon rock from the crime scene. I mean, if we ran the analysis now, we'd know who the Phantom is. Yes, I suppose so. Unfortunately, the moon rock in question is missing. That may be so, but I'm certain I can explain what happened to it in general in great detail. You can? Of course. Not. God dang it, Phoenix. You don't actually expect us to believe that, do you? Because you don't fool me. What this court needs is a bully-free zone. Oh my god. And the infamous sword of the bejeweling bluff. Its edge without compare. Now come now, ready with me, and show us how finely it cuts. Your Honor, this is an outrage. Oh, I mean, this is an outrage? Go on, Wright, Dono. Let's start with something that's been bothering me for a while. Now, the culprit supposedly removed the moon rock from the lab. But in this video of him, it's nowhere to be seen. We have a chunk of the rock. We do. Oh, you're right. But here's something to consider. What if the Phantom hid the moon rock somewhere at the scene of the crime? Good thinking, boss. Security was super tight at the Space Center back then. All that, in spite of the Space Center having very strict security in those days. All personnel effects were examined thoroughly, coming or going. We couldn't even smuggle a withered old leaf through those checkpoints. Does this mean that the moon rock is still somewhere in the Space Center? In the name of justice, I proclaim that's impossible! And why is that? The Space Center was searched from top to bottom, especially the lab. But the moon rock was never found. How could I forget about that? A sad but true fact, we still haven't a grasp about how it was done. But the Phantom made the moon rock vanish into the aether. There's no way it just disappeared. Logic and evidence tells us otherwise. The Phantom didn't have the moon rock on him when he left the lab. Yet a thorough police search didn't turn up anything. And he never turned up in the 7 years after that either. The Phantom made the rock disappear without physically removing it himself. But how? There must have been a way. Think, Phoenix, think! How did the moon rock vanish from the robotics lab? So can you not show what happened to the moon rock, Mr. Wright? Yes, I can, Your Honor. What? Oops, sorry, I mean... What? In that case, let's have your answer, Mr. Wright. Well, I know. How did the Phantom make the moon rock disappear from the crime scene? Oh my god, wait. It's the capsule with the no touchy sign. Yeah, because if he... Oh my god.
Take that!
That's the Hope capsule, right? The one that went after the Hat 1 rocket. He couldn't carry the rock out, but he couldn't leave it in the center to be found either. So there was only one safe place to stash it. The Hope capsule that was there in the lab that day. And yes, and the team must have loaded it onto the Hope space probe eventually. But if that's what happened, then the moon rock would have been launched right up to space along with the rocket. Preposterous! It would mean that for these past 7 years, the moon rock was... Exactly, the Phantom got rid of the moon rock in the most cosmic way he knew how. It was out there in the depths of space. Aboard the Hope space probe. What? Oh my god. Order in the court! I understand now. The Phantom's original scheme was to sabotage the Hat 1 anyway. The villain, he used his primary objective to conveniently kill 2 birds with 1 stone. That's right, he planned for the moon rock to be turned into cosmic dust out into space, thereby destroying the one piece of evidence that could reveal his true identity. Mr. Starbuck and the others foiled the Phantom's plot. The Hope space probe sailed off safely on its mission and returned 7 years later, with the capsule in tow. If we analyze the blood in the moon rock, it should make one thing crystal clear: that you were the Phantom all along, Detective Fulbright. So he killed Clay just so he could get the moon rock back. I believe so. His original assignment may have been just to sabotage the Hat too, but at the same time, he also had to retrieve the evidence of his crime 7 years ago. That's some planning. Wait, that's why he went to the boarding lounge and attacked Clay as he made his escape out of the rocket with the capsule. But in the end, it was all he could do just to escape himself, so he didn't get the capsule. He must have done everything he could to stop Fulbright. He probably hung onto that capsule for all that was worth until his very last breath. Oh, this is so funny. You make me laugh. You really do. Boy, he's totally out of whack now. It's game over for you, Detective Fulbright. Why don't you just admit it all now? There's nothing to admit. I'm Bobby Fulbright, undercover investigator, I tell you. I'm not the Phantom. The blood in the rock is just another one of his schemes. I trap. Now I'm not sure what to think. I suppose that the Phantom is a spy worth his salt. Trap is not out of the question.
Objection!
But in that case, you could say anything is a trap. That's what makes a trap a trap. I've been framed into taking the blame for the Phantom. Your Honor, I believe further investigating is in order.
Silence!
Further investigation? More like plotting your escape. But no more. I will bring you to justice myself if I must. Here and now. I guess it's time to show you just what I'm really capable of. Die, Simon Blackwell! Hey, you guys aren't really... It looks like I made it just in time. Edgeworth! I have good news for you, Mr. Wright. I've uncovered some very crucial facts. Did you find something about the Phantom's true identity? I might say that I started by looking into the first people on the scene 7 years ago. All three, an employee, 2 officers, were registered into the robotics recognition systems, but none of them looked the least bit like Detective Fulbright. That's not good. But there's more. I've yet to share my most important finding. Mr. Wright, Prosecutor Blackwell, you'd best brace yourselves. Uh-oh. The man you see there before you, Bobby Fulbright, is already long dead. What?! What?! Excuse me? Bobby's dead! Frick this! No, my brother came in as I was screaming out like Bobby freaking Fulbright. That's why. Wait, the aquarium case? We haven't even done that. Huh? Wait, what? Well, frick this. Ah, frick. Are we seeing? Ah, frick. Yeah, I was muted because my brother came as I screamed freaking Bobby Fulbright. Yeah, Chris, like, we didn't do the aquarium case. We were gonna do that, like, the next stream. Okay. Wait, if he's been dead, how'd he die? Wait, yeah, frick, wait, how'd he die? Hold on. Can you tell us that, Edgeworth? How'd he die? How'd the man freaking died? Died of death? Unfortunate circumstance. He died of death. May he rest in peace. I've never... Huh? What's that supposed to mean? An unidentified body that was found a year ago has now been proven to possess Bobby Fulbright's fingerprints. And does this mean... Yes, that man there is an imposter, pretending to be Bobby Fulbright. Oh, my bad. It takes place between cases 2 and 3. Oh, okay. Yeah, I wouldn't know, because, like, that was, like, a DLC thing, and it was, like, at the very end, so I thought, like, okay, that's the end for Duel of Destinies there. You're fine, man. The heaviest death! Also, imposter? Among Us? We've been dealing with space for so long. We had to have a freaking imposter! An imposter? Then this man, who in the world is he? Enough of your trickery. You will not reveal yourself. If you will not reveal yourself to us, then I shall do it for you. Oh! What the? His face. What the actual? Oh, look what you did to my mask. Mask? What is the meaning of this witness? Okay, you got me. I guess I have to show you who I really am now. What? No! Wait, but that's... Hey, Apollo. Sup it. Yep, it's me, Solomon Starbuck. Mr. Starbuck, but that can't be right. You can't really be the Phantom, can you?
Silence!
Yo, he is a skinwalker! Of course not. The real Starbuck was aborted the Hat 1, which was said to be destroyed. Yeah, this is just another mask. I mean, I didn't tell you. Didn't I tell you? I'm an undercover investigator. I can change identities at will. I can be anyone I want. Skinwalker! Skinwalker! No, not the multiple masks! Some freaking Scooby-Doo type thing is happening here, bro! Not so fast. I have the Phantom Psych profile right here. If you compile the Psych profile on you and compare the results, it will prove that you're the Phantom. Not again! It's time for me to show you the real meaning of the phrase, the end justifies the means. No! That voice! Those words! Frick you! Frick you! No! I cannot accept such evidence here, Miss Sykes. Professor Means? It's Mask? I'll take what I want by all means necessary. Now give me that evidence! Huh? Bailiff! Bailiff! Time to take out the trash. Permanently. No! How could you? Now do you see how powerful the ends justifies the means can be?
Silence!
How pathetic. You can't even speak without wearing another man's face. But that's the life of an undercover agent for you. My real face has no meaning or value to me at all. Or perhaps it is really the case that you don't even know who you are anymore. What must you see when you look in a mirror, Mr. Phantom? Not an awful lot, I'd wager. Well, aren't you just the master of psychology, Black Quill? That's right, I don't know who I am. I'm always living as someone else for my assignments. I don't remember what my face looks like. Or even what my personality was like. My face, memories, personality, beliefs, emotions, and soul. I left them all behind. I have no self. I am no one. I am nothing but an endless abyss. What's with this guy? Is he even still human? And now we resume with your lesson, Professor Wright. Oh, huh? I believe you made this argument earlier. If you were to analyze the blood on the moon rock, you could prove that I'm the Phantom. I believe there was blood on the moon rock in that capsule. Now that we know that now that we know you aren't even Bobby Fulbright, your claims to the Phantom's trap won't work anymore. Then why don't you bring this moon rock in? This decisive evidence from the Hope capsule. I think I will do just that. Get ready, because the Hope capsule is about to seal your fudge! There's the courtroom bombing from the other day. The capsule was there in the courtroom as evidence. It was blown to smithereens. No, wait! We have it. I know what we have to do. I'm still gonna be scared. It looks like you have finally caught on. Full marks for defense for effort. What a shame your hope was lost in that courtroom explosion. So that's the real reason this courtroom was blown up. It was all for the Phantom to destroy that one piece of evidence. I can't believe it. Have we really reached the dead end after coming all this way? Has the only evidence we have on this guy really been destroyed? How dare you continue to call me the Phantom? As I've said all along, I'm just a nameless undercover agent.
Objection!
And the defense will continue to assert that you're the Phantom. Furthermore, we have proof. Or at least a prayer. I'm afraid that won't do, Mr. Wright. Man, that sushi was great! The sushi finally thawed out. At least put some weight behind your swing, right, Dono? Wait, so he blew up the courtroom. Tony took the fall for... Why? Why did he take the fall for it? I know, I'm trying. There's only one thing that can unmask this menace, the moon rock. But that was blown to bits in the courtroom bombing, and yet is it really gone without a trace? What if some tiny part of some little fragment still exists? Oh, the time has come, boys! Let's freaking go! Yes, and you can see the stolen moon rock there, too. That strange black and yellow thing on the left side of the picture. Very well, Mr. Wright. Let's see your proof. What evidence will finally prove the Phantom's identity? Where's the phony Phantom bomb?
Take that!
I mean, Tony's still murdered, so he deserved prison. But he's not a terrorist bomber, at least. Yeah, he did kill the detective. Isn't that the bomb that blew up the courtroom and the moon rock along with it? Are you saying that this will reveal the Phantom's identity? Yes, Your Honor. Focus your attention on this photo taken after the bombing, specifically right here. No! Don't freaking look at evidence. Please take a look at this newspaper article. This article about the Hat 1. Now please note the strange black and yellow rock there on the left. That's the moon rock. And when we look at this photo of the bomb fragments, see how there is a rock-like object with the same coloration? Oh my, yes, I see it. It would seem that the moon rock was much more durable than the Phantom, though. If we take a look at all the fragments that the police found, we'll likely find one with blood. And DNA testing on that blood would prove that the witness is indeed the Phantom. Unbelievable! But that's impossible. Richard Tony didn't know he was taking the blame. Probably, yeah. I'm surprised to be sure that's one bloody tough rock. Let us have the fragments tested straight away. Oh, and you'll be having a DNA test too, Fulbright. Bailiff, contact the police department immediately and order the testing. Prosecutor Blackwell, what do the test results show? There was a rock fragment that had blood on it, that appeared to be several years old. DNA testing revealed. Well, I'm sure you'll know full well what it revealed. They confirmed it was the witness' blood, didn't they? There's no use in trying to talk your way out of it anymore. Admit it, you are the Phantom!
Objection!
Huh? Mr. Wright, did you just raise an objection to yourself? No, I didn't say a word. That was my objection, Apollo. Huh? No, no, no. What the actual? Why? It was a pretty good objection, too, don't you think? He took our face! Mother fricker! He's still in the All Might pose! Now he's me. So, did you have an objection or not, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, no, not really, Your Honor. No, not you, Mr. Wright. I mean the witness, Mr. Wright. Could this trial get any more insane? Mr. Wright, this fragment of rock in the photograph and those just like it. How can you be sure they're pieces of the same moon rock that was at the robotics lab? Care to explain what you mean? Well, there may have been a rock or two in the courtroom that had my blood on it. How do you know they're not just rocks? You can't prove that they're the moon rock, right?
Objection!
Don't be absurd! Just compare the fragments with the rock in the newspaper article. Anybody can see that they're the same. They have the exact same coloration.
Objection!
But maybe some other rock with the same coloration had to be in the courtroom. It's highly unlikely a rock with such a unique appearance just happened to be here. But you can't deny it's a possibility.
Objection!
But your blood was found in one of the fragments. Apollo, there's nothing suspicious about my blood being on a piece of rock. And why not? I know it sounds like an excuse, but several years ago I tripped and fell in this very courtroom and was hurt pretty badly. Maybe that's how my blood found its way onto a piece of rubble. Even he must realize how ridiculous that sounds. And yet, I suppose it's not completely off the question. I know what we have to present. I see you're starting to sweat, Mr. Wright. I thought that the worst of times were when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. You're the last person I want to hear that from. Well, why don't we get those fragments analyzed? We could ask your expert to verify that they're from the moon rock in the robotics lab or not. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid that just isn't going to be possible. And why not? In order to prove that the fragments are from what you say they are from, you need a sample of the moon rock from several years ago to compare it with. But that moon rock doesn't exist anymore, and there's no sample data left either. So you see, short of going back in time, there's no way to prove that any of the fragments are from the moon rock. Oh! No! It sounds like a stretch. There's no such things as a stretch in this freaking courtroom. There's really no way to prove it. Are you finally ready to throw in the towel? Nope! Nope! Frick you! So the moon rock doesn't exist anymore, huh? That's right. It was such a valuable rock too. A shame, really. It lost to us forever. He's wrong. It's not completely lost. There's another piece of it, right here by your side. A shining fragment of hope that can turn everything around. Oh, I tripped and got hurt and bled. Oh yeah, I mean, that does sound like a freaking stretch there. I bled. The final piece of evidence to put this phantom away for good. The defense has a piece of evidence that completely contradicts your claim. You have what now? A final fragment of hope that was passed down with great love and care. We do? We do, even if the person holding it hasn't realized it yet. Is this true, Mr. Wright? Pay no attention to him, Your Honor. He's just bluffing as usual. I wonder if you'll be able to force your biggest smile when you see what I've got. Try me. The piece of evidence that shows the original moon rock isn't completely lost is this. An earring that Dr. Sykes gave to Athena, the stone was cut from a real moon rock that was being used for research. Oh, buddy boy, Bobby, whoever the frick you are, you're going down. But just about the only things my mother left me are widgets. And this earring. Maybe she did love me in her own way. The final piece is my badge! It's made out of moon rock! Athena, you may not know it, but your mother left with you a very important piece of evidence. She did? You're bluffing. You don't have anything of the kind. Oh, but we do. Evidence that will finally corner you, because we have a moon rock of our own. Yeah. Oh! You mean... Exactly. A gift Dr. Sykes left her daughter. An item Athena has cherished and worn all these years. As distant as Dr. Sykes may have seemed to her daughter, that fragment of her love will shake off the darkness of the past and give us all hope for the future. This is a defensive sample of the moon rock.
Take that!
That's your sample. This earring that Miss Sykes always wears was made from the original moon rock. What? All this time? It was right here all along. I hate the All Might pose he's in. I hate it so much. No, it can't be. If the composition of the bombed fragments and the earrings are found to be a match, then it'll be proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that the origin of the fragments in this photo. And since the test results show that the blood in the fragments was yours, this means that the identity you tried so hard to hide will finally be revealed. The identity I tried to hide. I don't have identity to hide. I may not have Athena's ears, but now even I can hear the fear in your voice. Fear? I don't feel fear. I left all my emotions behind years ago.
Objection!
Every human being feels fear. You simply can't face the emotions inside you. You can't face them because you have nothing. No love, no trust. And I suppose you do. I didn't have anybody to support me at first either. I couldn't face the fear inside me, couldn't get over the trauma of my past. Like I said, I don't feel fear.
Objection!
Then you're just a coward for running away from yourself. When I had my doubts about Miss Sykes, I felt like I would collapse under the weight. But I wanted to trust her. And I knew I could trust Mr. Wright to uncover the truth. That's why I was able to face my suspicions without hesitation. Running away from myself. Ha! How can I run from myself when there's nothing inside? Nothing at all.
Objection!
I know it's hard for someone as unwilling to trust others as you to understand, but people have emotions. It's just a fact of life, and so people can be weak at times. But that's exactly why people need to trust one another, so they can gain the strength to face themselves when things are at their bleakest. Without trust in others, how can you ever hope to face your fears? The fear inside of me is this. No. Ah! Ah! Oh, I don't like him. I'm afraid. I'm scared. I feel fear! You can't outrun yourself! Remove that mask and unleash your emotions! Confront your guilt head on! With your own true face! Oh, my own true face. No, please don't! I know you're here! Where are you? See? I haven't revealed anything yet! Honest! My own true face! I don't have one! My face! My face! Is this my face? Is it? Is it? No, that's not it. No! This isn't me either. Ah! This isn't me. Which one is my face? What am I? Who am I? Oh my god! Oh my god! A sniper attack in this very courtroom. It chills me to my bones. He was assassinated! Oh my god! Extra, extra, Phantom Foiled, starring Slime Ball, Spy shot and sent to Slammer, end quote. Oh my god! Through the heart. Oh my god. Gunshot. What you say? No! Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't worry, he's not dead. I freaking hope he is. But the police are doing everything they can to track down the sniper as we speak. Prosecutor Blackwell, how is Detective Fulbright? I mean, his imposter doing? He's a lucky fellow. The bullet didn't hit any vital organs. He appears to be in no danger of dying. Freaking wish. Well, that was unfortunate for all of us. Analysis of the final piece of evidence Wright Donor submitted is in. The composition of Miss Sykes' earrings and the fragment with the blood on it match. We can now be certain that is a fragment of the moon rock in question. The murders and bombings at the Space Center, both past and present. The bombing of courtroom number 4 and all his other crimes as numerous as the stars. Under suspicion of all these things, the spy known as the Phantom has been incarcerated. The prosecutor's office is now responsible for his well-being. There is still a myriad of things that we wish him to tell us about after all. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, it's time to finally bring this trial to an end. But before I do, will the defendant please return to her proper place? Yes, Your Honor. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Athena Sykes, not guilty. So at least 2 counts of murder, terrorism, theft, at least. Yeah. Court is adjourned. Congratulations, Mr. Nick! Thank you, Pearls, and thank you for being there for Athena. It's the least I could do. But Athena was great, wasn't she? She was so strong throughout the whole trial. Dad, I'm so glad to see you! Trissy, are you alright? Are you hurt? I'm fine, Dad. I was doing magic tricks for the other hostages to keep our spirits up. Metasykes Clay Tyrant, Courtroom number 4 in the theft of the Moon Rock. Jesus Christ, man. That's our Trissy for you. I'm really glad to see you're safe. Right, I fear I owe you yet another debt of gratitude. Edgeworth. We never would have caught him if it weren't for all of you. Aw, come on, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? You're the ones who have been tracking the Phantom all this time. Plus, you're the one who gave Blackwell permission to serve as prosecutor, right? Yes, well... We knew the Phantom was somewhere nearby. The police and I were trying to find him, but we never did manage to do it so until this trial. But we never would have won this trial without you. It was your help as chief prosecutor that was the key to this successful conclusion. Besides, it was you that saw it to it that I got my attorney's badge back, wasn't it? Ah, heck yeah. So you figured it out, did you? Yeah, getting my license back went just as smooth. Well, getting my license back went just a little too smoothly, you know? It should have been much harder after that evidence forging scandal. Well, I owe you a few favors. Hey, Edgeworth, think we can finally bring the Dark Age of the Law to an end? Even the darkest nights turn to dawn eventually. Our sun will rise again. Correction on my part, 3 murders. Oh yeah, wait. Yeah, 3. Wait. Besides, now that Prosecutor Blackwell has been cleared of all charges, a great deal of the mistrust towards the court system should have been swept away. You know, you could have said that with a bigger smile, Edgeworth. It won't kill you. Instead, the furrows in that brow of yours just keep getting deeper and deeper. So I should smile more, huh? I'll think about it. The complicated love-hate relationship between lifelong rivals! Taking a screenshot. Athena. I'm forever in your debt. You went to all that trouble, even taking the bar exam while you were overseas. Well, I knew that if I didn't get your sentence overturned fast, you'd be executed. So I studied and studied. I was frantic. I'm so glad I made it in time. Just barely, but I still made it. Athena, no shipping right. We're not right now. The other girl, Athena. It's good to see you finally let your tears out. I'm also gonna cry. Yes, I survived by the skin of my teeth thanks to you. Yeah, I can't stay mad at you. Shame on you, Simon, for trying to throw your life away like that. It was never my intention to just throw my life away, but some things in this world are more important than your own life. Like what? My honor-bound duty to protect with my life. My mentor's most beloved treasure. Huh? That's some loyalty. This guy really is a samurai through and through. I'm like laughing and while I'm like freaking crying like freaking things just like it looks like we can breathe easy now. Apollo, Athena, thank you both. It took all of us together to pull it off. You bet, boss. What a team we are, huh? It was definitely the most amazing turnabout I've ever seen. I'm a lucky guy. Way too freaking lucky, man. We all know who Pearl ships Nick with. Is that still true to this day? I have no clue. What do you mean? Hey, Fire, can I break the mood even more? Why? What? What's up? Wait, what in the world? If he's ketchup and she's mustard, what condiment is? Wait, what? Okay, that just took me a minute to like, what the frick you meant. I don't know if she still does. She doesn't mention it, so... Well, we'll never know. I'm a lucky guy. My office has been the most capable lawyers around. Has the most capable lawyers around. Thanks, Mr. Wright. I'm going to work extra hard to make it all up for the worry I caused. Apollo Justice is fine and ready to go. Let's hear it for the Wright Anything Agency. Well, nobody's going to try harder than me, so you better watch out, Apollo. Simon is free thanks to Mr. Wright. But there's so many more people out there who need our help. You're right, and I'll be needing you both to help them. We still have a long way to go. Get ready, you two. We've won a major victory, but the war is far from over. There are still people out there suffering under false charges who need defending. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. If we ever hope to fully bring the dark age of the law to a close. Hey, I know one thing we have to do. We have to celebrate with a bowl of piping hot noodles. Huh? Nothing like a bowl of Eldrin's noodles after a trial, all on Mr. Wright's tab. That's how it works at the Wright Anything Agency, right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Huh? Oh, we'll be back to this again. As a boss, it's your duty to express gratitude to your people for their great work. In that case, allow me to join the festivities. I would greatly welcome a bowl of noodles. Huh? 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 I have an idea, Dad. Why don't you just invite everybody who involved in this with the case? The more the merrier, right? Oh, Mr. Nick, look how far you've come. Who knew you'd grown up to be such a generous gentleman? Guys, under these circumstances, there's only one thing I can say. Only if I get to join in. Hey, no fair! I want to say it too! Okay, here we go. Holy frick, we have an objection button! Heck frickin' yeah!
Objection!
Oh my god. I was trying to think of something nice I could do for Polly now he's back. So I decided to go around and get a bunch of jobs for him to do. Find a lost cat, install air conditioners, give him computer lessons, find a lost item. You think I should have found him a few legal cases? Nah, that's okay. This is the Wright Anything Agency after all. Dina and Paula were so wonderful in court. I'd better study as much as I can and want to be a judge someday. My grandma says eat lots of peppers and they'll ignite your passion. Oh, but I should figure out which to grow. Green peppers or yellow peppers. Or maybe I should go to a How's the Sun red pepper instead. Oh my god. The end of the Dark Age of law, you say? How naive. Don't you know it's sometimes necessary to get a guilty verdict by any means possible? What? They put me under investigation? The chief prosecutor wants me to see me? Eek! He just ran off! I've been asked to debut the great masked wrestler Turnabout. He's scheduled to go up against Amazing Nine Tails next, though. Oh, what to do? A fight to the finish with myself. Why don't you ask Mr. Damon Lawyer to the Amazing Nine Tails? That's not a bad idea. I bet he'd be all for it. Caw, so we are the meets as foes, or my little friend. New ship unlocked, Junipalo. Would you believe it? I'm the ultimate of Nine Tails Vale now. Pretty impressive, eh? I took over after Rex Kyobi of one of the good beloved village. What did you say? Would you like to make a little donation to help us out? Hey you, what do you think you're doing speaking in here? The jig's up, better make a run for it! I thought I wanted to be an artist, but after seeing the amazing job Athena did, I started becoming genuinely interested in law, so now I'm studying for the bar exam. I'm going to prosecute Athena someday. You'll S-E-E. I'm starting to my buns off too, but not in the bar for the bar exam. I'm going to pass the STEM's entrance exam in my own merit time. With a score of 100 points, no, of course. Juniper. Oh, frick. What did it say? Hugh? Juniper? Our dreams will forever live on! I found really sweaty boxes, all three of them won't wear them. It's because I want to be a legal journalist because a lawyer or judge. Anyway, thanks to the trial, the school newspaper is about as bright as it can be. Now let's see what the fresh blood had to say on the school paper. I had her cry so hard at graduation rehearsal, her card box got soggy. Tanuki didn't learn his lesson. Ah! The one night only reunion concert, I still remember that evening of passion. The president of the student council sang like no high school student I've ever heard. When she judged in her own court someday, I'd love to have a jam session with her. I'd bet to be the coolest trial ever, yeah? I can already hear it now. I gave this place a good cleaning from top to bottom, but it's already a mess again. I guess the only thing I could do now is clean up the attitudes of the people in this office. With Mystic Maya due to come here once her training's over, it simply must be done. Humanity's dreams for outer space will never die. In fact, planning for the HAT 3 rocket has already officially begun. Look upon me, people of this great nation, and witness the glory of Yuri Cosmos. Oh, Director. Yes, rocket preparations are fully complete. Yes, you have to just leave everything to me. Assistant Director Yuri Cosmos. Wait, assistant? Huh? I'm going to the moon to the new rocket. If Thea or Mama Metsus came to the moon, I would love to show them around. But which is more interesting, Montes Perennis or the Mary Tranquillitius? You will see they will like either one. Yay, hooray! I wonder how Miss Aura is doing. I'd rather be near Miss Aura than on the moon. Oh, Miss Aura, I just want you to use me again like you used to. Ready for launch. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off! I'm going to the moon for real this time for me and for Clay. Thanks for my lawyers. I know how I should never give up. But I'm worried. You can't breathe in space. In fact, it's cold as heck. Oh man, now I'm getting really nervous. Got this, man. You got this. No, I'm not employed here. I simply came to request their service in defense of my sister. But no one's around, and I've been kept waiting for a long time. And what sort of case brings you here? Oh, your father was accused and you wished for Athena to defend him. And perhaps he and I shall be in the courtroom in the near future. Huh? Wait, what? I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. Please forgive me! Rip. Blackwell's acquittal has been brought to all manner of ills in the prosecutor's office to light. It would seem solving that case was thawed to chill winter into the warmth of spring. I will write yet another debt of gratitude. I will repay him one day. I can trust in that. You can trust in that. Has freaking Payne's pet paycheck got freaking cut. Heck yeah. Oh my god. Oh, the credits. Bones. Bones. Apollo and Athena versus Clavier and Robin with Juniper as judge. Heck yeah. Maya returning? Question mark? I'm gonna hear freaking Bobby Fulbright's theme and I'm forever gonna be traumatized. What? So we know. Okay, how long ago was he killed, though? That's what I'm wondering. How long was the actual Bobby Fulbright killed? So now what? I don't know. I guess wait for the credits. There's always something at the end credits. A year ago. Oh, that's messed up. Which means every time we saw him, it was the Phantom, I guess. So we never saw, like, the actual Bobby Fulbright. Oh, that's so depressing. Also, they said faceless, like, when they found the corpse. What, did he freaking take his face? Or that's so messed up. No, it's a mask. He's got imitation. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
T-minus 15 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. Mr. Starbuck!
You'll be fine! Just believe in yourself!
The moon's closer than you think!
Thanks, guys. I wouldn't have made it back into space if it wasn't for you.
Ah, yeah!
All right!
Through the years, I've seen as much joy as heartache, honesty as deceit. But just as Mr. Starbuck was able to escape the harsh pull of his fears and despair, I believe that hope and friendship can lift us all up towards a brighter tomorrow. Continue to the next game. No, we are not continuing. Wait, me when my friends ask me if I want to go to Denny's at 2 a.m. Frick, wait, it is 2 a.m. Or it's almost. We need a Discord watch party of this darn anime. Yes, please. Dude, we need Apollo Justice anime. Please, like. Oh my god! Oh my god, dude. So, now that all we have left for Duel of Destinies is the DLC, the special episode. But that will be for another day. We will be doing that. Look at Discord. What? Which? Wait, what? Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna show this on stream. Hold on.
I don't wanna understand. My car keys are jingling in my head. My high heels are clicking towards your door. Is this one thing that got me tripping? Is this one thing that got me tripping? You did this one thing, you saw baby feelings. Is this one thing?
Oh my! The timing couldn't have been perfect with that. Oh my god, the freaking timing. Yeah, I knew you were making a reference. Not the BRB screen, god dang. Dude, the timing when that just cut. Sapphire, you wanna go to Denny's? I'm too tired for Denny's. I'm sorry, we cannot go to Denny's. No. I need sleep. Oh, freak, wait, the costumes. What the frick, style and street clothes? What the actual? Why do we have this? Why? Okay, yeah, this is where I'm gonna end stream here. I'm very sorry for the continuation of the, stream getting cut off every single time. What do you mean go back? Wait, what? Oh my god. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Okay. But yeah, this is where I'm gonna end stream here. I'll see y'all the next time I do this. Style and street clothes. And I hope y'all have a good day / night or whatever time it is for y'all.